Chapter 1. Present Day. What's with the hair? That's how you greet a man returning from war. Nice to see you too, Harriet. Dawson Scott resented her summons, no other word for it, and made his resentment plain as he took a seat, then sank down into a bona fide slouch. He propped one ankle on the opposite knee, clasped his hands over his concave stomach, and yawned, knowing full well that his attitude would crawl all over her. It did. She removed her jeweled reading glasses and dropped them onto the desk. Its polished surface symbolized her new status as boss. His boss. I've seen soldiers who just returned from Afghanistan. None looked like something a cat threw up. She gave him a scathing once-over, taking in his 3-day scruff and long hair, which, since his time out of the country, had grown well past his collar. He placed his hand over his heart. Ouch, and here I was about to tell you how good you look. You're carrying those extra 10 pounds really well. She glowered but didn't say anything. Twiddling his thumbs, literally, he took a long, slow survey of the corner office, his gaze pausing to appreciate the panoramic view through the wide windows. By craning his neck just a bit, he could see Old Glory hanging limp atop the Capitol dome. Coming back to her, he remarked, "Nice office." "Thank you. Who'd you blow?" Under her breath. She cursed him. He'd heard her say those words out loud. He'd heard her shout them down the length of the conference table during editorial meetings when someone disagreed with her. Apparently, with her new position came a certain restraint, which he immediately made his personal goal to crack. "You just can't stand it, can you?" she said, gloating smile in place. "Deal with it, Dawson. I'm above you now." He shuddered. "God spare me an image of that." Eyes shot daggers, but she obviously had a speech prepared, and even his insulting wisecracks weren't going to rob her of the pleasure of delivering it. "I have editorial control now, full editorial control, which means that I have the authority to approve, amend, or decline any story ideas you submit. I also have the authority to assign you stories if you don't come up with your own, which you haven't, not for the 2 weeks since you've been back in the States. I've been using up accumulated vacation days. The time off was approved by my predecessor. Before you took his place?" "I didn't take anything," she said tightly. "I earned this position." Dawson raised one shoulder. "Whatever, Harriet." But his indifference was phony. The recent corporate shakeup had measured a 10 on the Richter scale of his professional future. He'd received an email from a colleague before the official blanket notification went out to all Newsfront employees, and even the distance between Washington and Kabul hadn't been enough to buffer the bad news. A corporate asshole, somebody's nephew who knew slim to none about news magazine publishing, or news in general for that matter, had named Harriet Plummer as editor-in-chief, effective immediately. She was a disastrous choice for the position, first because she was more corporate animal than journalist. On any given tough editorial call, her top priority would be to protect the magazine against possible lawsuits. Stories addressing controversial topics would be watered down or canned altogether, which in Dawson's opinion amounted to editorial castration. Secondly, she was a card-carrying ball-breaker who had no leadership qualities. She harbored a scornful dislike for people in general, an even stronger antipathy toward the male of the species, and big-time loathing for Dawson Scott in particular. As humbly as possible, he recognized that her animosity was largely based on jealousy of his talent and the respect it had earned him among his colleagues at Newsfront and beyond. But on the day she was appointed editor-in-chief, the source of her hostility had ceased to matter. It was there, it was robust, it was enduring, and she was now in charge. That sucked. Nothing could be worse. Or so he'd thought. She said, "I'm sending you to Idaho." "What for?" "Blind balloonists." "Excuse me?" She pushed a file folder across the desk toward him. "Our researchers have done the heavy lifting for you. You can acquaint yourself with the program on the flight out there. Give me a hint." Some group of do-gooders started taking blind people up in hot air balloons and showing them the ropes, so to speak. The cheeky add-on didn't get a smile out of Dawson, who kept his expression impassive. Leaving the folder where it lay, he asked, "And this is hard news?" She smiled sweetly, or tried on her face. Coyness didn't quite work. To the blind balloonists, it is. Her smugness made him want to vault the desk and wrap both hands around her neck. Instead, he mentally counted to 10 and looked away from her toward the windows. 4 stories below, the broad avenues of Washington, D.C. baked under a midday sun. "Despite your belittling description of the program," he said, "I'm sure it's worthy of national notice, yet I sense a marked lack of enthusiasm on your part. It's not my kind of story. You're not up to it?" An invisible gauntlet landed on her desk alongside the untouched file. "I come up with my own stories, Harriet." "You know that. So come up with one." She folded her arms over her wide bosom. "Let me see that reputed genius of yours at work. I want to witness in action the writer everyone knows and loves, who's hailed as always taking a fresh approach, who writes with rare insight, who lays bare for his readers the soul of the story. She gave it a count of 5 well." With as much equanimity as possible, he unclenched his teeth and said, "I still have vacation days, at least a week's worth." "You've had 2 weeks off already." "Not long enough." "Why's that?" "I just returned from a war zone." "No one forced you to stay over there. You could have come home at any time. There were too many good stories to tell." "Whom do you think you're kidding?" she scoffed. "You wanted to dress up and play soldier, and you did, for 3/4 of a year on the magazine's nickel. If you hadn't come home on your own when you did, I, as incoming editor-in-chief, was going to haul your ass back. Careful, Harriet. Along with your dark roots, your envy is showing." "Envy?" "Nothing you wrote was ever shortlisted for a Pulitzer, but you've yet to be nominated for one, ergo, you've never been awarded one. So big fucking deal about those rumors which you probably started yourself. Now, I've got other things to do that are much more important." She arched a penciled eyebrow. "That is, unless you want to turn in your key to the men's restroom here and now, in which case I'm more than happy to call bookkeeping and request your severance check." She paused for several seconds, and when he didn't move, she continued, "No, then your butt is in seat 18A on a flight to Boise tomorrow morning." She slapped an airline ticket on top of the research folder Regional Jet Austin pulled to the curb in front of the neat Georgetown townhouse and cut his car's engine. Raising his hips, he fished a small bottle of pills from the pocket of his jeans, shook out a tablet, and swallowed it with a gulp from the bottle of water in the console cup holder. After recapping the pill bottle and returning it to his pocket, he flipped down the sun visor and checked his reflection in the mirror. He did look like something a cat threw up, a very sick cat, but there was nothing to be done about it. He'd been sorting through all the mail that had piled up on his desk when he got Headley's text, "Get over here, now." Headley wasn't that imperative unless something was up. Dawson had left the remainder of his mail unopened, and here he was. He got out and made his way up the flower-lined brick walk. Eva Headley answered the doorbell. "Hello, gorgeous." He reached across the threshold and pulled her into a hug. A former Miss North Carolina, Eva Headley had aged admirably well. Now in her early 60s, she retained not only her beauty and shapeliness, but also her dry wit and natural charm. She hugged him back, hard, then squirmed out of the embrace and slapped him none too gently on the shoulder. "Don't gorgeous me," she said, rounding off the R to sound soft. "I'm mad at you. It's been 2 weeks since you got back. Why are you just now getting around to seeing us?" Her expression was laced with concern as she took him in from head to toe. "You're as thin as a rail. Didn't they feed you over there? Nothing like your Brunswick stew, and they've never heard of banana pudding." She motioned him into the foyer, saying, "That's what I missed most while you were gone." "What?" he asked. "Your BS?" He grinned, cupped her face between his hands, and kissed her on the forehead. "I missed you too." Then he released her and tilted his head in the direction of the den. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Is he getting used to the idea yet?" She matched his confidential tone. "Not even close, he's been. I can hear the two of you whispering, you know. I'm not deaf." The gruff shout came from the den. Eva mouthed, "Be afraid." Dawson winked at her, then walked down the hallway in the direction of the den, where Gary Headley was waiting for him. When Dawson stepped into the familiar room, he felt an achy tug of nostalgia. Countless memories had been made here. He'd raced his Matchbox cars on the parquet floor, his mother warning him not to leave them for someone to trip over. His dad and Headley had patiently taught him how to play chess with the set on the table in the corner. Sitting with him on the sofa, Eva had coached him on how to win the attention of his sixth-grade crush. For the first time since leaving Afghanistan, he felt like he'd arrived home. The Headleys were his godparents and had forged a bond with him on the day he was christened. They'd taken to heart their pledge to assume guardianship of their best friend's son should the need ever arise. When his mom and dad were killed together in an auto accident while he was in college, even though he was legally an adult, his relationship with the Headleys had taken on even greater significance. Headley was wearing a parental scowl of disapproval as he took in Dawson's appearance. He was considerably shorter than Dawson's 6 feet 4 inches, but he exuded confidence and authority. He still had all his hair, which was barely threaded with strands of gray. A daily 3-mile run and Eva's careful supervision of his diet had kept him trim. Most 65-year-old men would covet the figure he cut. He said, "By the looks of you, it was a tough war." "You could say," Dawson replied. "I just had a skirmish with Harriet and barely survived it." As Dawson took the offered seat, Headley said I was referring to Afghanistan. "It was tough, yeah, but Harriet makes the Taliban look like pranksters." "How about a drink?" Dawson covered his slight hesitation by consulting his wristwatch. "It's a little early." 5 o'clock somewhere. "And anyway, this is a special occasion. The prodigal has returned." Dawson caught the slight rebuke. "Sorry, I haven't gotten over here sooner. I've had a lot to catch up on, still do, but your text had a ring of urgency." "Did it?" At the built-in bar, Headley poured shots of bourbon into 2 glasses. He handed one of them to Dawson, then sat down facing him. He raised his glass in a toast before sipping from it. "I'm drinking more these days. It's good for you. Stress reliever, so they say." "Maybe," Headley mumbled. "At least it gives me something to look forward to each day." "You've got plenty to look forward to." "Yeah, old age and dying. Better not let Eva hear you talking like that." Headley grumbled something unintelligible into his tumbler as he took another sip. Dawson said, "Don't be so negative. Give yourself time to adjust. It's been less than a month. 25 days. And counting, obviously." Dawson sipped the liquor. He wanted to chug it. Hard to come to a dead stop after being in the bureau all of my adult life. Nodding sympathetically, Dawson felt the warmth of the bourbon curling through his gut, settling his nerves, which the pill hadn't yet had time to do. "Your retirement doesn't become official until when? 4 more weeks. You had that much vacation time saved up?" "Yep. And I'd have just as soon sacrificed it and stayed on the job for as long as possible. Use this time as a period of adjustment between your demanding career and a life of leisure." "Leisure," he said morosely. "Soon as my retirement is official, Eva's got us booked on a 2-week cruise, Alaska." "Sounds nice. I'd rather someone pull out my fingernails with pliers. It won't be that bad." "Easy to say when you don't have to go." "Eva's ordered me a prescription of Viagra to take along." She wants you to make up for all the nights you couldn't come home." "Something like that. What's the downside? Knock yourself out." Dawson raised his glass. Headley acknowledged the toast and after a moment asked, "So, how'd it go with Dragon Lady?" Dawson told him about the meeting and the story Harriet had assigned him, blind balloonists. Dawson shrugged. Headley leaned against the back cushion of his chair and studied him for an uncomfortable length of time, irritated by the scrutiny. Dawson said, "What? You got a comment about my hair, too? I'm more concerned about what's going on inside your head than what's growing out of it." "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing." Headley just looked at him, not having to say anything. Dawson left his chair and moved to the window, flipping open the shutters and looking out onto the well-manicured patch of lawn. "I talked to Sarah when I passed through London. The Headleys' daughter was older than he, but While growing up, the two families had spent so much time together that they'd been much like brother and sister, grudgingly caring about each other. She and her husband lived in England, where they worked for an international bank. She told us you'd pass through without staying long enough to go see them. Flight schedule didn't allow time. Headley harumphed as if he didn't accept that as a plausible excuse to forego a visit. And it wasn't. Begonias are thriving. They're impatiens. "Oh, how's thee?" I asked you a question, Headley said with annoyance. "What's the problem? And don't tell me nothing. I'm fine." "Like hell you are. I watched a zombie movie on TV last night. You'd fit right in." Dawson sighed over his godfather's tenacity. He didn't turn around, but he propped his shoulder against a window frame. "I'm tired as all. Spend 9 months in Afghanistan. Trust me, it'll wear you out. Hostile terrain, temperature extremes, bugs that bite, no booze, no women except for the service members, and hooking up with one of them is tricky. A good way for both partners to get into some seriously deep shit. Hardly makes getting laid worth the hassle. You've had time since you got back to find an obliging lady. Ah, but there's a problem with that." He closed the shutters, turned around, and grinned. "You got the last great girl." The levity fell flat. The worry line between Headley's thick eyebrows didn't relax. Dropping the pretense, Dawson returned to the chair, spread his knees, and stared at the floor. Headley asked, "Are you sleeping?" "It's getting better. In other words, you're not." Dawson raised his head and said testily, "It's getting better. It's not easy jumping back into the thick of things, returning to an ordinary schedule." "Okay, I'll buy that. What else?" Dawson pushed back his hair. "This Harriet thing, she's gonna make my life miserable, only if you let her. She's sending me to Idaho for Krisucky. What have you got against Idaho? Not a damn thing. Nor do I have anything against the vision impaired or hot air balloonists. But it's not my story. It's not even my kind of story, so forgive me if I'm finding it a little hard to work up any enthusiasm for it. Think you could work up some for a better story?" Headley hadn't asked that casually. There was substance behind the question. So, in spite of his dejection, Dawson felt a tingle of anticipation. Because Headley hadn't been only his godfather and lifelong good friend, he'd also been his invaluable and unnamed source within the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Taking his silence for interest, Headley continued, "Savannah, Georgia and its environs, Marine Captain Jeremy Wesson, a decorated war veteran, 1 tour in Iraq, 2 in Afghanistan. After returning from his last deployment, he retired from the Corps and by all accounts went off the rails. 15 months ago, give or take, he got tangled up in a messy affair with a married woman. One, Darlene Strong, husband Willard caught them, and it didn't end well for the illicit lovers. Willard Strong goes on trial for murder the day after tomorrow, Chatham County Courthouse. You should be there to cover the trial." Dawson was already shaking his head. "Why not?" Headley asked. "Summertime in Savannah." "Look at your calendar. As of today, it's September. Still, no thank you. It's hot down there, humid. I'd rather go to Idaho. Besides, crime isn't my specialty. And frankly, I've had enough of the military for a while. I don't want to write about a dead Marine. I've been doing that for the past 9 months. In fact, maybe Harriet's assignment is a blessing in disguise. That feel-good story may be just the tonic I need. Something hopeful, positive, uplifting. No severed limbs or blood-soaked fatigues or flag-draped caskets involved. I haven't told you the hook." Sourly, Dawson asked, "What's the hook?" Police obtained Wesson's semen off Darlene's clothing. This, of course, to help make the prosecutor's case against the cuckolded husband, Willard. Okay, so the ranch in Savannah is a bureau buddy of mine, former New Yorker. Big baseball fan named Cecil Knuts. Rank? Resident agent in charge, top dog in the resident agency there, okay? Anyway, Nuts saw the report from CODIS. Wesson's DNA got a hit, a match. He was already in the system? Has been for a while, in fact. Headley paused to take a sip of his drink. Realizing that was a tactic used to build suspense, Dawson said, "I'm on pins and needles." He set down his glass and leaned toward Dawson. Captain Jeremy Wesson's DNA matched that which we retrieved off a baby blanket found inside the Golden Branch house. That wasn't a mere hook. It was a grappling hook that found purchase in the center of Dawson's chest. Dumbfounded, he stared at Headley. Headley said, "Before you ask, there's no possibility of mistake." The match was 99.9 and down to the nth degree identical. In other words, the recently obtained sample and the one from 1976 came from one and the same individual. We got Flora's DNA that day, too. We know she mothered the child whose DNA was on the baby blanket, and Jeremy Wesson's age fits. Indisputably, he was Flora and Carl's son. Dawson stood up, paced a few steps, then turned back to Headley. As though reading the myriad questions racing through Dawson's mind, he said, "Judging by your expression, I see that I don't need to spell out the significance of this to you." Although Gary Headley had enjoyed a distinguished career, to his mind all his accomplishments had been overshadowed by what he perceived as his one failure to bring Carl Wingert and Flora Steimel to justice. It had plagued his career, and now it was contaminating his retirement. That was a cruelty that his godfather didn't deserve, and it made Dawson angry. "This nuts, why'd he tip you to this? He knows my interest. Worked with me when I investigated one of their jobs in Tennessee in the late 80s. He's aware of my impending retirement and notified me only as a courtesy to a colleague. He was careful not to divulge too much, but he did tell me that he's been digging into Jeremy Wesson's background, looking for a link to Carl and Flora." Dawson raised his brows in silent query. Nothing. Jeremy Wesson's birth certificate, a copy he used to enlist, is from Ohio. Says he was born to and reared by Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, Wesson. He graduated high school in the town where he grew up, earned a degree at Texas Tech, joined the Marines. His history looks commonplace until he wigged out and got mixed up with a redneck's wife. No leanings toward domestic terrorism. None apparent. What's Nuts's take? "He advised me to leave it alone. The Bureau has bigger fish to fry these days. Nobody really gives a shit about Carl and Flora anymore. The consensus is that they're probably dead. That burglary at the armory in New Mexico was the last crime attributed to them. That was in '96, 17 years ago. A lot can happen in that amount of time. Doesn't mean they're dead. But with no indication that they're still alive, it's logical to assume otherwise. Logic and assumption be damned. I want to know, don't you? At this late date, what possible difference does it make?" "It makes a hell of a difference to me." Dawson sliced the air with his hands. "Okay, I get that. But this decorated Marine who might have been their son, he was. I know it. No, you don't. The DNA says he was. It isn't foolproof, as good as. All right, even if he was their kid, aren't you curious to know what happened to him after Golden Branch, where he's been? Not in the least." "I don't believe that. Believe it. What good would digging into it? I thought you'd want to. I don't. Then do it for me. Why? He's dead. End of story. It could be the biggest story of your career." "It's certainly the biggest of yours." Simultaneously, they realized they'd been shouting. Headley glanced toward the door as though expecting to see his wife there coming to check on the commotion. Dawson brought his voice down to a more reasonable level. "If you want to know the rest of the story, why don't you go to the trial in Savannah?" "Because Eva would divorce me," he grumbled. "Besides, like I told you, I'm as good as out of the Bureau. If I went meddling down there, I'd look pathetic, like a hanger-on who doesn't know when his time is up." Dawson ran his fingers through his hair and released a sigh of agitation. He loved Headley. He knew how badly his godfather wanted closure on the defining incident of his career. But he was asking too much. Dawson was exhausted and disheartened by his experiences overseas. Even on his good days, his nerves felt raw and exposed. The last thing he needed was additional aggravation, like dredging up this unfinished saga. What possible good could come of it? Whether or not Jeremy Wesson was Carl and Flora's child, it didn't make one iota of difference. Quietly, he said, "I'm sorry. Even if there was no Harriet in my life sending me someplace else on another assignment, I wouldn't go to Savannah. Your pal Nuts is right. Some things should be left alone." Headley gave him a searching look, then his shoulders slumped with acceptance of Dawson's mind being firmly made up. He tossed back the remainder of his drink and said no more about it. Shortly after that, Eva extended Dawson an invitation to stay for dinner. He declined, using as his excuse the need to pack for his trip to Idaho. Keeping eye contact with them to a minimum, he beat a hasty retreat. He was leaking anxious sweat by the time he got into his car. At the first traffic light, he took another pill, washing it down with the lukewarm water left in the bottle. Rush hour traffic out of D.C. into Virginia didn't improve his mood, making him really on edge by the time he let himself into his Alexandria apartment. He was tugging off his boots when his cell phone chirped, alerting him to a text message. It was from Headley. There's a clincher. He knew he was being baited, but curiosity won out over his better judgment. He texted back, "What's the clincher?" The reply was quick and coming. J. Wesson, only presumed dead. Body never found. Chapter 2, Mr. Jackson. Are you ready to call your next witness? The assistant DA stood. I am, Your Honor. I call Amelia Nolan. Like the other spectators, Dawson turned as a bailiff opened the double doors at the back of the courtroom and motioned in the former Mrs. Jeremy Wesson. Today was the third day of the trial. The first witness this morning had been a veterinarian, a Dr. Somebody. Dawson had his name in his notes for referral if needed, who had droned on forever about the digestive processes of dogs, specifically pit bulls. It took the better part of 2 hours for the prosecutor to wade through all the scientific rigmarole and get to the crucial point. Bits and pieces of Darlene Strong had been found in the digestive tracts of 3 of Willard Strong's pack of illegal fighting dogs, which had been put down in order to search for evidence. The second person to testify, the county medical examiner, had confirmed that those bits and pieces corresponded with the ones missing from what had been left of the victim's cadaver, which police had discovered locked inside the dog's pen. Darlene hadn't been killed by the dogs, but the state was asking for the death penalty, so Lemuel Jackson, a shrewd and meticulous prosecutor with a double-digit number of convictions, had wanted to impress upon the jury how heinous the crime had been. He'd wanted it on the record that her body had been fed to Willard's dogs, and since the animals were half-starved in order to make them fiercer competitors in the fighting rings, the implication had made many of the jurors go a little green blood samples taken from the ground inside the caged area, as well as a piece of scalp with hair attached found inside one dog's intestines, suggested that Jeremy Wesson had met the same fate. By the time the defense attorney, Mike Gleason, had stumbled through an ineffectual cross-examination of the M.E., it was almost 12 o'clock. The judge called for a lunch recess until 1:30, although Dawson thought it doubtful that anyone in the courtroom would have much of an appetite, certainly not one that would require an hour and a half to appease. But now they were back, and the third witness of the day had been summoned into the courtroom. For background, Dawson had read news articles about the crime. He supposed he'd glanced at the photographs of the ex-Mrs. Wesson that had accompanied some of those write-ups, but he really hadn't paid attention. Suddenly, the woman walking up the short center aisle wasn't at all what he'd expected. He'd seen Flora Stammel's wanted posters and had imagined that Jeremy Wesson's ex-wife would be of a type similar to that of his mother. He'd expected her to be coarse, tough, and hard-looking. But from her delicate bone structure to the pale right hand she raised to be sworn in, this woman was the polar opposite. She outclassed everyone in the courtroom, Dawson included. Dawson, especially, she was dressed in an ivory-colored form-fitting skirt with a blouse of the same color but of softer material, topped by a sapphire blue jacket. Her auburn hair was pulled into a low ponytail, but not so tightly as to prevent a few loose strands from framing her face. Her only visible jewelry were a pair of diamond stud earrings and a wristwatch. She struck the perfect note for a courtroom appearance, being neither too feminine and fussy nor too structured and severe. As a journalist, he would have been interested in Jeremy Wesson's ex no matter what. There were 1,000 questions he wanted to ask her, if not for his own elucidation, then certainly for Headley's. But the woman about to testify awakened a different kind of curiosity in him, and he resented it because he didn't need an additional complication, the worst possible one being the loss of his professional objectivity on which he prided himself. He cursed Headley again for dragging him into this. He hadn't wanted to come, but knew he had to. After receiving the taunting text from Headley, he'd packed his duffel bag. The following morning, rather than using the ticket to Idaho that had been foisted on him, he'd boarded a flight to Savannah. While waiting in the rental car line, he'd called Harriet. "Are you already in Boise?" I took a detour. He envisioned her seated behind her desk, smoke coming out her ears. "I assigned you a story, Dawson." "I've got a better one." "What is it?" "For now, it's a secret." "Where is it?" "I'm hot on its trail. Damn it, Dawson. I'll be in touch." And he clicked off before the people around him could hear the obscene invectives being shouted through his phone. For the time being, he was covering his own expenses, so he'd booked a room in a mid-priced downtown hotel. After taking a cold shower, he'd raided the minibar, turned on ESPN, and settled down on the bed with a room-service cheeseburger and his laptop. He'd searched out websites that contained material pertaining to the crime for which Willard Strong was being tried. On every level, it was a disturbing case, and by the time Dawson had finished researching it, he'd developed a tightness in his chest that he wanted to attribute to the Tabasco with which he'd doused his cheeseburger, but he knew that wasn't the cause of the constriction. He asked himself for the 100th time why he'd let Headley rope him into becoming involved. But when he had stripped away all the plausible explanations for his capitulation, the truth stood alone, and it had nothing to do with Headley, but everything to do with himself. Truth be known, he'd practically dared himself to come as a kind of therapy. Since his return from Afghanistan, he'd been unable to shake off the effects of spending almost a year in a war zone. They clung to him like a spider web, so fine as to be invisible, yet as tenacious as steel and so far impossible to escape. Of course, he was nowhere near as gone as Jeremy Wesson had been. No doubt the captain had suffered from the real thing, PTSD. It had cost him his family and ultimately his life, making him an ideal subject for a timely and relevant article. One certain to induce strong emotions in the reader, but it was also the subject Dawson wished most to avoid. It cut too close to home, and then there was the other element that made this story personally involving. Had Jeremy Wesson been Carl Wingert and Flora Stammel's son, were they not dead? Dawson didn't care, but Headley did, and he felt an obligation to his godfather to take the investigation at least one step further. So he'd come, and looking at it from a strictly journalistic standpoint, Jeremy Wesson's life was a treasure trove of material. How could he possibly pass up writing the provocative story of a man who'd entered the world as the offspring of fugitives from justice, had experienced a seemingly normal upbringing in the Midwest, had honorably served his country, had returned home from war emotionally and psychologically wrecked, and then had been violently murdered? It was an American version of a Greek tragedy. With that in mind, on his first night in Savannah, he'd shut down his laptop, washed down a sleeping pill with a slug of Pepto-Bismol to neutralize the Tabasco, and gone to bed. 5 minutes later, he got up and took another pill, swallowing it with a bottle of Jack Daniels from the minibar. He'd had the nightmare anyway. Twice, consequently, he was groggy and ill-tempered for the first day of Willard Strong's trial. He'd arrived at the courthouse early, not to claim a front-row seat, but to secure one in the back row near the exit so he could make a speedy and unobtrusive getaway if he felt the need. As soon as court had adjourned that first day, he'd headed straight for River Street, where he spent the remainder of the evening cruising the bars. Women were available, and sex would provide at least a temporary reprieve from the morbid thoughts that haunted him, but he hadn't acted on any of the invitations, subtle or overt, that he received. He made friendships that lasted only for as long as a drink or two, limited conversations to impersonal topics, and stretched out the time until the bars closed and he had nothing else to do except return to the hotel room and to the hard, unforgiving pillow where night sweats and bad dreams awaited. Up to this moment, he'd been bored with the trial and was trying to devise a graceful way to disengage himself from everything relating to it. The appearance of Wesson's ex-wife changed that. Amelia's left palm felt damp against the Bible on which she swore to tell the whole truth. Then she stepped up into the witness box and took her seat. Jackson approached her. "Ms. Nolan, thank you for appearing today. Will you please state your name for the court?" "Amelia Nolan. That's your maiden name?" Yes. Following my divorce from Jeremy, I reverted to using it. He smiled. Nolan is an honorable name in this state, thank you. He glanced over his shoulder toward the defense table. Miss Nolan, do you recognize the defendant? For the first time since entering the courtroom, she looked toward Willard Strong. He sat with his shoulders hunched, his eyes peering at her from beneath the ledge of his prominent brow. His hair had been neatly combed. He was dressed in a suit that appeared to be 2 sizes too small. If she had to use a single word to describe him, it would be brutish. She acknowledged recognition. Jeremy introduced us. When did this initial meeting take place? February 22nd of 2011. You recall the exact date. It was my older son, Hunter's 4th birthday. Can you please tell the court the circumstances of this meeting? Jeremy and I were separated. I had temporary custody of our 2 sons while our divorce was pending, but I had agreed to let Jeremy attend Hunter's party. When he arrived, Willard and Darlene Strong were with him. You hadn't met them before then? No, but I knew their names. Jeremy had talked about them. How would you describe them that morning? You mean the condition of the 3 when they arrived at your home? They were intoxicated. The defense counsel stood. Objection. I'll rephrase, Jackson said before the judge could rule. Ms. Nolan, did you get the impression that the 3 of them had been drinking excessively? Gleason was about to object again when the judge held up her hand. Ms. Nolan may answer. Jackson motioned for her to proceed. I'd seen Jeremy intoxicated before, she said. Many times he wasn't a pleasant and happy drunk, on the contrary. So I'd started watching for the signs. When he arrived for the party, I saw right away that his eyes were bloodshot. His smile was more like a sneer. His attitude was aggressive. The 3 of them laughed. She paused, but could think of no other words that would adequately describe them. They laughed drunkenly and inappropriately. What time of day was this? The party was scheduled for noon. They got there shortly before that. Did you confront Mr. Wesson about these visible signs of intoxication? Yes. Did he offer an explanation? He said they'd come straight from a party of their own, that they'd been celebrating all night. They, he, Mr. Strong, and Mr. Strong's wife? Objection, leading the witness. Jackson acknowledged the judge's ruling in favor of Gleason's objection, but he'd got his point across to the jury. The party referred to had been among the 3 of them exclusively out the corner of her eye. Amelia saw Willard Strong mutter something to his lawyer. Gleason sternly shook his head as though admonishing him to keep quiet. It made her shudder to surmise what he might have said, but she seriously doubted that it could have been flattering to her. Jackson continued, I think the jury will agree that we've established that the defendant, his wife, and your estranged husband showed up drunk to your son's birthday party. Could you please tell the court what happened next? She put herself back into that scene, seeing again Jeremy's insolent grin. I asked Jeremy to leave. Other guests had already arrived. They were in the courtyard at the side of the house. I was embarrassed for Jeremy, for myself. How did he respond to your request that he leave? He became belligerent. He said that he had a right to see his son on his birthday and that I wasn't going to stop him from doing so. Gleason came to his feet. Your Honor, I object. Why is this testimony relevant to this trial? I'm getting to the relevance, Jackson calmly replied. Objection overruled, the judge said, but she asked Jackson to move it along. He nodded and turned back to Amelia. For the sake of time and defense counsel's limited patience, can you tell us how this confrontation was resolved? I told Jeremy that he wasn't fit to be around children, or anyone for that matter. I ordered him to leave. He refused, so I threatened to call the police. I also threatened to get a restraining order, preventing him from coming near our sons. What was his reaction to the threat? He cursed at me, called me names. He said that our sons were his flesh and blood, and that nothing would or could keep him from being with them. He caused a terrible scene. Friends of Hunter's from preschool, their parents. Hunter himself had heard Jeremy's profane shouting and had come inside to see what it was about. She would never forget the fear in her son's eyes as he watched his ranting father. Grant, her younger, was only a year and a half old at the time. He began to cry. Amelia looked down at her cold, damp hands, which she'd subconsciously clasped tightly in her lap. She forced herself to relax them, reminding herself that her sons would never have to fear Jeremy again. "Miss Nolan?" She raised her head and squared her shoulders. "Miss Nolan," Jackson repeated. What were Willard and Darlene Strong doing while this scene was unfolding? She darted a look toward the defense table and felt the full brunt of Strong's animosity. Mr. Strong was egging Jeremy on. "Can you be more specific?" He was saying things like, "Darlene would never get away with talking to me like that." Did he indicate that she would suffer physically if she, Your Honor, objection? Gleason whined. "Prosecution is leading the witness again, sustained." Jackson apologized rather insincerely, Amelia thought. Then he turned back to her. "Do you recall a specific threat made by Mr. Strong toward his wife?" She closed her eyes for a moment, but when she opened them, she looked directly toward the jury box. Jeremy had taken a grip on my arm here. She placed her hand around her biceps. "He was shaking me." Mr. Strong said, "You're letting her off light. If Darlene threatened me like that, it would be the last thing she ever did." The statement created a vacuum in the courtroom. It was several moments before the spectators began to breathe again. Feet shifted. Clothing rustled as people readjusted themselves in their seats. Someone coughed. Dawson noticed the same was so with the jurors. They had seemed transfixed by Amelia Nolan, or at least by her story. Lem Jackson was no fool. He milked the tension by looking each of them in the eye before he walked back to the state's table and picked up a legal pad, flipping through several pages as though searching for a note. Dawson doubted he needed the reference. It was a plausible way to kill time while his witness's pertinent statement took root in the minds of the jurors. Before he could pose another question, Amelia Nolan asked for a glass of water. While she was taking the short break, the judge invited everyone to stand up and stretch. Dawson used the time to send 2 texts. The first went to Headley. "Wesson's ex-testifying, very effective, used the Viagra, yet I want salacious details." The second text was sent to a researcher and fact-checker who'd been at Newsfront since the magazine's first issue was published 30 years ago. She was scrawny, cranky, and always smelled of the cigarettes she claimed she no longer smoked, but Dawson trusted her speed, accuracy, and most of all her discretion. Every Christmas he corrupted her with a 5-pound box of chocolate-covered cherries and a case of equally sweet wine. "Glenda, sweetheart, Amelia of the G.A. Nolans. Why honorable? Facts desired ASAP, please." He used an app to tack on hearts and flowers at the end of the text. No sooner had he pressed send than the judge tapped her gavel and instructed everyone who'd stood to be seated. When everyone had resettled, she instructed Jackson to continue with his witness. The prosecutor was ready. He set his legal tablet on the table and approached the witness box. When he addressed her, his tone was somber. "Ms. Nolan, how did this scene that you described eventually pan out?" One of the other parents called 911. The police responded. 2 officers arrived in a matter of minutes. But Jeremy and the Strongs had left before they got there. They left without further incident. Grant was wailing. Hunter was cowering against one of the fathers there. I think their frightened reactions bothered Jeremy, and he was aware that everyone was witness to his grip on my arm, the shaking. I think he might have felt ashamed, I'm guessing. I don't know. In any case, he let go of me. When Mr. Strong told him he ought to do something about me and my smart mouth, that's a quote, Jeremy told him to shut up and to mind his own business with an expletive. Then he opened the front door and shoved Mr. Strong out onto the porch. Mr. Strong cursed him, and I believe he would have retaliated if objection sustained. Jackson asked quickly, did Mr. Strong retaliate to Mr. Wesson's shove? No, he was too unsteady on his feet. He staggered off the steps and nearly fell down. Jeremy grabbed Mrs. Strong's hand and pulled her behind him through the door. The 2 men were angrily pushing and shoving each other as they made their way to Jeremy's car parked at the curb. I shut the door and didn't see anything more. When the police arrived, they were gone. Jackson returned to the table to once again consult his notes, probably unnecessarily. He was letting his witness take a breather and giving the jury time to imagine the scene and the antagonism that obviously had existed between the two so-called friends. Miss Nolan took a sip from her glass of water. Even from the back of the room where Dawson sat, he could see that her hand was trembling. As Jackson walked toward her, he frowned and slid his hands into his pants pockets, looking rueful, as though regretting the direction his questioning was about to take. Ms. Nolan, you had a second encounter with Willard Strong, is that correct? Yes. When was that? The 3rd of May last year. Again, you remember the exact date. Yes. She lowered her head, causing a loose strand of hair to fall against her cheek. Absently, she reached up and tucked it behind her ear. Dawson wondered if that was a nervous gesture specific to these circumstances, or if it was an unconscious habit with her. He would bet the latter. Ms. Nolan, why do you remember that date with such clarity? When she raised her head to answer Jackson's question, Dawson realized that he, along with most everyone else in the courtroom, including the accused, was leaning forward in anticipation of her answer. She cleared her throat delicately. That was the day Mrs. Strong and Jeremy went missing. Chapter 3, Jackson asked her to describe that day. It started out like any other weekday. I dropped the boys off at their preschool at St. Thomas Episcopal Church and went to work. You work at the Collier War Museum? I'm a curator. I specialize in the Civil War. It's a full-time job? Yes, but the museum allows me a lot of flexibility, which, as a single parent, I require on that day of May 3rd. Did anything out of the ordinary happen to alert you to what was coming? Nothing. Not until I got a call from the school. It came shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The museum director, George Metcalf, and I were in his office. Because George, it's crap. Humor him, Amelia, humor me. It has no value either on the open market or to the museum. That may be. Not maybe is, okay, it's little more than a trinket. The Confederate Army handed out hundreds, thousands of them, but the medal is valuable to Patterson Knox. It came down through his family from his great-great-great-grand something or another, and he's named after that particular ancestor. I don't need to remind you, but you're about to, that Patterson Knox contributed over $100,000 to us last year. Mrs. Knox is on our board of directors. I'm not stupid, George, I get it. It's just that you and I approach these issues from different directions. As a curator, it's my job to protect the integrity of the museum. That's my priority too, yes, but as director you must also pander to people who keep our doors open. It galls me to display junk in order to ensure that a large donor continues donating. I hear you, but never mind. I recognize a dead end when I run into one. I don't concede defeat, but I acknowledge the futility of further argument, which I believe you had won even before it commenced. However, I had to give it my best shot. I would expect nothing less from you. Put Mr. Knox's medal in a corner somewhere with a spotlighted brass plaque extolling his and Mrs. Knox's generosity. It doesn't have to be a large one, continuing her testimony, she said. We just concluded our meeting when my cell phone rang. I recognized the school's number and answered immediately. It was Mrs. Abernathy, the headmistress. She was extremely upset. Why? A man had come to the school, barged his way into her office. Objection, hearsay, Lem Jackson countered. The judge ruled in his favor and Amelia was asked to continue. The man demanded to know if Jeremy had been to the school that day. He hadn't. But Mrs. Abernathy had difficulty convincing him of that. Finally, he left, but only after she threatened to call the police. Jackson reminded the jury that Mrs. Abernathy earlier had testified to the same, and that she had identified Willard Strong as the irate man. He then asked Amelia if it had been her ex-husband's habit to visit Hunter and Grant at the school. No, to my knowledge, he'd never gone there, not even on visitation days. Our divorce had become final. Given the incident at the birthday party, his visits with the boys were supervised. He resented that bitterly and hoped to have the restriction revoked. But in the meantime, he was adhering to it. Did this call from the school's headmistress alarm you, Ms. Nolan? To put it mildly, When she described the man to me, I recognized him as Willard Strong. My knee-jerk reaction was to go immediately to the school, but Mrs. Abernathy assured me that Hunter and Grant were in her office, that they were safe, and that they knew nothing about the incident. Nevertheless, I wanted to see them myself and make certain that they were all right. Mrs. Abernathy offered to personally deliver them to me at home. I left the museum immediately to meet her there. Did you talk to anyone? I tried to reach Jeremy. I wanted to know what was going on, but my repeated calls to his cell phone went straight to voicemail. I also tried his workplace. I was told he had called in sick that morning. No one at the construction firm had seen or heard from him since the day before. You went home? That's right. In terms of mileage, the museum wasn't that far from her townhouse, but it seemed to take forever to cover the distance. The streets were familiar, so she could drive them without having to concentrate. But that only allowed her mind to spin wildly with chilling thoughts. Jeremy's relationship with Willard and Darlene Strong was obviously volatile, and the possibility of it endangering her sons to any extent and on any level was untenable. Would she have to get a restraining order after all? Should she appeal to the family court judge to deny Jeremy all visitation rights until he got himself sorted out? Perhaps a drastic move like that would wake him up to how self-destructive his behavior had become. Maybe withholding his sons would compel him to seek treatment, to get counseling before he completely ruined his life. Such were her thoughts as she pulled onto Jones Street, which looked absurdly placid. Enormous live oak trees cast welcome shade onto the sidewalks buckled by their roots. After moving out of the house where she and the boys had experienced so many unhappy times, she'd leased the townhouse. The walled courtyard provided a safe place for the boys to play. The neighbors watched out for one another. Until she decided where she wanted to settle, it was a comfortable and convenient stopgap. To her disappointment, Mrs. Abernathy hadn't yet arrived. She turned into the narrow oyster-shell driveway and followed it along the side of the building to her parking space in back. She alighted quickly, climbed the steps, and unlocked the back door, which opened directly into the kitchen. Her alarm started beeping. It sounded unusually loud, and it took her a frustrating 3 tries before she punched in the correct sequence of numbers to turn it off. When it stopped, her ears continued to ring, the only sound she heard above the portentous silence that pressed itself against her eardrums. All her sensory receptors seemed heightened to 1,000 times greater than their normal capacity. Because there was no motion or sound, the absence of stimuli was deeply disturbing. It bespoke the void her life would be without her sons in it. The rambunctiousness of 2 active preschoolers, which sometimes frazzled her, was now what she craved. She wanted to hear their laughter, inhale their little boy smells, feel the pressure of their warm bodies against her chest and the damp smear of their kisses on her cheeks. She went to the sink, turned on the faucet, and took a drinking glass from the open shelf. She filled the glass with water and drained it thirstily, thinking that surely the headmistress had had time to get there by now. She glanced at the clock on the stove, then, thinking she heard a car on the street, turned. When the glass slipped from her hand, it shattered on the floor, spraying her feet and legs with shards of glass. Willard Strong was standing not 3 feet from her. He held a double-barrel shotgun crosswise against his chest, from shoulder to hip, one hand on the stock, the other on the barrels. "You scream and I'll kill you!" Her back door was standing ajar. Calmly, he reached behind him and pushed it closed. Amelia rolled her lips inward and took a deep breath through her nose, held it for several seconds, then released it slowly. Jackson regarded her with concern. "Do you need a moment, Ms. Nolan?" She shook her head, then murmured, "No, I'm fine." She wasn't, but hopefully no one in the courtroom would call her on the fib. She wanted no more delays in the proceedings. She wanted to get through this, past this, so she could get on with the rest of her life. She barely remembered a time when she'd had complete control of her life and could make decisions without factoring Jeremy into them in one way or another. He'd been out of her life for more than a year, and still he was dominating her thoughts and dictating how her days were spent. But once she got through this, Mr. Strong used those exact words, Jackson asked. "You scream and I'll kill you." Refocusing her thoughts, she answered yes. "Did you feel that you were in imminent danger?" I did, yes. The threat seemed real. He was glaring at me, breathing hard. He was flexing and contracting his fingers around the barrels of the shotgun. He looked distraught, furious. I was afraid for my life. Jackson let that sink in as he walked over to the table where evidence which had already been introduced was exhibited. Is this the shotgun he brought with him into your house? He carried the weapon back to the witness box for her inspection. It looks like it. I remember the design carved into the stock. He asked that the record note that she had identified Exhibit A, the shotgun with which Darlene Strong had been shot in the chest. As he replaced the shotgun on the table, he asked, "Did the defendant say anything else to you?" He asked if my husband was there. I told him no and reminded him that Jeremy was no longer my husband. He said, "But she's still my wife, and she darted a glaze toward the jury box, then finished, "He's fucking her." I told him that I knew nothing about it, that it wasn't my business to know, and that whatever was happening between them, Jeremy wouldn't come to my home. What did he say to that? He laughed with contempt. He called Jeremy a coward and said he might. Now he knows I'm on to them. Let's see. She paused to wipe her moist palms on the lap of her skirt. He took me by the arm. She went on to describe how he had roughly propelled her through the house, searching the rooms on both stories for Jeremy, all the while deaf to her denials that Jeremy would seek refuge in her house. By the time we got back downstairs, he was even angrier and more frustrated than before. He was sweating profusely, swearing with every breath. She paused, expecting an objection from Strong's lawyer, who was sitting perfectly still, staring at her as though contemplating his counterattack. Strong's stare was malevolent. Quickly, she shifted her gaze back to Jackson. He asked, "Was he still restraining you?" "Yes. I thought this was the point where he would kill me." But then she swallowed, remembering the fear that had gripped her. Then we heard the car pull up out front, car doors slamming, my boys laughing and shouting excitedly, calling my name as they ran toward the townhouse. I heard Mrs. Abernathy cautioning them to be careful on the steps. What did Mr. Strong do when he heard them? He started moving toward the front door. Was it locked? Yes, but I was afraid that he would open it and there my sons would be, or I thought that he might fire the shotgun through the door. What did you do? I dug in my heels and tried to bar his way. You placed yourself between him and the front door. She nodded. I didn't think about it or plan it. I just reacted. You reacted to what you perceived to be mortal danger for your children. Again, she swallowed dryly. Yes, I begged for their lives. By now, I was on the verge of hysteria, frantic. I asked him what he was going to do. He shoved me away from him with enough force to knock me to the floor. I was terrified that he would blast the front door. She looked over at the glowering defendant and said quietly, "But he didn't." She hoped that in spite of Willard Strong's ferocity and the enmity with which he was glaring at her, he knew how grateful she was to him for sparing the lives of her children. "What did he do, Ms. Nolan?" She brought her gaze back to Jackson. "He stepped past me, went through the kitchen, and out the back door the same way he'd come in. When you frantically asked him, 'What are you going to do?' did he offer a reply?" She dampened her dry lips and looked toward the 12 people who would decide Willard Strong's guilt or innocence. He said, "I'm going to find them, and when I do, I'm going to kill them." Lemuel Jackson was seasoned enough to know to quit when he was ahead. He told the judge that he had no further questions for Ms. Nolan. The judge consulted both attorneys. Cross-examination was likely to take a while. Considering how late in the day it was and the approach of the holiday weekend, they agreed that court should be adjourned until after Labor Day. The judge told Ms. Nolan that she could step down. A bailiff escorted her out through a side door. The judge said, "Defense counsel will be ready to cross-examine Ms. Nolan when we reconvene at 9 o'clock next Tuesday morning. Enjoy your holiday." She banged the gavel. Dawson was the first one out of the courtroom. A few minutes earlier, his phone had vibrated, signaling a text message. He claimed a relatively private place in the corridor and accessed the text. It was from Glenda, the researcher, asking him to call her. He wasted no time punching in her number, wanting to take advantage of her help while she was in a generous mood. As soon as she answered, he said, "Have you finally decided to marry me? Please say you're calling to accept my many proposals." Crossly, she said, "Kiss my skinny ass, Dawson. You name the time and place." She snorted, but he could sense that one of her rare smiles was behind it. "You ready? Lay it on me." Amelia Wesson, née Nolan, is the daughter of the late U.S. Congressman Beekman Davis Nolan. He went by Davis, who represented his district for 32 years. Huh. If you'd have been paying attention, you would have heard of him. He served on too many committees and advisory boards to list, presided over one congressional hearing in 1994 and another in 98. A public safety bill that was voted into law bears his name because he wrote it and introduced it. He was well liked and admired on both sides of the aisle. Which side was he on? He hailed from a state that usually goes red, but he didn't always toe the party line. He was a flag waver for sure, but he was often outspoken against diehard conservatives, especially when it came to personal liberty issues, abortion, gay marriage, like that, made enemies. He had his critics. But his more liberal outlook also won him admirers on the other side. Basically, he was that rare bird that's almost extinct in politics, a man of integrity. Even the people who disagreed with him admired him, couldn't be influenced by lobbyists, never backed down from what he believed in. His hero was Jefferson, and he quoted him a lot. By the way, do you want Harriet the Harridan in on any of this? Not yet. I didn't think so. She's cussing you over something. Must have been that crack about her extra 10 pounds. Glenda cackled. Watch yourself? I've heard rumors that she's into voodoo. Know what she did today? The portrait of her predecessor that hung in the lobby, she had it taken down, said he was gone, and that a new regime had taken over, like we needed reminding, the bitch. Dawson shared her sentiment, but the less said about Harriet, the better for his frame of mind. He redirected the conversation back to Nolan. What about the congressman's personal life? Squeaky clean, widowed in the mid-90s. They'd been married since the flood, and he never remarried. No scandals, not one naked girl caught sneaking out of his office, no little boys in his shower, social drinker, non-smoker. On paper, he was a saint. Find anything on the daughter? Amelia, middle name Ware. These southern names just kill me, she mumbled as an aside, born May 1981, which makes her 32. I can subtract, she snapped. Attended Vanderbilt. Active in various campus organizations, took it upon herself to launch a food and clothing drive to help hurricane victims in Alabama, and went herself to see that the goods got where they were supposed to go. Made national news. Yada, yada. Graduated summa cum laude with a degree in history, earned a master's while working at a museum in Boston. Then she spent 2 years working at another in Baltimore. But when her father retired from public office, do you know why he retired? No specific reason given. He made an announcement that he wasn't going to seek re-election. Nothing noteworthy or suspicious, just tired of it, I guess. He was nearing 70. Okay, anyhow, where was I? When her father retired, right? She moved back to Savannah and became his assistant. She served as his hostess, social secretary Girl Friday. Together they sponsored fundraisers for numerous charities. Was she married to Jeremy Wesson during this same time? Let's see. Yeah, there was an overlap of a few years. The congressman died in early 2010. Mrs. Wesson now works. She goes by Nolan, as a curator at the Collier War Museum specializes in. Look, if you're so freaking smart, why'd you have me look up all this crap, which if we're splitting hairs, you could have looked up yourself. But I'm clumsy at it, and you're adroit. Adroit, my ass. You just don't want to take the time. I just don't want to take the time, he admitted. Your time's more valuable than mine. No, you're priceless, and I couldn't do without you. You know that? Yeah, she muttered. I've got photos of Ms. Nolan. She's at least an 8, closer to a 9.5. I swear to God, Dawson, you had better not have me doing all this work, just 'cause you've got the hots for the lady. I'm not running a dating service here. I swear it's vital background information for a story. One you don't want Harriet to know about. Not yet. He glanced around and realized that the corridor had virtually cleared. He needed to hurry, but he had a few more questions for Glenda and was afraid that if he didn't ask them while she was being moderately agreeable, he'd be left wanting. Do you have a current address for her? Last one that surfaced was Jones Street in Savannah. Considering what had happened, he doubted she was still living there. Where did the congressman live? Glenda told him one website had photos, oak trees with Spanish moss, white columns, deep veranda, your basic terra. Is anyone living there now? Don't know. See if you can find out and work on getting a current address for her. We're looking at a holiday weekend, you know. But you love me. You know you do. In your dreams, grinning. He started toward the elevator bank. Anything else you can dig up will be greatly appreciated. Text, call, or email me any hour. I've got a life too, you know. Never mind that, it sucks. One more thing. How did Congressman Nolan die? Well, finally, I've been itching for you to ask. Why's that? Because I saved the best for last. Diary of Flora Stimmel, January 23, 1978. Today was awful, the reason being that Carl got furious at me. I should have known better than to cross him. He's been out of sorts lately, and I know it's because of the guns that we were supposed to get but didn't. Some Cuban drug dealers waved their money around. I guess they have a lot of it because everybody in Miami seems to be stoned on something. And the guy that was supposed to sell us the guns sold them to the Cubans instead. That pissed Carl off, and for the 3 days since then, he's been in a terrible mood. He wanted to go after the Cubans, kill them, and take the guns, but Cordy, I still don't know his real name, talked him out of it. He said it was crazy to F with the Cubans, who would just as soon cut your throat as look at you. Carl said if you shot them first, they wouldn't have a chance at cutting your throat. He was on a rampage, but Cordy got some good smoke, probably bought off those same Cubans, and that calmed Carl down some. At least me and Cordy were able to talk sense to him about getting revenge. I didn't want to get into a war with those Cubans or anybody. I'm always afraid for Jeremy's safety. Anytime I say that to Carl, he laughs and says nobody would dare lay a hand on his kid, but I don't think the Cubans would be afraid of Carl, and maybe Carl knows that deep down because he didn't shoot anybody. Which could also be why he's cross. He's bored is all. Since that bank job in Louisiana when Jim got shot, we've been laying low on the news. They said the robber had died at the scene, killed by police. But Carl doesn't trust the news people to be telling the truth. He calls them puppets who only repeat what the cops and politicians want got across to the stupid public. Carl says that if Jim lived even for a little while after he was shot, he could have told them something about us. So we holed up in a trailer park in MS with a guy that Jim didn't know. That way, even if he had ratted us out, we were still safe from capture. I was glad not to be on the move because Jeremy and I both got sick with runny noses. His cough was worse than mine. What my grandma used to call croupy. Taking him to a doctor was out of the question. I didn't even ask Carl if we could, knowing what he'd say. The man who put us up in his mobile home, Randy, thinks the world of Carl. Carl is his hero. He was nice to us, even though Jeremy's coughing must have kept him up all night like it did Carl and me. It might have been that instead of kindness that caused Randy to buy a bottle of cough syrup for Jeremy without me even asking. After a few days, Jeremy got better. He stopped being so puny and whiny and started eating, which was good because Carl had decided that it was time to move on. We drove into FL and kept going until we got here. Carl's sixth sense told him the heat was off and it was safe for us to stay put for a while. Miami is okay, I guess, but I don't like this house. The mice seem to be making fun of me for even bothering to set traps. I hear them snapping shut all night long. I hate that sound. Come morning, I'll have to empty the traps of those limp little bodies. Much as I hate their scurrying around in the dark, I hate to see them dead, but no matter how many I catch, there's 10 more to take their place. The roaches are about as big as the mice. I don't like Cordy's girlfriend either. She's sneaky and sly. She reminds me of a cat we had when I was little. He'd had one of his eyes scratched out, which scared me already. But he'd come up on me before I knew it, and that gave me the willies. I was glad the day he crawled under the house and died. Anyhow, this gal of Cordy's prances around and shows off, especially in front of Carl. The worst thing happened yesterday when Jeremy tipped over a bottle of red nail polish while she was painting her toenails. Barely a drop spilled on the floor and I got it right up. But she pinched Jeremy's arm, twisting the skin so it hurt him really bad. I lit into her, and before it was over, the men had to break us apart. I think I would have killed her if Carl hadn't stopped me. The pinch left a dark bruise on Jeremy's arm, and that riled Carl too. His mood went from bad to worse, so that today, when he saw me with the camera, he blew his stack. It was an old Polaroid I found in a cabinet when I was setting a mousetrap. Cordy said I could use it to take some pictures of Jeremy. Carl's never allowed any pictures of us, but I wanted at least one baby picture of Jeremy. I think it was the smell that gave me away. The chemicals inside the camera make the pictures stink when you peel them off and coat them with that stuff. Carl came storming in and caught me red-handed. He grabbed the camera and banged it against the edge of the kitchen table over and over again till it broke apart. Jeremy got scared on account of all the racket and started crying. Carl ripped up the picture I'd taken and told me never, ever to take any pictures. After the blow-up, Cordy said, "Maybe we'd worn out our welcome. It's decided that we'll pull out tomorrow. I won't be sorry to leave this mousy house and that sneaky slut, but at least here in South FL the weather is warm. We spent all last winter in MN and I nearly froze, but I won't complain no matter where we go, so long as Carl keeps us together. I haven't let myself wonder about what will happen when Jeremy is old enough to understand that we're outlaws and don't live like other people. I daydream about us having a normal life and being like other families. But it will never happen, so I had just as well stop daydreaming about it. Carl's been saying things that scare me, things like our lifestyle being hard on kids, like Jeremy will be needing to go to school in a few more years. When Carl starts talking about the future, and I know how he is once he gets an idea into his head, I get petrified that he'll leave Jeremy behind somewhere. I think back to Golden Branch, that horrible day, the worst day of my life so far. The labor was bad. I thought for sure I'd die of that. Then all that shooting, Lord, I was scared. When Carl bent over me and told me that the others were dead and that he had to go right that second, I couldn't believe he meant it. I was bleeding, hurting something awful. But he was serious, as serious can be. He said if he stayed, he'd be killed or caught. Did I want that? The whole rest of my life was decided in that moment. Because, truth be told, I didn't want to be killed or captured either, which I guess makes me the worst kind of coward, the worst kind of person. It was cold and rainy. I remember running through those wet woods to where Carl had hid the car. I was holding Jeremy against me so tight, afraid I'd trip and fall with him, or that he'd cry and give us away. I was still sort of scared that Carl would go off and leave us if we didn't keep up. I should count my lucky stars that he took us at all. Even after we got away, I couldn't stop crying over it. To this day, every time I think back on that morning, I cry buckets. Chapter 4. Please, Mom, you can get back in after you've had some lunch. 5 more minutes. After lunch. 1 more minute. Placing her hands on her hips, Amelia gave 6-year-old Hunter the look. She got a very downcast okay as he waded out of the surf. We were just starting to play. She draped a beach towel over his shoulders and used a corner of it to dry the salt water off his face. Funny that I always seem to make you stop just when you're starting to play. Race you to the umbrella? She took off in the direction of their camp up the beach, where Grant was already rummaging in the picnic hamper. She slowed in order to let Hunter overtake her and smiled as she watched his strong young legs churning. The sand was warm against the soles of her feet. There was just enough breeze to counteract the sun's heat. She deeply inhaled the salt air and smiled over the simple pleasure of being here on the sea island, her favorite place on earth. The courtroom and the taxing testimony of yesterday seemed far removed. God bless the judge for granting her 5 whole days before having to return to court and face cross-examination. She determined not to think about the trial or the disturbing memories it evoked and, instead, to enjoy these last official days of summer with her sons, who at the moment were squabbling over a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I want this one. Grant, who just turned 4, clutched the plastic-wrapped sandwich to his chest in an effort to keep his brother from snatching it. Removing her wide-brimmed straw hat, she ducked beneath the beach umbrella and dropped down onto the quilt. Hunter, leave Grant's sandwich alone and choose another. They're all alike, exactly alike. Stephanie DeMarco joined them, setting a small cooler between the boys to help diffuse their spat. Who wants a Capri Sun? Amelia had hired the 20-year-old to be the boys' nanny for the summer, and it had proved to be an ideal arrangement for everyone. Steph, as she preferred to be called, was a college student majoring in elementary education. Having grown up in landlocked Kansas, spending 3 months on an Atlantic beach was her idea of heaven. She'd come with impeccable references. Having Steph living with them and more or less on call 24/7 had enabled Amelia to live in her beach house on St. Nelda's Island for the entire summer, rather than having to go back and forth between the island and the mainland only for weekend stays. Steph kept the boys occupied while Amelia worked in her upstairs office for a few hours each day. If her presence at the museum was required, she had childcare while she made the round trip to Savannah by ferry. Thanking Steph for the drinks, Amelia thought again what a godsend the young woman had been. The boys adored her, but being no pushover, she was strict about baths, bedtime, and behavior. During the day, she kept them busy and entertained with educational projects and ample playtime. An easy relationship had developed between the two women, more like a friendship than that of employee and employer. As she passed Amelia a bottled iced tea, Steph shook her head with derision. Beats me why you come to the beach at all covering up as you do. You look like Lawrence of Arabia. Amelia didn't take offense, but laughed with self-deprecation as she plucked at the damp hem of her sheer caftan. I used to tan when I was younger. I know it's bad for you, but I love to be bronzed. Amelia assessed Steph's voluptuous shape, barely contained inside the 2 pieces of her bikini. Bronze looks good on you, she said, to which Steph laughed. After lunch, and as soon as Amelia had slathered the boys with more sunscreen, they grabbed their pails and shovels and headed toward the shoreline. Don't get in the water until I'm down there, she called after them. Want me to take a shift? Steph asked. Thanks, but they haven't had much time with me the past few days. I'll stay with them if you'll go to the store. Sure, I saw your list on the kitchen counter. I added plastic wrap. Have you thought of anything else? Light bulbs. The one on the back porch is out, and don't rush back. I've been gone a lot this week. You deserve some you time, and I need quality time with the boys. Thanks, boss. She saluted Amelia as she started toward the dunes that separated the house from the beach. Amelia joined Hunter and Grant, and together they waded into the surf. I thought this beach ball had a leak, she remarked as she tossed it to Hunter. The last time she'd seen the colorfully striped ball, it had been lying deflated in a corner of the porch. It got fixed. Did you thank Steph for doing that? She didn't do it. It just got fixed, he said. Then watch, Mom? He executed a belly dive which Grant imitated and came up choking. They played in the shallows until they were good and pruny, then trooped back onto shore, where Amelia oversaw the building of a sandcastle, complete with turrets and a surrounding moat that she filled with seawater. A moat was used to protect the castle from attacking enemies. And dragons, Grant said. Hunter rolled his eyes. There aren't any dragons, stupid. R2, Hunter. Don't call your brother stupid, Amelia said. Never understand? Yes, ma'am. But tell him that dragons are make-believe. Well, make-believe or not, she said, this moat is keeping them out. Later, they lay on the quilt in the shade of the umbrella while she read to them from 2 storybooks. Before she finished the second one, Grant had fallen asleep, his head in her lap. Hunter rolled over onto his tummy and pillowed his head on his folded arms. In seconds, he too was asleep. Amelia set the books aside and gazed at the 2 loves of her life. Hunter's hair was dark and grew in undisciplined swirls around his head as her father's had. Grant's hair was straighter and lighter with the russet tint of hers. Both had blue eyes, a genetic gift. She was glad she didn't have to look into their eyes and see Jeremy's. Although she had once found his dark eyes extremely attractive, it seemed another lifetime ago that he had looked at her with love and adoration. It was another lifetime ago. The last time he'd fixed his eyes on her, they'd been filled with hatred and wrath. Pushing the unwelcome thought away, she stretched out onto her back, and with a hand on each son so she could feel their sweet breathing, she fell asleep. They had spaghetti for dinner. While they were eating, Amelia mentioned the beach ball to Steph. Weirdest thing, the young woman said as she helped Grant twirl noodles onto his fork. I'd thrown it away, but it showed up yesterday, patched and inflated. How'd that happen? It didn't heal. Maybe Bernie, Steph said, shrugging, more interested in the mess Grant was making than in the beach ball mystery. When they finished, Steph began clearing the table. If you'll do the dishes, I'll bathe the boys, Amelia told her. Are you sure, compared with bath time, doing the dishes is a snap? Amelia smiled. True, but I've missed the boys this week. Even when I was with them, I was distracted. Steph turned from the sink and said hesitantly, There's a write-up about the trial on the front page of the local newspaper. It mentions your testimony. I brought a copy in case you want to read it. No, thanks. I've kept the TV off during news time, too. I know all I need or want to know about it. She shooed the boys upstairs. They put up token protests, but she soon had them stripped and in the tub. She knelt beside it to supervise the dispensing of liquid soap, which often got out of control. Just before plunging her hands into the bathwater, she automatically reached to remove her watch. It wasn't on her wrist. Although it wasn't an expensive diamond-studded model, it was the last gift her father had given her before his death, and for that reason alone she cherished it. Staring at her bare wrist, she mentally backtracked, trying to remember when she'd taken it off. While preparing dinner, before joining the boys in the ocean, had she dropped it into her beach bag? She couldn't remember doing either. Her thoughts were interrupted by an arc of bright blue soap being squirted from the dispenser and landing on the front of her shirt. Hey, enough! After their bath, she was almost as wet as they were. She oversaw their teeth brushing, got them into their pajamas, and listened to their prayers. By lights out, she was exhausted. Steph was waiting for her in the kitchen with a glass of cold white wine. Amelia took it gratefully. I've misplaced my wristwatch. Have you seen it? No, but I'll keep an eye out for it. I'm sure it will turn up. Amelia sipped her wine, sighing with pleasure. You must be angling for a raise. Steph laughed. The pay is adequate, but I would like to go out for a few hours tonight if that's okay. Sure, I'll even loan you my car. Thanks, I appreciate that. It's a little nerve-wracking, riding my bike in the dark. Where are you going? Well, as you know, choices are limited. The island's only village amounted to several establishments clustered near the ferry dock, a general store, a boat rental place that also had 2 gas pumps and a live bait tank, a real estate office that was open only on weekends when the Sea Island drew visitors from the mainland, and a cafe and bar called Mickey's. After the cafe's dinner hours, the bar stayed open and was the only nod toward a nightlife on the island. Mickey's? Amelia asked. Steph nodded. Meeting someone? Steph grinned and said with cheek, Maybe. Same guy? Maybe. Amelia laughed. Does he have a name? Dirk. What does he do? He works on boats. I don't know the specifics. Is he a permanent resident? Maybe I know his family. Steph shook her head. This is his first summer here. When do I get to meet him? We'll see how things go. Changing the subject, she asked, Will you be all right here alone? Of course. I've been staying here alone since I was 18 and finally talked my daddy into allowing it. Yeah, but you've had a rough week. I'm fine. I may treat myself to a long bath. This will definitely help relax me. She raised the glass of wine. Thank you. I figured you could use it. Steph picked up her small purse and lifted Amelia's key ring off the hook as she passed through the back door. Amelia followed to lock it behind her. Noticing the bright porch light overhead, she said, Thanks for changing the bulb. Steph paused on her way to the car. She looked at Amelia, then at the porch light, then back to Amelia. I didn't. The bulb just must have been loose. I guess it came back on by itself. After she drove away, Amelia remained standing on the threshold, one hand on the door jamb, the other on her chest, where her heart had begun beating hard and fast. The light bulb hadn't been loose. It hadn't come back on by itself, because when Amelia noticed that it had burned out, she had removed it from the fixture. As if the light bulb and beach ball puzzles weren't enough to fray her nerves, she was upset over her missing wristwatch. In the utility room, she upended her beach bag and went through the contents item by item. She checked the windowsill above the kitchen sink where she sometimes placed it before doing the dishes. She even put her hand down the garbage disposal. Upstairs, she thoroughly searched her bathroom, bedroom, and dirty clothes hamper. The hamper yielded a piece of Lego, but nothing else that didn't belong there. Sitting on the side of her bed, she reconstructed her morning. She distinctly remembered pulling on her swimsuit, slipping the caftan over her head, then fastening her watch onto her wrist as she slid her feet into a pair of flip-flops. It had to have come off somewhere on the beach. She checked on the boys who were sleeping soundly in their twin beds, then went back downstairs, got a flashlight, and switched it on as she descended the front steps. The boardwalk that connected the house to the beach was only 2 feet wide. The planks were old and weathered. Fearing splinters, she didn't allow the boys to walk on it with bare feet, although the soles of her own feet had been toughened on these same planks every summer for as far back as she could remember. Back to when her mother was in the kitchen humming under her breath as she peeled fresh peaches for the cobbler she would bake. Back to when her father had warned her from his rocking chair on the veranda to be on the lookout for jellyfish. The sawgrass on the dunes rustled in the breeze. The moon was still rising, but even if it had been high in the sky, it wouldn't have shed much light. It was a narrow crescent, what her father used to call a fingernail moon. The tide of nostalgia and homesickness that assailed her was far stronger than the gentle surf. The lacy foam left on the sand when the soft waves receded sparkled in the beam of her flashlight. She walked along the packed sand, searching for a glint of gold, that precious, tangible connection to her father. Using the house as a reference point, she made a U-turn and started back the other way, going a little farther up the beach where the sand was drier. She repeated that slow, zigzagging route, moving a little farther away from the shore on each lap. Eventually, she acknowledged the futility of the search. If the watch had been lost on the beach, it had probably been washed out to sea with the ebbing tide. Nevertheless, she searched more carefully around the area where they'd set up camp that day, even dropping to her knees at the spot where she'd staked the umbrella. She sifted handfuls of sand through her fingers. Finally, she sat back on her heels and despondently rubbed her hand over her bare wrist. Of all the things to lose, why that? Her mother had always said that tears should never be wasted on inanimate objects. Still, the watch had held enormous sentimental value for her, and while she could buy another, that particular one was irreplaceable. Sighing with regret, she looked out across the water, then up at the moon. She missed her mother, but that was a familiar ache because she'd been gone for a long time. The loss of her father, however, remained an open wound. In that moment, she felt very lonely, but not alone. Gripped by a sudden and inexplicable fear, she turned quickly to look behind her. Seasonal residents and tourists usually cleared out by Labor Day, so all the other houses along the stretch of beach, her neighbor Bernie's included, were dark. No campfires flickered. There was one boat anchored offshore, but at a distance, and only its safety lights were on. The breeze didn't carry any sounds of merrymaking, yet she sensed she wasn't alone. And it was that, not the balmy wind, that raised goosebumps on her arms. Grateful for the flashlight, she got to her feet and started up the boardwalk, moving swiftly so that by the time she reached the steps to the porch, she was practically running and out of breath. She shut the front door soundly behind her and shot the deadbolt. Then she went through each room of the lower story, checking it, but for what she couldn't say. Feeling a bit foolish for the unwarranted panic, she ordered herself to get a grip. Even so, she poured a second glass of wine and took it with her when she went upstairs. The boys were just as she'd left them. In her bedroom, she finished her wine while preparing for bed, but she didn't fall asleep. It wasn't until much later, after she heard Stephanie come in and quietly shut the door to her bedroom, that she relaxed enough to close her eyes. Knock, knock. Without waiting for an answer, the back door was pushed open and a shock of white hair appeared in the crack. Anybody home? Bernie? Bernie? Both boys scrambled from their chairs at the breakfast table and rushed to greet their next-door neighbor. They were instantly intrigued by the large sack he'd carried in. With unabashed greed, Hunter asked, "Did you bring us something?" "Mind your manners, young man," Amelia scolded. Bernie laughed. "It's okay. I did, in fact, bring them something. But they have to finish breakfast before they can have it." Amelia gave him a look of thanks as the boys returned to the table and attacked their cereal bowls. "Coffee? Thank you, but stay where you are. I'll get it." He had one bad hip and the other had already been replaced. As he went to the cabinet for a mug, Amelia noticed that his tottering gait was more pronounced than usual. After pouring his coffee, he joined her and the children at the table. "My feelings were hurt," she told him. "He blew on his coffee." "Why's that?" "I thought you might have left for home while I was in Savannah. He lived in Upper Michigan." "Without saying goodbye?" "Never. Your house was dark last night. I was packing up and cleaning all day yesterday. Tuckered me out. I went to bed early. The rental company has people who thoroughly clean the house after you're gone. You didn't have to do it yourself." "I know, but I'm fussy. Hate the thought of people seeing my dirt." "You should have asked Steph and me for help. It looked to me like you were having a grand time on the beach. I wouldn't have interrupted your play." "Grant, blot your mouth. Please." She rolled her eyes when he used the sleeve of his t-shirt rather than his napkin. Bernie chuckled. She asked him when he planned to leave in a day or so. "Have to get back and settle in for the long winter." "You could stay longer. Better yet, you could move here permanently." "Home's up there," he said with a touch of sadness. "You know how it is." He and his wife of decades, of whom he often spoke, had lived in the same house from the day they'd married. She had died years ago, but he continued to mourn her and refused to move away from the town where she was buried and where one day he would be interred beside her. "Well, I'm glad you didn't go before we could say a proper goodbye." She reached across the table and patted his hand. "Hey, Bernie!" Steph chirped as she passed through the kitchen carrying a bundle of laundry bound for the utility room. "You look smoking this morning. I like that shirt." It was flamingo pink and matched a stripe in his equally loud Bermuda shorts. "Thanks. It's new." Amelia hid her smile in her coffee cup. Steph's flirting never failed to fluster the senior. After dumping her bundle in the laundry room, she re-entered the kitchen and pointed to the large sack he'd left on the countertop. "What's that?" "A going-away present for the boys." "Can we have it now?" Hunter pushed his empty cereal bowl across the table for Amelia's inspection. "We ate our breakfast." "Yeah, Mom, please," Grant chimed in. "I suppose so." Bernie seemed as eager as they to open the sack and reveal the surprise. With touching pride, he reached into the sack and produced a box. On it was a picture of a kite in the shape of a pirate ship. It was an elaborate thing with multiple sails. "Oh my gosh," Amelia exclaimed. "Will it actually fly?" "Can we do it now, Bernie?" He looked at Amelia. "Can they?" She laughed. "Of course, but get your sandals on." She called after the boys as they charged through the back door. "I'll see that they do," Steph said, following them out. Bernie paused and looked back at Amelia. "Maybe I should have checked with you first, but I saw it in a store on Tybee and immediately thought of them. I hope you don't mind. It was sweet of you. Thank you. Oh, and thanks for repairing their beach ball." He looked at her quizzically. "You didn't patch it for them?" "Nope. Must have been Steph." Amelia smiled woodenly. "Don't let me keep you from the fun." Grinning like a young boy himself, he hobbled out. She tried without success to convince herself that there was a logical explanation for the ball, just as there was for the porch light. Forcibly shaking off her uneasiness, she cleared the table and put the dishes in the dishwasher. Then, taking a last cup of coffee with her, she went out onto the front porch and sat down in one of the rocking chairs. The kite flying was well underway. Steph was doing the running for Bernie, who was gesturing wildly and shouting instructions. The boys were running alongside Steph and were so excited watching the kite, their feet got tangled up with hers, and all three of them stumbled and fell into the sand. The pirate ship crashed bow, first into the surf, but they all came up laughing. Bernie reeled the kite in, and soon it was aloft again. Amelia's throat became tight with mixed emotions. Joy in watching her boys play with such unbridled happiness, and sorrow that they were doing so with a hired nanny and an elderly neighbor rather than with their dad. One day, probably sooner than she hoped, they would question her about him. They knew he had died, but of course they were too young to know the circumstances. Eventually, they would want to know. She kept a picture of Jeremy on the nightstand between their beds, but she doubted they actually saw it. It was part of the furnishings in their room, nothing more. They mentioned him less and less frequently, especially Grant, who was barely old enough to remember him at all. Most of their memories would be of angry shouting, slamming doors, boozy breath. In the picture in their room, he was wearing his Marine dress uniform and a stern but noble expression. The first time she saw the photo, she had teased Jeremy about it. "You look grimly determined." "I am," he'd said with exaggerated gravity, "grimly determined to bed you and make you my woman. Well, if that's the case, I'll surrender without a fight." They'd laughed and kissed and made love. Life had been good. The future had seemed bright. She would emphasize to her sons that aspect of their father's personality, his ability to tease and laugh. She would tell them stories about the months leading up to their wedding. When he'd courted her sweetly and with an earnest desire to please, he'd been intimidated by the plantation house in which she'd grown up, awed by the number of statesmen and dignitaries with whom she and her father were friends. His efforts to fit into their circle had won her heart. Friends and colleagues were impressed by his distinguished service record in Iraq. When it was called for, he exercised a courtly politeness that charmed even the most discriminating of their acquaintances. By the time they walked down the aisle, he'd been wholeheartedly accepted into their society. When she talked to her sons about him, she would emphasize those good times. Of course, she inevitably would have to tell them about the bad ones as well. She would wait until they were old enough to understand, but not so long that they heard about his downfall from a crueler source. The thought of that brought tears to her eyes as she blinked them away. Something in her peripheral vision glinted. She turned her head to see what it was and for several moments stared with incomprehension. Then, gripping the armrests of the rocking chair, she slowly levered herself out of it and walked the length of the porch to the corner of the railing. There lay her watch, the clasp open. The band stretched out along the wooden rail, as though it had been carefully placed. She knew positively that she hadn't been the one who'd put it there. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Steph bounded up onto the porch. "The boys are asking for a drink. They're having a blast. Although I worry about Bernie's hip giving out. Are you coming down?" Then she paused and asked, "Something wrong?" Amelia picked up the watch and turned to her. "I found my watch." "Great. Where was it?" That wasn't the response Amelia had hoped for. If Steph needed to ask where she'd found it, then she hadn't put it on the porch railing either. Dawson glanced down at the LED of his jangling cell phone. "Headley," he answered dispiritedly. "Hey, what's up? Why ask me? You're the one taking Viagra." Headley snorted. "I don't need it. If you say so, where are you?" "In my room." "What are you doing?" "Just hanging out, working on the story." "I don't have a story yet. You heard Amelia Nolan's testimony, and I'll hear her cross-examination on Tuesday. Between now and then, there's nothing much for me to do, is there?" "Rough draft?" "I talked myself out of that. I don't want to write something only to have to scrap it and begin again if the defense attorney destroys her testimony, which is unlikely. Still. So you're just hanging out, watching the grass grow. Any leads on her current address?" "The last one Glenda could dig up was the townhouse on Jones Street, as I predicted. She no longer lives there. Maybe she moved into her dad's mansion." "No. Glenda learned that she's donated it to the state. It's closed up but will possibly open next spring as a museum. That's under consideration with the Historical Society. Something like that." "Well, she's got to live somewhere," Headley said with impatience. Wherever that somewhere is, it's under wraps. A bailiff hustled her from the courtroom. I assume the same bailiff will escort her in on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Over the long weekend, the lady is keeping a low profile. And who could blame her? Damn. I'd hoped you could have talked to her by now, as if she would talk to me. How do you know she wouldn't? Because she's not talking to any media. The news outlets down there are full of stories about the trial. I've been following online. Then you should have noticed that there aren't any quotes from her except what she was quoted as saying on the witness stand. The state prosecutor, Lemuel Jackson, I understand that he's highly regarded. He held a brief press conference outside the courthouse immediately after court was adjourned on Wednesday. I listened from a distance. He didn't say anything about Ms. Nolan except that her testimony had been compelling. Nothing's happened since then. Dullsville. So there you have it, an up-to-the-minute report. How about your end? Anything from Nuts about the Wessons of Ohio? Not yet, this damn holiday. Let me know when he gets back to you. Right now, I gotta go. If you're only watching the grass grow, what's your hurry? I gotta pee. Dawson hung up, dropped the cell phone onto the cluttered table, and walked into the bathroom. At least he hadn't lied to Headley about having to go. When he was done, he lingered for a moment at the sink, staring at the disheveled guy in the mirror who had haunted-looking eyes surrounded by shadows. Arms braced stiffly on the rim of the sink, he silently asked himself what the hell he was doing here, why he was putting himself through this, why he should give a fuck about Jeremy Wesson. Arriving at no satisfactory conclusion, he turned on the cold water tap and splashed his face several times, then dried it and was doing up his zipper as he walked back into the other room, where he uttered a startled sound and drew up short. Amelia Nolan was standing not 10 feet from him, a can of pepper spray aimed directly at his face. Tell me now who you are, because after getting a face full of this, it'll be a while before you can talk. Chapter 5. He raised his hands, palms out. I swear I'm no threat. Like hell you're not. With her free hand, she gestured to the table behind her where the incriminating evidence was on display. Shit. Scattered across the table were dozens of photos of her and her sons playing on the beach. He'd taken the shots with his cell phone, enlarged them on his laptop, and printed them out. Standing on the windowsill were the binoculars through which he'd been watching them. The pictures he'd taken of her alone made him particularly culpable. In some, she looked reflective and a bit sad. In others, she was laughing over her son's antics, her loose hair like a fiery halo in the sunlight as the three of them capered on the beach. He'd also captured a private moment of her standing at the waterline in her swimsuit, one hand anchoring her floppy-brimmed straw hat to her head. With the sun behind her, the swimsuit was absorbed into the dark silhouette, and her shape in profile was clearly delineated. She was more modestly clothed now in the familiar caftan, a two-piece swimsuit beneath it. Sand clung to her bare feet, so she must have come directly from the beach. Her hat had obviously been left behind when she decided to storm the house next door to hers, the one that he'd rented 2 days ago. He felt like a voyeur and couldn't fault her for being angry. But that anger was mixed with fear. The hand clutching the canister of pepper spray wasn't all that steady. Who are you? My name is Dawson Scott, middle name Andrew. See for yourself. My wallet is right there. He motioned toward the table. Keeping her eyes on him, she picked up the wallet and flipped it open. Inside it were his Virginia driver's license and the damning Press Corp ID card. Her hand dropped to her side as though the wallet was as heavy as an anvil. You're a lousy reporter. He gave a weak grin. Actually, I'm pretty good. She tossed the wallet back onto the table, then wiped her hand on the gauzy material of her caftan as if she'd touched something foul. The pepper spray was still aimed at him. He tilted his head toward it. Are you going to squirt me? I haven't decided yet. He probably thought she was being facetious. She wasn't. His being a journalist was only slightly better than his being a pervert who took snapshots of potential victims. They weren't mutually exclusive either. Whom do you work for? Or are you a freelance hacker who sells to the highest bidder? I'm going to lower my hands, okay? He did so. I think it's apparent that I'm unarmed. Unarmed and disconcerting, dressed only in a pair of cargo shorts, the fly of which was still partially unzipped. They were riding dangerously low on his hips. He was the one half-dressed, which made her wonder why she felt exposed. She took a tighter grip on the canister and thumbed the sprayer. Answer my question. I forgot it. Whom do you work for? I'm a staff writer for Newsfront. She was relieved and grudgingly impressed. She'd imagined him affiliated with a publication much more lowbrow, a tabloid possibly, not a serious-minded hard news magazine. From his long blonde hair to his bare feet, she gave him a once-over and arrived at an uncomplimentary opinion. You don't look that respectable. Well, you don't look like a museum curator, he grinned. Not that I'm complaining. She was about to snap. Don't be cute, but she didn't want to play into the mild flirtation even to that extent. She was still as mad as hell and also as creeped out as she'd been when she found her wristwatch and realized that someone had to have been spying on her. After discovering her watch, she'd gone down to the beach and helped fly the kite until Bernie cried uncle and returned to his house to rest, promising to join them for supper that night. Then she and the boys played in the water while Steph finished her chores indoors. At lunchtime, Steph brought the picnic hamper down to the beach as she had the day before. After they'd eaten and were stretched out on the quilt relaxing, Amelia experienced again that sensation of being watched. Shading her eyes against the glare, she'd scanned the eastern horizon. The same boat was still anchored offshore, but was too far away to pose any threat. She looked back toward her house, then at Bernie's, and then at the row of houses that stretched down the beach in the direction of the village. Nothing had alerted her to danger. She'd then turned toward the house on the other side of hers, the last one in the row. It had been vacated by long-term renters the previous Sunday. But when she'd looked toward it, speaking as calmly as possible, she'd told Steph she had something to do inside and had left her and the boys beneath the beach umbrella. She returned to the house only long enough to retrieve the pepper spray from the drawer of her nightstand. Going out the back way, she walked to the neighboring house and let herself in through an unlocked sliding glass door. She had hoped to catch the window peeper, for lack of a better word, in the act. If he hadn't been taking a bathroom break from his spying, she no doubt would have. When he'd emerged from the bathroom, it was all she could do to keep from gasping. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but not this. Not him. He didn't look like a man who would require perversion to satisfy his sexual urges. Nor did he fit her image of a writer, which was someone with an absent-minded demeanor, delicate hands, and a pallor, someone much softer around the middle, much softer everywhere. She said the IDs could be fake. They're not. I'll Google you. Be my guest. You can use my laptop. She'd noticed it and the printer on the table, certainly tools of his trade, but she ignored his gesture for her to help yourself. How did you track me here? 2 things I never reveal. 1, a source who asks to remain anonymous. And 2, how I tracked. Okay, he said quickly when she thrust the canister toward his face. There's a researcher at the magazine. Her name is Glenda. I ply her with candy and wine at Christmas. She comes through for me. My house was bought over 20 years ago. June 1985. Under a corporate entity. Warehouse, LLC. Want to know the purchase price? Reading the dismay in her expression, he said Glenda could find a flea on a single hair on a woolly mammoth during a sandstorm. That last was tacked on with a crooked smile which only annoyed her. Did you rent this house? As opposed to what? Breaking in and squatting? Nothing would surprise me. St. Nelda's Island Rentals. I spoke to a nice lady. The house was vacant. I have a credit card. How long have you been here? Since court was adjourned for the holiday weekend. Only since Wednesday? I arrived after dark. What? Nothing. I thought you'd been here longer. Why? Doesn't matter, she said, gesturing vaguely. However long it's been, you went to a lot of trouble and expense for nothing. I don't grant interviews, ever. My trouble wasn't for nothing. He motioned toward her wrist. You got your watch back? She glanced down at it. Do I have you to thank? I was watching you through the binoculars yesterday while you were building the sandcastle. After you and the kids went indoors, I saw something glittering in the sand. I went down later to check it out and found your watch. Why didn't you just knock on my door and return it like any normal person would do? Any person who wasn't a sneaking, spying magazine writer. Because I wasn't ready for you to know that I was here. When did you intend to make your presence known? I'm not sure, he squinted at her thoughtfully. But I'm glad you know. I'm sure you are. You can turn the lights on tonight instead of stumbling around in the dark. He acknowledged the bar but didn't comment. Did you see me searching the beach last night before he could answer? She said, Of course you did. Then another thought occurred to her. The light bulb? I noticed that it was out. The back of your house was dark. I thought, thank you for your concern. You're welcome. And for my watch, she said, although it galled her to thank him for anything. It means a lot to me. Why? She wasn't about to answer a question that personal. Seeming to read her mind, he said, Okay, if that one's too tough, how about this one? How did you recognize me? Holding her gaze, he took a step toward her. You did, didn't you? She took a corresponding step back. How would I have recognized you? I don't know, but you did. If you hadn't, I'd be writhing on the floor, temporarily blinded and choking. At the very least, you would have called the police and reported me as a stalker. You are a stalker. I know for certain that I'd never seen you until Wednesday afternoon when you took the witness stand. I was seated in the corner of the courtroom, back row. You never so much as glanced in that direction. I didn't see you there, but I saw you after court was adjourned, she admitted reluctantly. To avoid the media storm, Mr. Jackson put me in an office on the third floor that overlooks the front of the courthouse. I was watching from the window while he addressed the reporters. You were standing at a distance, leaning against a signpost. You noticed me from 3 stories up? He shot her that grin again, and it was even more aggravating this time. I took you for a homeless person, unshaven, shaggy hair. That's why I recognized you when you stepped out of the bathroom. I almost wish I'd gone ahead and sprayed you. It would have served you right for tracking me here. She looked at the canister of spray, then lowered her hand. As it is, I'll leave you with a warning. Do not approach me or my children if you do. I'll call the police after all. When she turned to go, he said, As long as you're here, can I ask you a few questions? Didn't you hear what I just said? No interviews ever. Strictly background stuff. No, the girl, kin to you. He hitched his chin toward the window, through which Steph and the boys could be seen playing a game with paddles and a ball. Amelia hesitated but didn't see a problem with answering him. No relation. I hired her as a nanny for the summer, and the old man who was flying the kite. Family friend. He rents the house next door every summer, and that's all you're going to get from me. She turned to go, but again he stopped her with a question. What would be the harm in us having a nice neighborly chat, during which you hope I'll forget myself, let down my guard, and pour out my deepest, darkest secrets? He arched one sun-bleached eyebrow. You have deep, dark secrets? Goodbye. Moving quickly, he planted himself between her and the door, but he also raised his hands again. Look, I understand why you might not trust me. Oh, well, thanks for your understanding. Not that I care whether you understand me or not. With disgust, she glanced at the photos. Do you plan to publish those? Sell them to a tabloid? He looked offended. Of course not. Then why did you take them? So I could, when he couldn't come up with an explanation, she sidestepped him, or tried. He moved to block her path. Would you have talked to me if I'd walked up to you looking like a homeless person and introduced myself as a writer for Newsfront? He gave her only half a second to answer. Exactly. So rather than scare you off, you simply scared me. You were scared? Of course I was scared, she exclaimed. Of what? Of? I don't know. I sensed. What? Something. I thought. What? I was afraid that. That. What? I don't know. Stop asking me questions. That's what I do. They did another 2-step dance, and again he blocked her path to the door. Get out of my way. One more question? Just one, please. Taking her silent glare for consent, he asked. How did you discover that I was here? I saw the sun reflecting off something in the window. Must have been the lenses of the binoculars. Remember to guard against that the next time you spy on someone. When did you sense someone watching you? That's 2 questions. Have you sensed it only since I moved in, or before? She opened her mouth to speak, but paused, looking beyond him toward the beach. She recalled the eerie feeling that had swept over her last night. Speaking to herself, she murmured, the sensation was strong enough to raise goosebumps. After a moment, her eyes moved back to his. They were light brown, flecked with gold, tiger eyes, and the intensity of that amber gaze shocked her out of her momentary fog. I've got to go. They'll wonder where I am. He let her pass, but said to her back, I apologize for frightening you. You've been put through hell. I don't want to contribute to your troubles. Then don't, she said without turning around. Stay away from me and my children. Eva Headley barely allowed her husband through the back door before demanding to know where he'd been. Nowhere he brushed past her and continued down the hallway and into his den. She followed. You've been gone for hours, Gary. You didn't answer your cell phone. You're keeping track? I can't go out now without asking your permission. Don't take that tone with me. Headley knew better than anyone that Eva, who had the face and disposition of a saint most of the time, was no shrinking violet when riled. Are you seeing another woman? He gave her a look. Well, it happens, you know, men your age, my age. Now I'm a classification, what, 65 to death? Don't change the subject. She stared him down. He was the first to relent. I didn't tell you where I was going because I didn't want an argument. She sat down on the upholstered arm of the sofa and looked up at him expectantly, with a listening aspect. He muttered beneath his breath and turned toward the bar. Want a drink? No. And you're not having one until you tell me what's going on. Where did you go? He sat down heavily in his chair and rubbed his hand over his face. I went to Dawson's place. He's not there. That's why I went. He waited for her to erupt and call him on invasion of privacy, but she surprised him. I'm sure you had a good reason for going, knowing full well that he's in Savannah. Is he? Isn't he? He sighed. I don't know. He's supposed to be, but he's lying to me, Eva, to us, to everybody, I think. About what? I'm not sure. Something, everything. I talked to him earlier this afternoon, and he sounded okay, but the conversation was off. When I thought back on it, I realized that his answers didn't quite fit the questions I asked. You felt he wasn't being straight with you? I didn't feel it, I know it. Why would he lie? It might have something to do with this. From his pants pocket, he withdrew the brown plastic bottle and passed it to her. Anti-anxiety drug. She uncapped the bottle and shook out a few of the tablets. I knew something was wrong. First he avoids us for 2 weeks. Then he shows up looking like a scarecrow. These pills explain it. He's being treated for anxiety and doesn't want us to know. I agree with everything you said except the last part. He admitted to me that he's not sleeping, but he's not seeing a doctor for the anxiety. Notice, there's no label on the bottle. He's getting his medication from some other source. The implication distressed her as much as it had him. Did you find anything else in his apartment that we should worry about? No. And I felt guilty for being there and pawing through his stuff. Only because you care. Seeing the horrors he saw in Afghanistan affected him more than he wants to admit, even to himself. Should we confront him about it? Insist that he see a therapist? He'd just get defensive and deny that he needs one. You know how he is, Mr. Self-Sufficient, which of course is something you know nothing about. He looked over at her and smiled sheepishly. I've been a grump recently, haven't I? No, you've been a regular son of a bitch. But I don't know what I'd do without you. She got up and moved to the arm of his chair, leaned over, and kissed the top of his head. As for Dawson, he knows that we're always here for him and how much we care, and that anything we do or say, it's for his own good. That's the hell of it, Eva. That's what's eating at me, knowing that he's barely hanging on. Instead of helping him through it, I sent him to look for Carl Wingert and Flora Stimmel. Chapter 6. There's a hot guy sitting at the bar who keeps staring at you. Amelia turned her head in the direction Steph had indicated and met Dawson Scott's steady gaze. Quickly, she came back around, only to notice that everyone else at her table had also turned to look. Boys, she patted the tabletop, bringing their attention back to her. Finish your dinner, please. It's getting late. Steph fluffed her hair and said, I'll be right back. Before Amelia could stop her, the younger woman slid from her chair and struck off in the direction of the bar. Where's she going, Mom? Can we go? No, eat. Grant, your bottom in the chair, please. Hunter, turn around and finish your hamburger. Whatever was going on at the bar had grabbed Bernie's attention too. To draw him back to her, she gently admonished him. I saw you carrying boxes out to your car this afternoon. You really should let us help. He launched into a diatribe against his bad hip and its probable replacement. I've got an appointment with the orthopedic surgeon soon as I get home. Amelia murmured sympathetically and tried to follow everything he was saying about the tribulations of aging, but she was curious to know what was taking place behind her. She got a fair indication when Bernie stopped talking and became fixated on something behind her, something tall, about 6'4". If she had gauged correctly, everybody, this is our neighbor, Steph announced. He's staying in the house next door alone. Amelia didn't miss the emphasis Steph had placed on that last word, and it was mortifying to know that it probably hadn't escaped him either. She had no choice except to turn and acknowledge the introduction. Hello, Amelia Nolan. Her tone was polite but cool. Discouraging, she hoped. Dawson Scott, he extended his hand. She looked at it for several seconds before reluctantly taking it in a quick handshake. Steph continued the introductions. This is Bernie Clarkson, Amelia's neighbor on the other side. Hi, Bernie. His arm grazed the top of Amelia's shoulder as he reached across the table to shake hands. You were rocking that kite today. The old man's face lit up. You saw that? Hard to miss. Hard contraption to fly, too. Lucky for you, you had these two buccaneers to help. To Amelia's dismay, he rounded the table to address her sons, both of whom had disobediently gotten out of their chairs and were curiously regarding the tall stranger. He hunkered down to their eye level. Hi, I'm Dawson. What's your name? Hunter. Dawson gave him a high five. Hunter happily slapped his palm. That's my brother Grant. He's littler than me. Grant, not to be outshone, shouldered his brother aside in order to move closer to Dawson. What kind of car do you have? Car? Well, while I'm here, I'm driving a rental car. He told Grant the model, which was apparently a crushing disappointment. His only response was an unenthusiastic oh. Dawson turned his head and looked across the table at Amelia as though asking, What'd I say? He's into cars, she explained lamely. He likes fast, sexy ones. Ah, I see, he said, looking amused at Steph's flirtatious quip. Turning back to the boys, he asked if they liked to play with Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars. They nodded vigorously. Me too. I collected them when I was your age. We have to keep them picked up and in their box, Grant informed him, or else Mom takes them and puts them up high where we can't reach. Dawson nodded solemnly. My mom did that too, but it's a good idea. You'd hate for somebody to trip over one of your cars and get hurt, right? Hunter asked. Do you have a dog? No, I don't. But you like them, right? Oh yeah, dogs are great. But I'm away from home a lot with my work. A dog would get lonesome. Hunter shot Amelia an accusatory look. We don't have one either. Mom says maybe we can get one when things settle down, but I don't know when that is. Amelia came to her feet so quickly, she painfully caught her hip bone on the edge of the table, rattling glasses and silverware. Boys, it's past your bedtime. Say goodbye. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dawson. Scott. What? Dawson Scott. Oh, sorry. Well, enjoy your stay on the island. While the boys were reluctantly telling him goodbye, she slipped the strap of her purse off the back of her chair, then shepherded her sons around tables and out of the cafe. Steph and Bernie followed. Her little group had almost reached the parking lot at the rear of the building when she was hailed from behind. Dawson was jogging toward them. Amelia asked Steph to go on ahead. Get the boys buckled in. I'll see what he wants. For the first time of the summer, Steph looked a little put out by Amelia's request. But she did as asked and shooed the boys around the corner of the building. Bernie went along too, but not before giving Amelia a knowing grin and an exaggerated wink. To his credit, Dawson Scott cleaned up well. He still had the scruff, but it worked for him, as did the long hair, somehow. He changed into a more presentable pair of khaki shorts and a black linen shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. And he smelled good, but none of that made her feel any more kindly toward him. "I told you to stay away from us. Your nanny invited me over to your table to meet you. If I had refused, it would have looked like obvious avoidance, wouldn't it? To say nothing of being rude." She didn't address that logic because he was right. What do you want? An interview. Have a nice life. She started to turn away. "Wait, that was a joke. That's not why I came after you." "Well, do you always carry the pepper spray?" "No. I have 2 curious children who could come across it when they're looking for something else in my purse. So where do you keep it?" "Where it would be handy if I had an intruder." "It wasn't handy when Willard Strong surprised you in your kitchen that afternoon." "No, but even if it had been, he had a loaded shotgun and his finger was on the trigger. If you don't keep the pepper spray with you at all times, then what good is it? It got your attention today, didn't it?" He smiled with chagrin. "Ah, you got me with that one. We've exhausted the subject anyway. Goodbye. Where did Jeremy work?" The abrupt switch of subject threw her off. "He said you testified that you'd called his workplace. Where was he working?" "Your flea on a single hair lady came up empty? Easier just to ask you." Seeing no reason to withhold the information, she cited the name of the construction firm. "They specialize in commercial buildings, large facilities, schools, factories, medical complexes. Jeremy was one of their electrical engineers." "Okay, he was very good at it," she said, hating herself for sounding defensive. "How did he get to that from sniper training for the Marines?" "So you have done your research?" "Some. I'm still in the process. Jeremy held a degree in that field. After leaving the Corps, he applied for a position with the firm, met the qualifications, and Congressman Nolan called in a favor." She stiffened her spine. "Okay, that was a cheap shot. You're damn right it was. Goodbye. Just one more thing. I don't think so. This isn't even a question. They're waiting for me in the car. Mr. Scott, check under your front doormat." "What?" "I left something there for you. Under the doormat, the photographs." "Oh, the photographs? How cavalier." She gave him a drop-dead look. "You could replace them with a keystroke on your laptop or just take more. I won't. I promise. I know they made you uncomfortable. Pictures of me and my children taken by a total stranger. You bet they made me uncomfortable, especially since you failed to explain the reason for them." "I didn't explain?" "No. And I asked. Oh, I took them so I could study you as part of your research?" "No, so I could get to know you." "I don't want you to know me." It could have been a trick of the lights along the dock reflecting off the water, or his gaze really did move down to her mouth when he said in a low and stirring voice, "That's too bad." Mistrusting herself to come up with an appropriate put-down that would have any oomph behind it, she turned away from him without speaking another word. Steph was on her way downstairs as Amelia was making tired progress up. "What was that about?" "What? Why'd you brush him off like that?" "Who?" Steph propped her fist on her hip. "Seriously?" "I didn't brush him off." She wanted to add that she also didn't need to defend herself to anyone, but especially not to an employee. But that would have sounded as peevish as she felt, so she let it go. "I've lectured the boys about being cautious with strangers. I was setting an example. He's not a stranger. He's renting the house next door. Anybody could rent the house next door. Point taken. But if that guy had looked at me like that, I would have, like what? Like he wanted to lick you all over." "Stephanie?" The younger woman only laughed. "What did he want when he called you back?" "He asked about garbage collection." Steph's eyes narrowed. "Okay, don't tell me. Time to change the subject. Are the boys down?" "They were waiting for a story from you, but they went unconscious the second their heads hit the pillows. Thank you. I had to see to some things in my office. Reply to some emails. Look under the front doormat. Mind if I borrow your car again? I'll cover the gas. Seen Dirk? Mm-hmm. You're welcome to invite him to come here one night. Steph wrinkled her nose. I don't think so. He wouldn't exactly fit into the cozy family scene. He's not the type. Oh, what type is he? Hip. Tattoos and a beard. He's older than me. By how much? She laughed. I think my instinct is right. You'd take one look at him and disapprove. But that's cool. It's not like I'm that smitten. At the end of next week, I'll be going back to Kansas, and Dirk will be a blurry memory of my summer. After Steph left, Amelia continued upstairs and went into the boys' bedroom. She kissed each of them, then sat on the edge of Hunter's bunk and watched them while they slept. Usually that brought her a sense of peace and well-being. Tonight it only served to remind her how vulnerable they were, how young and innocent and totally dependent on her to protect them. Many times she'd had to shelter them from Jeremy's dark moods, his heavy drinking, his rants about her working at the museum. After returning from his second tour in Afghanistan, her job had been one of the first things he'd picked quarrels over. He'd wanted her waiting at home for him when he got off work every day and had resented any evening event or meeting that she was expected to attend. He became increasingly belligerent over having to stay at home with the boys until, finally, she began making excuses to George Metcalf as to why she had to miss work-related occasions. But their evenings spent at home together were far from idyllic. She couldn't say anything that didn't spark a touchy reaction or full-throttle fight. The boys' constant activity and noise grated on him. At first, Jeremy had been a proud and boastful father to both boys. She had photographs of him cuddling them. In those, he looked happy and content. He'd been playful and had dazzled them with tricks, such as pulling pennies from their ears. He'd indulged them with treats and small gifts, which she allowed because he had missed much of their infancy. His desire to spoil them was understandable, but after that second tour, his interaction with them became unpredictable. He'd become too short-tempered and impatient to be a hands-on dad. The overindulgent daddy became an angry man that her boys grew wary of, and their wariness irritated him, making the time he spent with them volatile. Ultimately, she became afraid to leave them alone with him, which was one of the main reasons she'd left. Protecting her children had become more important than saving the bad marriage. Disturbed by those memories, she kissed the boys one more time, then went into her bedroom. Now that she knew eyes were watching, she made certain to pull down the shades before undressing. It was a large and rambling house, and Dawson occupied very little of it. He didn't generate enough noise to fill it either, so he heard every creak of wood, every faucet drip, and every thud of unknown origin. He'd chosen to use one of the upstairs bedrooms solely because the windows on the west side of it afforded an unrestricted view of Amelia's house. From it, he watched Steph get into Amelia's car and head toward the village. Shortly after she left, he saw Amelia enter her bedroom, walk straight to the row of windows, and pull down each shade with a purposeful tug, as though she knew he was watching. She wanted him to know with certainty that she was closing off not only his view, but also his access to her life. A few minutes later, the light in the room went out. With one hand propped high on the jamb, he continued to watch her house through his open window. The breeze off the ocean was balmy and moisture-laden against the skin of his belly. It felt like a woman's breath, like the softest of open-mouthed kisses. Groaning, he turned his face into his raised arm and rubbed his forehead against his biceps, cursing himself for being every kind of fool. He should have heeded his impulse to call Headley and tell him to screw this trial, screw Jeremy Wesson and whoever his parents had been. He was coming home. But he'd taken one look at Amelia, and his ennui had turned into razor-sharp awareness. His disinterest became avid curiosity. He wanted to know all there was to know about her. No, scratch that, not all. He could do without knowing about her personal relationship with her ex. Because every time he thought about her in bed with Jeremy Wesson, about Wesson or any man moving on top of her, inside her, he wanted to hit something. The hell of it was, Headley expected him to turn Wesson's life inside out. Pivotal years of his life had been spent with Amelia. If he did this thing for Headley and did it right, There was no way he could omit the active role she had played. He gave her house one last careful study, then walked to the bed and lay down, stretching out on his back. The pills he'd taken earlier were kicking in. He'd caught a pleasant buzz from the combo of them and Kentucky's elixir, and he was feeling drowsy. Maybe tonight would be the first night that he would sleep through without having the nightmare. Please, God. Closing his eyes, he forced back the ghastly images that continually lurked on the borders of his mind. To replace them, he conjured up Amelia's face. Having finally gotten to see her eyes up close, he knew they were a deep, deep blue. Hooking her hair behind her ear was an absent-minded habit, as he'd suspected when he saw her do it in the courtroom. She also had a tendency to bite her plush lower lip. Thinking of that caused a physical response of unequaled lust. For weeks he'd been sleepless during the nights, wound up tight during the days, his nerves flayed by recurring memories and nightmares of war. So probably this intense physical reaction was based on nothing more than a critical need for solace. Like any straight guy, one of the first places he would seek it was a woman's body. It couldn't cure the malady, but it could provide temporary relief from the symptoms. But if it was only comfort he needed, wouldn't any breasts feel as soft? Couldn't forgetfulness be found between any pair of thighs? Wasn't one woman's hand as effective a magic wand as another's? One woman's mouth as mind-numbing as the next? He had thought so. He'd lived his adult life believing so. Whether a sexual relationship lasted for a few months or a few hours, he'd got from it what he'd wanted, and no more than he'd invested. His customary nonchalance didn't apply here, not to Amelia Nolan. No, this was something else. This wasn't a crotch throb that would be easily pacified. This was different, a first and only. This was hell. He hoped Jeremy Wesson was frying in one of his own. Chapter 7. Mom. Mom, you gotta come see. Amelia was in her office composing an email to George Metcalf when the boys rushed in, tracking in sand and practically stumbling over each other in their haste. Their faces were sweaty and flushed. What in the world? It had been less than 10 minutes since she'd heard them leaving the house on their way to the beach. Did a spaceship land on the shore? No, it's better. You gotta come see. Hunter took her hand and tried to pull her from the desk chair. Hold on. Where's Steph? She's down there. Come on. Okay, I'll come down, I promise. Just let me finish this. No, you gotta come now. Grant was bouncing on the balls of his feet. Come see. If it's that stupendous, I guess my email can wait. Laughing, she let each one take a hand and drag her from the room, down the stairs, and out through the front door. Her laughter subsided when she looked beyond the dunes. Steph, looking sleek and bronze and young, was chatting with hot Dawson Scott. He had on swim trunks. A ball cap worn backward was keeping his hair out of his face. Something he said caused Steph to tip her head back and laugh. Hurry, Mom. Hunter tugged harder on her hand, and together the three of them went down the steps. When they reached the boardwalk, the two boys left her and bolted ahead. She was too miffed to remember to warn them against splinters. As she crested the dunes, she saw what all the excitement was about. A dragon had been sculpted into the sand. It had fangs and scales and claws, and a body that arched in and out of the sand for 12 feet. She didn't need to guess who the sculptor had been. Sons were dancing around him like aboriginals worshiping a totem pole. He'd placed her in an untenable situation. She couldn't spoil the boy's excitement, and damn him, he knew it. Pasting on a smile, she approached the dragon. My goodness. She pressed her hands together and placed them under her chin, as though completely captivated. It worked to fool the boys. Both were grinning up at her, their rapture apparent. Isn't it awesome, Mom? It certainly is. I hardly know what to say. This last she addressed to Dawson, whose eyes were concealed by a pair of aviator sunglasses. She sensed him watching her closely and gauging her reaction from behind the dark lenses. Dawson made it, Grant said. Did he? Yeah, and he said he could make other stuff too. We're gonna build a battleship. And a castle for the dragon, Grant added. It was all she could do to keep from grinding her teeth. Wow. Steph, who'd been carefully observing Amelia as the scene unfolded, clapped her hands. Before all these projects get underway, we'd better put on more sunscreen. The boys chorused protests, but she placed a hand on each of their shoulders and turned them toward the house. March! The sooner we do it, the sooner you can come back. Hunter dug in his heels. Dawson, will you still be here? He hesitated and looked at Amelia, but when she remained stonily silent, he smiled at the boys. I'll be around. Don't leave, Grant shouted over his shoulder as Steph propelled him up the boardwalk. Neither she nor Dawson spoke until the trio had topped the dunes. Then he said quietly, I meant only to surprise them. I thought I'd be finished before they came outside. They caught me putting on the final touches. I asked you more nicely than warranted to stay away from us. My house shares the beach with yours, but you picked this spot for your dragon. What made it so ideal? As if I didn't know. I'm not going to interview your children, Amelia. Her tummy fluttered in reaction to his using her first name, and in such a low and infuriatingly reasonable tone, but she didn't address it. Not wanting him to know that she had noticed, he said, I don't see the harm in my spending some time with the two of them. She dragged back a strand of hair that had defied her hat and blown across her mouth. Well, let me tell you what the harm is. Aside from the fact that I don't know anything about you, that's not true, okay? You've got credentials. They don't speak to the kind of person you are. She held up her hand to stop him. Secondly, Grant is too young to remember much, but Hunter can recall when his grandfather died then. They lost their father. That's right. So they could use a little man time, don't you think? Absolutely, but not with a man I know virtually nothing about. Not with a snake oil salesman who will be here today and gone tomorrow. Not with a man who's ingratiating himself with them only in order to get to me so he can write a big juicy story for his magazine. That's not why. Save it. I already know you're a liar. Angrily, he whipped off his sunglasses. A liar? How's that? Hey, Dawson! The boys came charging over the dunes, toting pails and shovels. Hunter was the first to reach them. Can we build the battleship now? Grant was bouncing again. No, I want to build the castle first. Dawson, his angry gaze still locked with Amelia's, arched an eyebrow by way of asking permission. She said, What choice do you leave me? He told the boys to start filling their buckets with wet sand. As they raced off, he replaced his sunglasses and said to her, You and I aren't done with this discussion. You're damn right we're not. She returned to her office and finished the email, even though there was no urgency to it because George wouldn't read it until after the holiday. Attached was a proposal for a new exhibit that she'd been thinking about for a while. She expected resistance to the idea. It would require a combination of diplomacy and arm-twisting to convince him and the board of directors that it would be a viable and important addition to the museum. She'd wanted to draft the memo while her thoughts were still fresh, but also she'd come back from the beach shaky and angry, and very much in need of putting some distance between herself, Dawson, and his intrusion on her family. After killing an hour, she determined that she was calm enough to return to the beach and watch him undermine her and dazzle her children. Dressed in a pair of loose white cotton pants and a red tank top, she decided against changing into a swimsuit. She grabbed her hat and joined the party on the beach, and it was a party. The battleship was splendid. Steph was christening it with a bottle of apple juice. Hunter, the first to notice her, shouted, Hey, Mom, we named it after you. Proudly, he pointed to the name crookedly etched into the side of the ship. She bent down to inspect the lettering that read USS Amelia. Did you print that all by yourself? Proudly, he bobbed his head. She ran her fingers through his unruly mop of hair, now matted with salt water and sand. Thank you. I love it. That was very sweet of you. Dawson said to, Oh! She looked up. He was silhouetted against the bright sunlight, so she couldn't read his expression. That was nice of him. Can we go in the ocean now? I'm not dressed for it, Steph. On it. Telling the boys she'd race them into the water. The three took off. Grant plunged in, then called back, Dawson, are you coming? In a minute. If you need to go to the bathroom, it's okay if you tinkle in the ocean, just not in a swimming pool. He chuckled. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Amelia retreated to the umbrella and sat down in one of the beach chairs. Dawson rescued his t-shirt from the maw of the dragon, shook sand from it, and pulled it on. It was a faded, threadbare thing with the neck and sleeves cut out, forming large armholes that extended halfway down his torso. As he walked slowly up the beach toward her, the thin cloth molded to his damp chest. So much for his nod toward propriety. His calves and feet were coated with sand. When he reached the umbrella, he looked at the empty chair beside hers, then at the quilt, but decided against pushing his luck, or so she assumed, and sat down in the sand just outside the circle of shade. She cut to the chase. "This morning, before anyone else was up, I did a Google search on you." "Yeah." "It took a while for me to read everything. Impressive. Thanks. You didn't tell me that you'd spent months in Afghanistan. You didn't ask." Up to that point, she'd been watching the boys and Steph playing in the ocean with an inflatable dolphin. Now she looked at him. "Right? You're the one who asks questions." He pulled his knees up and looped his arms around his shins. "Ask me anything." In spite of her ire, she was curious. "Some of your stories covered particular firefights. Were you actually there in the thick of the fighting?" "Not often. A few times. If the fighting was in a real hotbed, the military wouldn't allow me in. I'd interview the troops when they came back." He frowned thoughtfully. "The trouble with that war, most often you can't predict where the fight is going to be. It can be the lobby of a hotel, an open highway, a heavily guarded checkpoint. The enemy isn't always obvious either. But when you could, you placed yourself in harm's way. That's where the stories were." She felt it only fair to acknowledge how good they were. "Your writing is very moving. You made the men and women you wrote about seem real to the reader. I'm glad to hear that. They are real. Their stories deserve to be told." She paused to study him. He'd taken off his sunglasses, so his eyes were squinted almost shut to block the glare. But his attention was fixed on her. "Did you meet Jeremy in Afghanistan?" She could tell the question surprised him. "No. How could I have? I just got back 2 weeks ago. I'd never heard of him until Willard Strong's murder trial was brought to my attention." "By whom?" "I can't reveal a source." "How convenient. Ask me something else." She picked at the fringe on the beach towel lining her chair. "Why didn't you approach me through normal channels? Could I have found you? Through the museum? Through Lemuel Jackson? On the internet? For that matter, anybody can be found. How about Glenda?" "She would have found me." He cracked a smile, but quickly pulled it back in. "Would you have agreed to an interview?" "You know the answer to that." "I'd like an answer to my question, please." "What didn't I try a straightforward approach? Honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to write a story about Jeremy. I was urged to come down here, sit in on the trial, check it out. By the third day, I was basically bored, ready to cash in, go home and find another topic of more interest to me. But I changed my mind and decided to stay, at least for a while longer. Take it to the next step," he shrugged. "You know the rest." "I caught you at taking it to the next step. It wasn't my proudest moment when I came out of the bathroom yesterday and realized I'd been caught spying with my pants down, literally." She resisted the appeal of his crooked smile. "You always have an answer ready, don't you?" "Not always, no. That hasn't been my experience." "All of your answers are self-deprecating, designed that way to be disarming, I'm sure." He turned completely serious again. "I haven't designed my answers, Amelia, and I think you're anything but disarmed right now. In fact, you seem locked and loaded. Are you that mad at me for playing with Hunter and Grant? Why would a grown man want to waste his time that way? I don't consider it a waste of time, even worse. That's an admission that you have an ulterior motive. I hazard to guess what it is. You think I'm into little boys?" She didn't say anything. "I took just as many pictures of you." Recalling one in particular sent a rush of heat through her. "That's supposed to reassure me?" "It should reassure you that I'm not a deviant, perhaps, but it doesn't rule out that you're a slick opportunist." He tipped his chin down and stared at his sandy bare feet. Or maybe he was staring at hers, their bare toes being only inches apart. In any case, it was several moments before he raised his head. You don't know me, so I don't blame you in the slightest for being suspicious. In fact, I admire you for being ultra-protective and careful of who you let near your children. But I would never harm those boys or you. Please trust me on that." His words were stirring and persuasive, and she resented her strong inclination to believe them. "Why should I trust you when you so blatantly lied to me about what? The photos? What kind of game are you playing, game?" "I'd call it that. All those creepy things you did to work on me play on my mind, returning my lost watch, the porch light, the beach ball." Beach ball? And then there's the photographs. Why come on so sincerely apologetic about them and tell me you'd returned them when clearly you didn't? "I don't understand." Thoroughly exasperated, she said. "There was nothing under the doormat when I got home last night, as you well know." He became very still and stared at her for a count of 10. Then quietly he said, "I swear to you, I clipped all the photographs together and put them under your doormat." Diary of Flora Steimel, June 5th, 1980. It's taken me weeks to open this diary and begin to write about this. Up till now, I haven't been able to put words on paper or do much of anything except cry. I've cried in the ocean. When I'm not crying, I sit and stare into space, unable to make myself move. I don't care what I look like, or if I'm clean or not, or hungry or sleepy. I don't care if the world comes to an end. I've even wished for that. I know now what it means when people say somebody has shut down. I knew the day would come. I've had years to get ready for it, but that didn't help. I wasn't ready at all. As the date got closer, even Carl would turn quiet and thoughtful, like he was reconsidering. I knew he wouldn't change his mind, though, so I didn't even try to talk him into it. But I couldn't leave Jeremy as easy as he did, and when I started carrying on, pleading with him to let him stay with us, he got mad, so I stopped begging. It was only making the separation harder on all of us. Of course, I see the sense of it. It will be best for Jeremy. If I didn't think so, I would have fought Carl tooth and nail over it. Jeremy has to go to school. It will be good for him to make friends with other boys and do the things they do, baseball and stuff. But all the same, when I had to let go of him for the last time, I thought I would die. No mother should have to go through that. Randy is a good choice to play his daddy. He helped us out that one time down in MS. I guess he formed an attachment to Jeremy then because Jeremy was sick and had a terrible cough. Randy is kind-hearted and still thinks the world of Carl. He shares the same ideas, but he doesn't have the guts, he says, to do the things Carl is willing to do for our cause. I thought he was going to faint when Carl asked him to raise our son. He said he was honored. He even cried a little and said he felt anointed. I thought Carl would laugh at that, but he didn't. He told Randy he was playing his part, that he was as much a ranger of righteousness as anybody who carried a gun. He just wouldn't be fighting on the battlefront, so to speak. Randy's gotten married since that time we stayed with him in MS. Patricia is also one of us because she hates cops and everything government-related. Here's her story. Her stepdaddy abused her and wound up killing her mother when she stood up to him. He went to the pen for it. Patricia was put into the foster care system. I gather it wasn't all that good for her. She doesn't talk about everything that happened to her, but her face turns hard and mean-looking whenever the subject is brought up. Usually she's pretty. She's been on her own since she ran away at 15. She also doesn't talk about the things she did in order to survive, but I don't hold anything against her, because look at what all I've done anyhow. For being such a slight little thing, she knows how to take care of herself. People Carl knows faked IDs for them. They've got new identities. They're going by the name of Wesson, which Carl picked out of the phone book. They've rented a house in a town in Ohio. Patricia, who's also smart as a whip, is going to school to learn to be a court reporter. We laughed our heads off about that. What an inside joke. Here she'll be sitting in courtrooms recording the words of lawyers, cops, and judges while we're out breaking every law there is, or just about. But that job will be a good cover. Randy could sell ice cubes to Eskimos because of his easy, soft-spoken way. He got a job at a car dealership. His coworkers like him. They wouldn't believe it if somebody told them that mild-mannered Randy was raising the child of Carl Wingert and Flora Stemmel, two of the FBI's most wanted. Carl told them to go to church like the faithful. Randy was okay with it, but not Patricia. She said she wants no part of a God who'd put a kid through the shit she'd been put through. But she finally agreed to pretend to worship because she knows it makes them look like ordinary folks, and Carl says that's the main thing. They plan to join the PTA the day they enroll Jeremy in kindergarten in the fall. It breaks my heart that I won't be there to see him off on his first day of school. I hope he doesn't cry. Carl says he won't. He calls him his good little soldier because even when we were hugging him goodbye, his lower lip was trembling, but he didn't shed a tear. He knows Carl has big plans for his future. He understands why we can't all live together. He also knows, because I've told him often enough, that even though he'll be living with Patricia and Randy and pretending to be their little boy, I'm his real mother and Carl is his real daddy. He'll call Patricia and Randy mom and dad, but he's our flesh and blood. Nothing will ever change that. We love him. I hope he grows up understanding how things must be. I'm not sure I do. Chapter 8. The boys had had such a full day, they practically fell asleep at the dinner table and didn't object to an early bedtime. After getting them down, Amelia took a glass of wine out onto the porch and settled into one of the rocking chairs. Steph joined her a few minutes later. Kitchen's done. Unless you need me for anything else, I'm going up to bed. No Mickeys tonight? I'm bushed. Same here. Sleep well. Steph hesitated on the threshold. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? Realizing how snappish that sounded, she softened her tone. I'm fine. Are you mad at me for encouraging Dawson to hang out with us? I can't be mad. The boys had a wonderful time. Being in male company was good for them. That was my thinking. But this particular male bugs you, doesn't he? She turned toward the younger woman, ready to take umbrage. Instead, she ducked her head, admitting quietly, a bit. His crooked tooth is awfully cute. Amelia had noticed his slightly overlapping incisor. It actually made his smile more interesting, and I'd like to take a bite out of his biceps. You're incorrigible, Steph. Well, wouldn't you? If pressed, Amelia would have to admit that Dawson Scott was physically attractive. More times than she was comfortable with, her eyes had strayed from the novel that she was reading in the shade of the umbrella to the surf, where he played with the boys. They had vied for his attention all day. He had seemed to be enjoying himself, too, but there's something wrong with him. Amelia didn't even realize she'd spoken the thought out loud until Steph moaned. Oh, shit, he's married? Amelia laughed. No, I don't know if he's married or not. I haven't. Shh, here he comes. Amelia turned to see him approaching the porch. When he reached the bottom step, he said, I saw you out here, thought I'd bring a peace offering for monopolizing your sons all day. He had the neck of an uncorked wine bottle and two glasses clasped in one hand. Noticing the wine glass she held, he frowned. But I see I'm too late. I'm going to bed, not you two. Steph went inside and closed the front door. Half a second later, the porch light went out. Amelia and Dawson looked at each other through the sudden darkness, and when she saw a grin tugging at his lips, she had to laugh also. She's got romantic notions. Would you rather I go? She extended her glass toward him. As long as you bothered, you can top this off. I found the bottle in a cabinet. I can't vouch for the vintage. I can vouch for this one. Blending it with another will be an improvement. He climbed the steps, refilled her glass, then poured one for himself as he sat down in the rocker beside hers. He groaned. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Hunter and Grant gave me quite a workout. She ran her finger around the lip of her wine glass. All things considered, it's hard for me to say this, but thank you for spending time with them. You're welcome. They especially loved the roughhousing. I try. But she trailed off and shrugged. He stretched his legs out in front of him. Moms don't make good wrestlers. They're too afraid someone will get hurt. She smiled. You're right, of course. She paused to sip her wine. Do you have children of your own? No. Married? No. Steph wondered. He sipped from his glass. Am I allowed to make some observations? About Steph? About your children. She made a motion for him to continue. I don't know much about kids, but in my amateur opinion, you've done a good job with yours. Thank you. They don't pee in swimming pools. She laughed. They say please and thank you, and even though I did suggest naming the battleship after you, they jumped on the idea. I wouldn't trade them for any others. Hunter is the more cautious of the two. He has his exuberant moments, But basically, he's serious-minded. It's like he already realizes that being the oldest child comes with implied responsibilities that he accepts, even if it isn't fair. Grant, he said, pausing to grin, wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's impulsive, capricious, approaches everything at full tilt. I'm betting that he'll get into more mischief than his older brother. You've given them a lot of thought. I'm naturally curious about people and what makes them tick. My job requires it. I observe closely and analyze my observations. When she merely nodded without comment, he added, people reveal as much by their silences as they do by what they say. Do they? I'll have to remember that. Damn. By sharing a trade secret, did I just shoot myself in the foot? Will you be constantly on guard from here on? We don't have a from here on. He waited several beats, okay? But Tuesday morning, I'll be in the courtroom for your cross-examination. Be there or not. It's up to you. I've made it plain that I don't grant interviews, right? You did. So I had better ask you now while I have the chance. She sharpened her focus on him. Ask me what? What was it like to be with a man who suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder? After posing the question, he kept his gaze averted, and in that instant she knew. That's it, isn't it? That's what? You didn't fight in the war, but you brought it home with you. He gave her a hard stare, then left the rocker and moved to the porch railing. Setting his wine glass on top of it, he gripped the wood so tightly it appeared he was trying to uproot it from the porch floor. He was in a struggle to contain his anger. God only knew what other emotions were tenuously bridled. Her first instinct was to go inside and bar the door. Maybe she would have if he hadn't suddenly bowed his head low between his shoulders in a gesture of defeat. He let go of the railing with one hand to comb his fingers through his hair. He held it back for several seconds before releasing it and returning his hand to the railing. She questioned the advisability of taking the conversation farther. But he had no compunction against intruding into her life. Why should she be hesitant to poke into his? Beyond that, because of her personal experience with Jeremy, who suffered similarly, she was interested in the disorder that had been the subject of the email she'd composed to George Metcalf. She believed the museum should have an exhibit on this invisible casualty of war and give it the same importance as other consequences of armed conflict. Quietly, she said, I sensed something about you, but I didn't know what it was until just now. You could have asked about Jeremy's affair with Darlene Strong, his quasi-friendship with Willard, the murder scene, the probability that he was chewed to pieces by dogs, but instead of all that more titillating stuff, his PTSD was the one aspect of the whole mess that you wanted to know about. She gave him time to respond. When he didn't, she continued, Today on the beach when we talked about the war, you didn't elaborate. I was complimenting you on the stories you'd written. Most men would have used that as an excuse to brag and try to impress me with their exploits. You've got that many men trying to impress you? His tone bordered on insulting, but she bit her tongue and let it pass. Yesterday, I noticed the empty liquor bottles on your kitchen bar alongside pill bottles. Millions of people imbibe alcohol and take medication. True, that wasn't the giveaway. It's your eyes. Slowly, he came around to face her. They don't match a man who's physically fit and athletic. She said softly, they belong to a man who is chemically dependent, or seriously ill and in pain, or who suffers insomnia. They look haunted by memories that won't go away. He remained motionless and said nothing. Who are you seeing for help? Nothing? You're seeing a counselor or therapist? Finally, his voice gruff, he asked, Did your husband? No, which is why he became my ex-husband. Moments of silence passed. Finally, he leaned back against the railing, folding his arms and crossing his ankles. That subject is a whole lot more interesting than my empty whiskey bottles. How did you and Jeremy meet? When she didn't answer, he said, Anything we talk about tonight, I won't include in the piece. If I even write the piece, which is yet to be decided. In any case, nothing you tell me now will appear in print unless you authorize it. How can I trust you? I promise. Those shadowed eyes were more convincing than the vow. She cleared her throat, swallowed. We met at a wedding. The bride and I had been sorority sisters. The groom was a Marine officer that Jeremy knew from Paris Island. He looked very handsome and dashing in his dress uniform. We danced, drank champagne together, had a good time. The following week, he asked me out to dinner, and I accepted. We dated for 6 months, became engaged, and married 10 months to the day from when we met. What? He tilted his head to one side. Was it the stud factor that attracted you? Stud factor. Here you are, a rich girl. How offensive, but a fact. You grew up privileged, had your picture taken with presidents, received the best education money can buy. Here's Jeremy, who's been to war in Iraq, spiffy officer's uniform, stationed at Paris Island in charge of rifle training. Glenda? Actually, I looked that up myself. My point is, what attracted you to him? From the standpoint of someone on the outside looking in, you two wouldn't appear to be a match. A lot of outsiders looking in had thought the same. I suppose we were opposites who attracted. What kind of suitor was he? Ardent? Really? Yes. He could be terribly sweet and romantic. He carved your initials in a tree? Yes. He laughed. I was kidding. I wasn't. He did that once. Why does it surprise you? Because it doesn't mesh with the Jeremy who cheated on you by shagging his friend's wife. Before she could comment on that, he asked, "What about the congressman? What did he think of his new son-in-law?" Above all else, Daddy wanted my happiness. That's not what I asked. Since she had his promise, none of this would see publication. She decided to be brutally honest. At first, Daddy was concerned about the very differences in our backgrounds that you've cited. Jeremy wasn't like the men I'd dated before. I'm guessing preppy types for the most part. Doctors, lawyers, men, destined to take over a long-standing family business. I get the picture. Jeremy was a little rougher hewn, but earnest, appropriately respectful. Daddy came to like him very much, and they got along well. Dawson picked up his glass and, swirling the wine in it, asked, what were Jeremy's parents like? They were deceased when we met. Brothers? Sisters? He didn't have any family. It's a rather tragic history, actually. He rarely talked about it. Both his parents died in a house fire just weeks after his high school graduation. Jesus. Yes, it was very sad. Their home and everything in it was destroyed. His whole life history to that point was consumed. He didn't have any photographs or memorabilia of his babyhood or youth. He took a moment to assimilate that. Was your marriage happy at first? No serious quarrels, infidelity? No, at least I was faithful. I believe he was until Darlene Strong. When was he deployed to Afghanistan? Summer of 2007. Wasn't he a little old to be going? He was highly specialized. He was needed. How'd he feel about going? He couldn't wait. Even having experienced Iraq, he wanted to go. I admit that I didn't take it so well. I feared for his safety, and I hated that he'd missed so much of Hunter's infancy. He was only a few months old when Jeremy shipped out. That was shit luck. She smiled wanly. I think I said that myself a few times, but I tried to keep my correspondence with Jeremy upbeat. I didn't want to make him feel guilty over having to leave us. He didn't like the timing particularly, but he was excited to be going. More than that, he was willing to make the sacrifice because he considered serving a sacred duty to his country. Yes, he loved America. He was a patriot. Of course. He never questioned the war or America's motives behind it. Never said anything negative about the government. He was a Marine, and anyway, why would you even ask that? I'm not implying anything. It's just that those are popular topics of debate these days. He looked into his wine glass but didn't take a drink. As a lead-in for her, he said when he came home. She took a deep breath. I immediately noticed changes in him. He seemed glad to be back, but he didn't laugh as much. I'd catch him staring into space, and when he realized I had noticed, he would force a joke. The baby's crying annoyed him, especially when she cut her eyes up to him, then away. When he wanted my undivided attention. The sexual implication hovered there between them. Self-consciously, she waited for another question. None came. For a long moment, they only stared at each other. Then she remembered what he'd said about how revealing silences were. I feel terrible about saying this now. She spoke softly as though to underscore her reluctance. But it was almost a relief when he left for his second tour. He took the tension in the house with him. Hunter became a happier, more contented baby, which was good since I discovered a few weeks after Jeremy left that I was pregnant again. He shifted his stance against the porch railing and turned his head to one side, giving her his profile. She noted that he was chewing the inside of his cheek, but whether in consternation or simply deep thought, she didn't know. Finally, he looked back at her. Did he ever tell you about conditions over there? Only in the most basic of terms. It's hot. It's turned cold. Today I had my first shower in a month. Like that. Nothing specific? She shook her head. He commanded snipers. That's all I know. Most of the time, he couldn't even tell me where he was. He probably wouldn't have told me even if it hadn't been classified. He didn't want me to worry. You had a baby and another on the way, and with Grant, I suffered terrible morning sickness. He grinned, revealing that crooked tooth, yeah? With Hunter, not a day of it. With Grant, I threw up several times a day for 6 months. Told you he'd cause mischief. She laughed, very perceptive. Gradually, their smiles receded, and he brought them back to their conversation about Jeremy, which she was finding therapeutic. When had she actually talked to someone about this? Not to her father, whom she hadn't wanted to burden with her unhappiness. Not to a friend, not to anyone. Perhaps it was easier to unload on a stranger whom one would never see again. Or maybe it was easy to talk to Dawson because he could relate to Jeremy's condition. That was a reasonable assumption, but it was also a disturbing one. It bothered her to think that he could be as unstable as Jeremy had become. She said, I wish Jeremy had talked to me about what he was going through. If he had, things might have turned out differently. You mean when he returned from the second tour? Things went quickly from bad to worse. At first I thought he missed the Corps, the camaraderie, that he was having trouble adjusting to civilian life. He claimed to like his new job, but he didn't make friends with any coworkers. He became more withdrawn and antisocial, tension at home mounted. There were 2 babies now. Jeremy was intolerant of Grant's crying, Hunter's chatter. He would pick fights with me over the slightest things. She hesitated before adding, he drank excessively, sometimes to the point of passing out. Dawson gave her a wry look. I've never passed out. You shouldn't let it get to that point. I have no intention to. After a moment, she continued. Jeremy would leave without telling me where he was going or how long he'd be gone, and he'd become enraged if I asked. He had trouble sleeping, and when he did, he had nightmares. He refused to talk about them. I begged him to get professional counseling. The suggestion always sparked an argument. His refusal to get help created more conflict. He got progressively short-tempered with me and the children. Hunter grew to be afraid of him, especially when Jeremy, he waited for a count of 10 before he prodded her. When Jeremy what? She looked down into her unfinished wine. Became aggressive. You mean violent? She raised her head and looked at him. Please, Dawson, she said, using his name for the first time. I wouldn't want anybody to know this, for my son's sake. He searched her eyes. The motherfucker hit you, didn't he? She lowered her gaze again. Things had escalated to a crisis point. One night he came home in the wee hours. When he got into bed, he smelled like perfume and sex. I told him to get away from me. He refused, so I left the bed. He came after me, grabbed me by the arm, and backhanded me across the face. The handsome, dashing, romantic Marine who'd won her heart had morphed into a man she didn't know and couldn't relate to, even remotely. He was a mean stranger whose temperament she mistrusted. All the new and terrible traits he'd acquired had manifested themselves that night. To this day, she could see the rage in his eyes, feel the hateful blow to her face, and taste her fear of him. Did you call the police? She shook her head. I waited until he'd passed out, then got the boys up, left the house, and drove to Daddy's. When he saw my face, he became livid. I was afraid he'd do something rash, and it was all I could do to keep him from going after Jeremy and extracting his pound of flesh. Short of that, he wanted me to file a police report, but I just wanted to be away from Jeremy and out of the marriage as soon as possible. I moved into the Jones Street townhouse and filed for divorce that week. Jeremy contested it, but when he realized the futility of that, he fought me over child custody. He dragged his feet, intentionally created delays. I persisted. You heard in court how it all played out. She finished the last of her wine, then looked across at him. Long answer to your question about my life with him? He returned to the rocking chair, spread his knees wide, propped his forearms on his thighs, and clasped his hands between them. He turned his head toward her. It's an ugly story, Amelia. Which you promised not to write. I did and I won't. Then he looked past the railing toward the dunes and the beach beyond. The only sounds were the squeak of the rocking chairs and the whish of the surf. When he looked at her again, she knew what his next question was going to be before he asked it. Who took the photographs from under the doormat? I don't know, she whispered, her voice cracking. Last night, I watched the four of you pile into your car. You stopped and picked up Bernie at his house. As soon as you were out of sight, I carried the photos over here and placed them there. He pointed to the jute doormat. Then I got in my car and drove to the village. When I got to Mickey's, I couldn't have been more than 5 minutes behind you. You saw us leave Mickey's parking lot. I dropped Bernie at his back door. As we were getting out of the car, I asked Steph to take the boys upstairs and start the bedtime ritual. I came straight out here and looked beneath the mat. Somebody took them while we were all in the village. But who? She wet her lips. Maybe someone on the beach saw you leaving something, and he was shaking his head even before she finished. The beach was deserted. I checked. But someone must have seen you. Exactly. Someone saw me because someone is watching. Other than you, other than me, tell me about the beach ball. She remembered his bewilderment when she'd mentioned it earlier. It was nothing. Then why not tell me? She did. It miraculously reappeared after being thrown away, he said, patched and inflated. She shifted uneasily in her seat. I'm sure there's an explanation. There is. Someone is making it his business to know everything that's going on in your life. I don't believe that. I think you do. Yesterday, when you were flaying me alive, you told me that you'd been feeling afraid, that you'd sensed. Yesterday, I was upset and angry, talking out of my head, trying to make you feel bad for spying on me. You were just spouting nonsense? Yes, Amelia. She shot from her chair and escaped to the railing as he had earlier. He followed, coming to stand close to her, close enough for her to feel his body heat. You're afraid he's still alive, aren't you? She turned to him. No. Denying it to me won't make you fear it any less, nor will it make it untrue. He was killed by Willard Strong. His body was never found. But there was forensic evidence. Of what kind? His blood on the ground inside the dog pen. A piece of scalp. She buried her face in her hands. God, what that man is accused of is too horrible to think about. I agree, but I question that Jeremy's fate was the same as Darlene's. All right, maybe not. If not, Willard dumped Jeremy's body somewhere in the marsh. He sank it, or it washed out to sea. There are alligators. Her voice carried a plea that he agreed with at least one of those possibilities. But he just looked at her with a mix of skepticism and sympathy, which were equally vexing. She demanded, Then where is he? I'd like to know. Why would he disappear? For the same reason anyone chooses to vanish, to escape trouble, or the law, to start another life as someone else. Okay, say that's right. Why wouldn't he go far, far away from here? Why would he stay in this vicinity and risk being recognized? Faking your death is a crime, isn't it? Wouldn't he be afraid of getting caught? If he was going to disappear, why would he hang around and spy on me? To make you anxious and afraid as punishment for leaving him. She gave a hard shake of her head. He didn't care that I left. By the time our divorce was final, he no longer loved me, only the boys. They were all he wanted. Realizing what she'd said, she sucked in a sharp breath and jerked her head up to look into Dawson's incisive gaze. He gave a slow nod of his head. No, she said, her voice little more than a fearful whimper. This has occurred to you, Amelia. I know it has. She wet her lips and rapidly formed an argument. If Jeremy wanted the boys, he could have snatched them at any time before he ever met Willard and Darlene Strong. He could have, but in all probability he would have been caught and charged with kidnapping. If they were snatched now, no one would suspect a dead man of taking them. She felt it was imperative that she argue fiercely against that logic. You're only trying to frighten me. Why would I do that? To get me to say things that'll make your story more intriguing, lend it an air of mystery. You know that's not true. Then why are you here? I told you that I wouldn't cooperate with any story you intend to write. Why don't you just go away and leave us alone? You weren't even all that interested in the story of Jeremy Wesson. You said you were about to reject it and move on to something else more interesting. Why didn't you? Fair enough. You want to know why? He slid his hands under her hair behind her neck and drew her forward until her body was flush against his legs sandwiching hers, their faces not quite touching. Why didn't I leave this goddamn story alone? He brushed his thumbs across her lower lip. Because you walked into that courtroom. He held her there for several beats, his hot gaze moving over the features of her face, as though he was trying to decide which to kiss first. Then he swore under his breath and abruptly released her. Before she had time to fully recover her senses, he was gone and she was alone. Chapter 9, the next day. Rainy weather kept everyone indoors. In their confinement, the boys became restless, bored, and whiny. None of the pastimes Steph suggested were greeted with enthusiasm. Worst of all, the cable went out, so watching TV wasn't an option. Lunchtime turned into a battle royal over who was responsible for Grant's spilled milk. Each blamed the other, arguing over who had bumped whom. To prevent a full-blown sibling feud, Steph offered to take them outside during a lull between showers. I would appreciate it, Amelia told her, just long enough for them to burn off some energy. As they were putting on their tennis shoes, Hunter asked if they could invite Dawson to come out and play. No, definitely not. How come? I don't think he's at home. He is. His car is there. That piece of crap car. Grant, where did you hear that? Hunter said it. I did not. Okay, whoever said it, it's inappropriate language. Don't say it again. And stay away from Mr. Scott's house. Why? He likes us. He's probably working. But Mom, Hunter, I said no. As she escorted them through the front door, she said to Steph in an undertone, if he comes out, bring them inside. Okay, Steph grumbled. I don't get it, but okay. Amelia didn't have a single ally in her camp, but she was still the commander of this little band, so the rest of them could like it or not. They were having nothing more to do with their neighbor. In the utility room, she attacked the piles of clean laundry waiting to be folded, realizing that in a week, she would be packing up their clothes to move back into Savannah. She didn't look forward to it. The boys disliked the apartment into which they'd moved after leaving the Jones Street townhouse, but her encounter with Willard Strong had made it impossible for her to continue living there. Hunter and Grant wanted a house with a yard so they could have a dog, and in fairness to them, they hadn't had a permanent home since she'd left Jeremy. She planned to begin house hunting immediately after the trial ended. Thank God that tumultuous chapter of her life was about to close. Unless Dawson Scott's theory was correct and Jeremy was still alive. Despite her determination to dismiss his unsettling notion, she couldn't. Because the possibility that Jeremy had faked his death had crossed her mind with disturbing frequency. More so lately than before. Dawson had lent it credence. Now she couldn't shake her misgivings no matter how badly she wanted to. After a restless night, she'd awakened at dawn, thinking about the boat that had been anchored offshore for the past several days. She had scrambled out of bed, gone to the window, and anxiously scanned the horizon. The inclement weather had made the water choppy, and the surf was stronger than usual. The boat she sought was no longer there. Only a shrimp boat and an oil tanker, both commonplace sights. She'd climb back into bed, hoping to catch another 40 winks, but she was too fidgety to go back to sleep. Partially because of her general uneasiness, but also due to re-experiencing the sensations that Dawson's embrace had elicited. Her mind refused to stay away from the memory. She felt the brush of his thumb against her lip, heard his roughly whispered, because you walked into that courtroom, and recalled the solid imprint of his body. The particular kind of agitation she was feeling was definitely inconvenient, because nothing could be done about it, and judging by the truculence in Dawson's eyes as he'd looked into hers, he was no happier than she about the chemistry between them. She'd welcomed the appearance of her sons who'd come from their beds to climb into hers. She'd gathered them against her, one under each arm, snuggled them and kissed the tops of their tousled heads in fervent gratitude that they were hers to keep. Forever, she would protect them with her life and kill anyone who tried to take them from her. Now, less than an hour after they'd gone outside, a sudden downpour called an end to the beach excursion. They barreled in through the utility room door, all three of them sopping wet and shivering. Sand had blown into Hunter's eye. He was crying. Grant's lips were blue with cold. "Steph, please get Grant into some dry clothes while I wash out Hunter's eye." At the prospect of that, he began to howl. Amelia asked herself how this day could possibly get any worse. Dawson watched Steph and the boys hurtling through the torrent toward the house. He'd watched their play from indoors, believing it best for everyone if, from now on, he made himself scarce. As he turned away from the window, he checked his cell phone and saw that he had a signal, something that had been sporadic all morning. Knowing he should make the call while he could, he punched in the Headley's house number. Eva answered. When she heard his voice, her relief was obvious. "Are you all right? Gary's been trying to reach you?" "Cell service is dicey. In the city of Savannah," Weathers moved in. "Can't guarantee how long I'll have a signal. Is your old man around?" "Yes, and he's as grumpy as you sound. I swear, the two of you," she didn't finish, leaving him to infer that they tested her patience in equal measure. Headley came on the line and began with an accusatory, "I've called you 3 times. "Hello to you, too. Why haven't you answered your phone?" As I explained to Eva, cell service here comes and goes. "Where exactly is here?" Dawson ran his hand around the back of his neck where tension had collected. "I wasn't completely honest with you the last time we talked." "Oh, really?" Headley said, ladling on the sarcasm. "The ornery son of a bitch wasn't about to make this easy on him. Everything I told you was the truth. I just omitted some things." "Like where you are? What's that racket? Rain?" "It's pelting. I'm on St. Nelda's Island." "Nelda was a saint?" "Somebody thought so." "It's a sea island off the coast of Georgia, slightly south of Savannah. Reachable only by ferry, 6 miles long, 2 miles wide. Thanks for the geography lesson. I'm ready for Jeopardy. Why there?" "I rented the house next door to one owned by the late Congressman Nolan." A huff of surprise followed by a short silence, then, "I don't even have to ask, do I?" "She's here with her 2 sons and a nanny. Does she know you're there?" "Yes." "Does she know why?" He skimmed the surface, omitting details, but got the facts across to Headley. "She knows about Newsfront, knows that I came down to cover the trial and see if there's a story worth writing, knows I followed her here to the island hoping for an interview. Nothing about you or the rest of it. How'd she react to the idea of a story?" "She sure as hell didn't embrace it. She all but wears a sign around her neck warning off trespassers. Can't blame her. Most of her life has been lived in a fishbowl, first because of her father, now because of her husband. Ex-husband, late ex-husband. Those qualifiers seem awfully important to you." Dawson ignored the implication. "What I'm trying to tell you is that the lady is on red alert. She's particularly protective of her sons. Have you seen them? Of course. Why, of course? Because the houses share the beach. The little boys play out there, build sand castles, splash in the ocean. I went out there yesterday and horsed around with them for a while." Dawson stopped and gnawed the inside of his cheek, refusing to say anything else until Headley supplied something more eloquent and intelligible than a grunted huh. After an extended silence, Headley asked, "Who do they look like?" "Both have blue eyes like hers." The second the words were out, Dawson wanted to kick himself. Crossly, he added, "I don't know who they look like." "They look like kids." "Okay, no need to bite my head off. This is why I didn't tell you up front. I knew you'd pester me with questions. They could be Carl Wingert's grandkids. You don't expect me to be curious?" Dawson didn't respond to that. "What's she like?" "She's" a dozen adjectives crowded into his mind, but none he wanted to share with Headley. Intelligent, articulate, assertive, self-controlled, guarded, modest. You've just described my old-maid third-grade school teacher. All right, she's desirable, kissable, fuckable. Fair of face, Headley said. I've seen pictures. Then why ask me to describe her? What's her mental state? She's scared of you? That he's alive. Jeremy, yeah, now he had no choice except to explain how he knew that. I led her into casual conversation, learned a little about their life together. He gave Headley the gist of what had been said and passed along what Amelia had told him about Jeremy's parents. What has your pal Nuts uncovered about them? Haven't heard back from him yet. He gave a snuffle of skepticism. But come on, a house fire that killed them both and destroyed all the family memorabilia. I figured you'd find that a little too pat. I did. Nuts needs to check it out. A house fire with 2 fatalities must have made local news. Maybe there was a photo of Mr. and Mrs. Wesson in the newspaper obit. If they were in fact Carl and Flora, that means they've been dead for years. I'm on a wild goose chase. Your search is over. End of story. Not if their son faked his death and is still alive, Dawson swore under his breath. Don't cuss at me, Headley said. It's not a voila idea. His ex-wife advanced it herself. No, I advanced it, she denied the possibility. But you said she protested too much, huh? Indicating to you that the possibility has occurred to her. Yeah, he said around a sigh, under all her self-possession. I think she's scared shitless. Where'd you leave it? With her afraid to think the unthinkable. But she's thinking it anyway. What's the atmosphere like between the two of you? I won't count on a birthday card after a moment of thought, Headley said. I'll check out the victims of that house fire myself, but it's Sunday of a holiday weekend. I don't know how far I'll get until everybody goes back to work on Tuesday. What are you going to do in the meantime? Wait until court reconvenes. I'll stay and see the trial through to the verdict, I guess. After that, I don't know. Harriet keeps calling, but I don't answer. I may already be fired. May not be a bad thing. May not. How are you doing otherwise? I got a lot of sun yesterday. Sleeping better? The sound of the ocean has a lulling effect. Look, I'm down to 1 bar. If my phone cuts out, Headley gave another grunt that said he knew Dawson was skirting the issue. But he wasn't going to waste limited cell phone service beating a dead horse. Don't get mad if you can't reach me, Dawson said. On my way from the mainland, the ferry captain told me that cell service on the island is unreliable on good days. When a storm blows in, forget it. Shortly after 8 o'clock that evening, a lightning bolt knocked out the power in Amelia's house, plunging it into darkness. Mommy, Grant said tremulously. It's okay. Her reassurance was drowned out by the booming thunder. Fortunately, they were all gathered around the kitchen table playing chutes and ladders. Had she and Steph not been within reach, the boys would have been even more frightened than they were. Grant left his chair and climbed onto her lap. Steph reached across the corner of the table and took Hunter's hand. Amelia had thought the afternoon would never end. She'd managed to rinse the sand from Hunter's eye, but he'd squalled through the process. To soothe him afterward, she'd made him and Grant cups of cocoa and marshmallows. Paint boxes and pads of paper were brought out, and those had kept them entertained for a while. Hunter painted a seascape featuring her, himself, his brother Steph, and a tall, shirtless figure with shoulder-length yellow hair sticking out from a baseball cap. That's Dawson, he told her proudly. I'm going to paint a battleship and give it to him, too. Not wanting to incite another trauma, she didn't tell him it was unlikely he would ever see his hero again. She and Steph stretched dinner out for as long as possible, killing time until they could put the boys to bed. They had agreed to play one more round of the board game before taking them upstairs. And now the lights had gone out. Everything's fine, she said brightly. There's a flashlight in that big bottom drawer. She tried to get up, but Grant clung to her. No, Mommy, hold me. She carried him with her and got the flashlight from the drawer. She clicked it on. See? This is an adventure. Grant, you can help me check the fuse box. Maybe the lightning just tripped the breaker switch. But after she flipped every switch with no success, Grant said dolefully, the electricity isn't working. No, it's not, but we have flashlights. She went through the house collecting them, but they had to use them continually in order to keep the boys' fear of the storm at bay. Soon the flashlights began to weaken and then to go out one by one. "I've just used our last 2 batteries," she confided to Steph. "We'll need more before morning. Maybe Bernie has some to spare." Amelia went to the window above the sink and looked out. "His house is completely dark. He's probably sleeping." Hesitantly, Steph said, "We have another neighbor." Amelia looked toward Dawson's house. "His piece of crap car isn't there," she muttered. With unreasonable annoyance, she asked, "Where could he be on a night like tonight?" Steph offered to start gathering up candles. She had to take their only remaining working flashlight with her, leaving Amelia and the boys huddled around the kitchen table in the dark. She suggested they see how many rounds of "Row, Row, Row Your Boat" they could sing before Steph returned. But their voices faltered each time the kitchen was filled with a silvery flash of lightning and a cannon blast of thunder. After several minutes, Steph returned to the kitchen with 4 tapers and 3 votives. Putting a match to a vanilla-scented candle, she said cheerfully, "It'll start to smell good in here." With the candle lit, Amelia switched off the flashlight. Grant whimpered, "Turn it back on. We need to save the batteries, sweetheart." He lay his cheek against her chest. Hunter said, "He's such a baby." "Hunter, I'm not a baby." Amelia ran her hand over his hair. "Well, it's bedtime anyway. After you close your eyes and go to sleep, you won't even realize it's dark. And when you wake up, no," he wailed. "I don't want to go to bed without a light on." Amelia had hoped in vain for a miracle, but apparently she wasn't going to get one. "I have to go to the village for batteries." But when she tried to get up, Grant began to cry and cling to her. "No, Mommy, don't leave." "It only makes sense that I go," Steph said. "It makes no sense at all. I've been driving on this island in storms for years. It can be tricky if you don't know the road well. Sometimes it floods. I've driven it enough times to become familiar. Besides, I don't think our 2 boys here would let you out of their sight." Amelia acknowledged the rationality of Steph's going. Reluctantly, she agreed. Steph got her purse and Amelia's car keys. "While you're there, get some non-perishable food items, too. We may not have a fridge and stove for a while. If lines are down, it takes a while to get repairmen out here. They restore service on the mainland first. If you think of anything else, call me then." Checking her cell phone, Steph said, "If you can." "Right now, I'm not getting a signal." A half hour passed, during which Amelia told every silly knock-knock joke she knew, and which the boys had already heard dozens of times. She told them the story of the 3 little pigs, and then devised a contest to see who could huff and puff the best. Neither of the boys got into the game. After another 30 minutes, she called Steph's phone. It went straight to voicemail. The storm continued to rage without any sign of letting up. The boys grew increasingly anxious, in part because they sensed her own mounting nervousness. She was near her wits' end by the time she heard the utility room door burst open, bringing a gust of wind in with it. "Thank God," she breathed. "Steph," but it wasn't her nanny who stepped into the kitchen, dripping water, his hair plastered to his head. "Dawson!" Her boys, who'd been competing for space on her lap, abandoned her and ran to him, wrapping their arms around his legs and impeding his progress. He looked at Amelia through the wavering candlelight. "I was on my way home and noticed that your house is dark." Hunter tugged on the hem of his shirt to get his attention. "The lights went out, and Grant was afraid, but I wasn't. I got sand in my eye, but it's out now. I painted you a battleship." Grant, not to be outdone, informed him that candles make things look wavy. He added a hand gesture to demonstrate. Hunter spoke over his brother. "Mom said if we'd go to bed and close our eyes, we wouldn't know it was dark, but I think we would. And she told us today that if we didn't stop whining, she was going to pull her hair out, but she didn't." Dawson smiled. "Well, that's good. She's got such pretty hair." He brought his gaze back to Amelia, who had stood up to face him, rebuking herself for being relieved and glad to see him. "Thank you for stopping. We're okay. Just waiting on Steph to get back from the village. She went for supplies. I just came from there. I doubt she'll get back anytime soon, if at all. The power is off everywhere. Only the store and Mickey's have generators. People are hunkering down in one or the other. I hope she does. The road is virtually impassable. I've tried calling her, but no cell service. You said the road was impassable. That tidal pool halfway between here and it usually overflows during heavy rains. It has all the way to the road. Then how'd you get here? He hesitated before saying, determination. The gravelly tone behind the word made her tummy flutter. I appreciate your checking on us. We're fine, but I could use some batteries if you have extras. Better than that, my house has a generator. It's listed as an amenity on the fact sheet I picked up at the rental office along with the key. If the power goes off, it comes on automatically, keeps the fridge, stove, and a few circuits working. He glanced at the flickering candle on the table as well as at our scant reserves. Those aren't going to last long. It's unlikely Steph will get back tonight, and it would be dangerous for her even to attempt it. Amelia shifted from one foot to the other. What are you saying? I think you know. She did know, and she shook her head. I can't do that. Why not? Because I wouldn't think of putting you to the trouble. No trouble. It's a big house with lots of bedrooms, already made up for occupancy. They looked at each other for several moments. Finally, she said, You know, that's not the reason. Yeah, I know the reason, last night, just before I left. She bobbed her head once. You don't have to worry about that. Of course I do. Okay, maybe you do. But you've got bigger worries than me, and I don't have to spell them out. Do you really want to be here alone in a dark house? Mom, what are y'all talking about? She looked down at her eldest, who, she kept forgetting, was perceptive beyond his years. He sensed the tension between her and Dawson, but was unable to understand it. Seeing his young brow wrinkled with anxiety subverted Amelia's resolve. When she looked again at Dawson, he extended his arms away from his sides, palms toward her. It was a subtle gesture, but meaningful, communicating that he didn't pose a threat. Dawson has asked us to spend the night at his house because he has lights. Her last few words went unheard because of their whoops of glee. Can we, Mom? Can we go now? Can I take some of my cars? Let's save the cars for another time, Dawson told Grant. I suggest you come right now, as you are, before the storm gets any worse. Can we, Mom? I suppose that's needing to hear no more. They left the kitchen at a run and pounded through the utility room. Don't open the door till I get there. She scribbled a note to Steph on a paper napkin, telling her where they were and anchored it to the table with the salt shaker, then blew out the single candle, pitching the room into total darkness. Here, take my hand. She was entrusting much more than her hand to the man who reached for her. Chapter 10. Although the boys were clamoring to leave, Amelia took time to grab each of them a change of clothing from the stacks of folded laundry on the utility room table. Dawson had parked as close as possible to the back door, but it would still be impossible to reach his car without getting soaked. He didn't worry about himself. He couldn't possibly get any wetter than he already was. They made a mad dash for the car. The boys were shrieking with laughter and excitement by the time they clambered into the back seat. Suddenly, they're not as cranky and afraid as before, she remarked when Dawson slid behind the wheel. It's an adventure now. I told them earlier we were having an adventure. They didn't buy it. Sitting in the dark is a different kind of adventure from running through the rain. True, but the real difference is you. The statement gave him pause, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He started the car. The tires spun before gaining traction. As they pulled away, she remarked on Bernie's dark house. Do you mind if we stop and check on him? Not at all. In fact, he should come with us. He drove the short distance, got out of the car, and ran up to Bernie's back door, finding a sliver of shelter beneath the eaves. He knocked 3 times before Bernie appeared, wearing a baggy pair of undershorts and a white t-shirt, with slippers and black socks on his feet. He was rubbing his left eye. His white hair was sticking out at odd angles. Since they'd only been introduced once, the older man seemed astonished to see him, but he remembered his name. Mr. Scott? Sorry if I got you out of bed. I was reading, just like Boy Scout camp. He held up the flashlight in his hand. What are you doing out in this? Amelia's with me. She and the boys are staying at my house for the rest of the night. He gestured toward the car. Bernie regarded him with surprise, then leaned around him and peered at the car. He waved at it, although the passengers were blurs behind the foggy, rain-streaked windows. Steph, too? She's stuck in town. Oh. Before the old man drew the wrong conclusion, Dawson explained. The boys were afraid. The house I'm renting has a generator, lights. Ah, of course. We think you should spend the night there, too. No, I'm fine here. You'd be more comfortable. I'm snug as a bug, and I've got plenty of backup batteries. A bolt of lightning cracked nearby. Dawson instinctively ducked. When he recovered, he noticed Bernie regarding him curiously. Embarrassed by his conditioned reaction to the boom, he said, "That one was close. You'd better get Amelia and the kids tucked inside. I can't talk you into joining the party. There are more than enough bedrooms, and it could be a long night." "Thank you. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm fine. At least agree to come over for breakfast." Bernie smiled. "If you insist." Dawson bade him good night and plunged back into the torrent. He couldn't help but sling rein onto Amelia as he got into the car, but she seemed not to notice. "Is he all right? I think I woke him up. He seemed to be okay. He didn't want to relocate." "You explained why we were doing this?" He placed his hand over his heart. "I made a point of preserving your reputation. Thank you for checking on him." "No problem." The road was a morass, but they made it to the back door of his house without mishap. "Hold on, boys. Let me help you up the steps. They could be slick." He got out and opened the back door on the driver's side. Taking a boy by each hand, he walked them quickly but cautiously up the 3 wooden steps, unlocked the back door, then ushered them inside. When he flipped the switch, the overhead light came on. He'd been keeping his fingers crossed that the generator did, in fact, take over during a power loss. "Wow," Hunter exclaimed. "Look at that ship model. It was displayed on the long table that divided the kitchen from the living area. First, take off your shoes and leave them here by the back door so you don't track up the floor. Then you can go look at the ship, but don't touch. It doesn't belong to me." He went back out, intending to assist Amelia, but she'd already alighted. Protecting the armload of clothes she was carrying, she was picking her way around the deepest puddles. He went down the steps and took her elbow. "I was coming back for you. You should have waited. I'm okay." As soon as she'd cleared the threshold of the back door, she pulled her arm free of his grasp. "I haven't been in this house since the owners renovated it. He stepped directly in front of her, blocking her view. "Are you going to flinch every time I come near you?" "I didn't flinch. Hell, you didn't." Her chin went up a fraction, but the trace of defiance was short-lived, and she dropped her gaze to somewhere in the vicinity of the second button of his shirt. "You're smart enough to understand how awkward this is for me. Because of the near kiss." He didn't phrase it as a question, and she offered no reply, but only continued to stare straight ahead until the silence between them became strained. Finally, she looked into his face again. "Your virtue is safe with me," he said. "Okay." She nodded. "Okay," he repeated. Even though she nodded a second time, he felt that she wasn't entirely convinced. He certainly wasn't. Hunter and Grant missed the awkward exchange because, as with everything having to do with Dawson, they were fascinated by his house. It was tastefully furnished and had amenities to recommend it, but it lacked the warmth and personality of hers, which had been purchased strictly for her family's use and was never rented out. Over the years, it had accumulated personal keepsakes, family photographs, the marks and scars of living that made a house a home. However, her sons didn't seem to miss the hominess. They were enthralled, particularly by the matching set of bunk beds in the upstairs bedroom to which Dawson led them. "Each of you can have a top bunk. Be careful on those ladders," Amelia cautioned as they started up the rungs. Grant said, "I wish this was our room all the time." Hunter declared that he wished they could live there forever. Amelia smiled. "Well, before you get the bed covers wet, come back down and change." They climbed down and went to inspect the adjoining bathroom. "There's a room right across the hall for you," Dawson said. "Thanks, but I'll sleep on one of the lower bunks." He shot the beds a dubious glance. "You sure the other room?" No sense in messing up two. Although he looked like he wanted to argue further, he didn't. Fine, I'm going to get dry. Make yourself comfortable. A half hour later, and now much more comfortable, she descended the open staircase, which was dimly illuminated by night lights that had been placed on every third tread. She'd towel-dried her hair and changed into the clothes she'd brought with her. In her haste and in the dark of her utility room, she'd grabbed the first articles her hands had landed on, which turned out to be a pair of cotton pajama bottoms and a fleece hoodie. They were mismatched, but she didn't see what possible difference it made. When she reached the bottom step, Dawson asked, "Everything all right?" Her eyes searched the vast great room and spotted him in the semi-darkness, sprawled in an easy chair. The lamp at his elbow cast only a faint glow. "Sorry if I startled you," he said. "This is the only socket working in this room, and the overhead light is out." The overhead light in the kitchen had been turned off. Had it been left on, it would have shed light into the living area. She chose not to remark on that, nor did she comment on the disappearance of the liquor and pill bottles that had been conspicuously on the kitchen island when they arrived. "There wasn't a glass in the bathroom," she said. "In case the boys wake up in the night and want a drink of water, I came down to get one. Come sit. Before hiding the incriminating evidence of my vices, I poured you a whiskey." His right hand was dangling over the arm of the chair. In it, he loosely held a tumbler. Another one sat on the end table beneath the lamp. The amber contents reflected the light when she hesitated. He said, "Bourbon is all I have. Is that okay? My father was a Southern gentleman. What do you think?" He smiled. "I think he probably spiked your baby bottle with it." He tilted his head toward the chair next to his. "Come on, you looked pretty wound up when I got to your house. This will relax you and help you sleep," said the spider to the fly, she thought. But she joined him anyway. The chair was soft, cushy, and enveloping. Pulling her feet up, she tucked them against her hip. Noticing her striped socks, he said, fetching, "I'm afraid the whole outfit leaves much to be desired." He looked her over and seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but changed his mind. Instead, he picked up the glass of whiskey on the table and extended it to her. "Drink up?" She took a sip and sighed as the liquor spread a pleasant warmth through her middle. Letting her head fall back against the cushion, she sighed, "Lord, what a day." Mine didn't have many highlights either. What happened? Work-related hassle. He made an offhanded gesture and took a sip of his drink. "You went to the village?" "I didn't want to be caught in short supply of batteries, of booze." He raised his glass in a mock toast. "I was almost out. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome." He smelled of soap. His hair was dry, brushed back away from his face, making the sun-lightened strands distinguishable from the darker ones beneath. He'd put on a pair of gym shorts and a t-shirt which, like the one from the beach, was practically threadbare. But at least this one had sleeves that partially covered the bite-worthy biceps. The lamplight cast the features of his face into harsh relief, emphasizing the sharp angles, the spikiness of his eyelashes. It also glinted off the tawny hair on his legs. Her teeth clinked against her glass. When she took a hasty sip, he said, "May I ask you a question?" "A harmless one. Chocolate or vanilla?" "It's a tie. My most favorite is peach." He grinned. "Not quite that harmless." She weighed the pros and cons of letting him pry further into her life, and specifically into her life with Jeremy, and finally consented to at least hear the question. "Then I'll decide if I want to answer it or not." He waited a second or two, then asked if she had a picture of Jeremy's parents. "His parents? No. If you did, would you show it to me?" "The point is moot. I don't have one." "Did you ever see one?" "No, because remember, everything was destroyed in the house fire." "Did he ever take you to Ohio to tour his hometown, show you the site of the home that burned, visit the cemetery where his parents were buried?" "They were cremated. He didn't keep their remains. He wasn't sentimental or nostalgic. He told me that when he left Ohio, he left for good and never had a desire to return, not even to high school class reunions." "Did he say why?" "The memories were too sad. He dealt with them by severing any and all ties. He didn't have one single shred of something that linked him to his parents, nothing to indicate what they in his childhood had been like." "Why are you fixated on this? I'm interested." But why? It's ancient history, and what does his childhood have to do with anything else? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. His parents could have impacted him in ways that even you're unaware of. I don't think so. Of course they did. How do you know? Because parents do. Did yours? Yes. He shot the rest of his whiskey and set the tumbler on the table. Just like you'll influence Hunter and Grant, like your dad influenced you, from something as simple as what goes into a good meatloaf to the not-so-simple religion, culture, how you should vote, every damn thing you think or believe, your reactions, your behavior were partially shaped by who and what your parents were. Genetics versus environment isn't a new controversy. I don't think it's one versus the other. I think it's a blend. Why are you so hung up on Jeremy's blend? Because when I write about somebody, I want to know these things. He had admitted to carefully observing individuals in an effort to learn what made them tick. Gauging by the stories she'd read online, he did more than that when he wrote about a person. He provided his readers a cross-section of their mind and soul, which was disconcerting. Are you going to write about me? I don't know yet. If you do, will you dissect me and hang me out there for all to see? In order to do that, I would need to know things about you. You already do. Not enough. Not nearly. What else could you possibly wish to know? He stared into her eyes for a ponderous moment, and that should have warned her of what was coming. It didn't. She was totally unprepared. I want to know about your father's suicide. Chapter 11. For several seconds, she was too stunned to move. Then she bolted from her chair and marched across the room. He caught her just as she stepped onto the bottom stair. Hooking her upper arm with his hand, he brought her around to face him. Let go of me. Calm down. Go to hell. Keep your voice down. You'll wake up the boys. You bet I'll wake up the boys. She jerked her arm free. I'm taking my sons and getting far away from you, and I don't care if we have to wade to Savannah tonight. She shoved his chest and pushed herself out of his grip, then turned and started up the stairs. But on the third one, her socks caused her to slip. She fell forward, catching herself on the step above her, but knocking one knee hard against the edge of the tread. She clasped her knee and sat down on the step, rocking in pain. Damn it, are you okay? He sat down on the step beneath her, bringing his face level with hers. His concern looked genuine, which only made her more furious. She placed her elbows on her knees and lowered her face to her hands. Get away from me! He didn't, of course. He just sat there, silent and unmoving for as long as she did. Finally, when she had composed herself, she lowered her hands and wiped her tear-dampened palms on the legs of her pajamas. Looking anywhere except at him, she noticed the overturned tumbler in front of the chair where she'd been sitting. I dropped my glass, the bourbon spilled. Who gives a fuck? The vulgarity was unexpected, and she realized immediately that he'd used it intentionally to shock her out of her anger. It worked. She laughed or choked out a laugh. He motioned toward her knee. I'll be happy to kiss it and make it well. His genial smile completely diffused her anger. She gave another involuntary laugh, then shook her head with chagrin. Ah, Dawson. What? I didn't want to like you. Then we're even. I didn't want to like you either. The admission surprised her, and it must have shown. Leaning back, he rested his elbows on the step on which she sat and stretched his long legs out in front of him. I resented this story being thrust on me. Was it thrust? Yes, in the sense that I couldn't say no. Why? He closed one eye in a grimace. That's complicated. He didn't divulge why absently she rubbed her sore knee. From a layman's standpoint, Jeremy's story has a lot of intriguing elements. Why weren't you interested? He stared at a spot in the distance for a long time, and when he answered, it was in a soft voice. I saw guys blown to bits, saw men risking their lives to save a wounded buddy whose odds of making it were non-existent, watched men and women putting themselves in harm's way to save a stranger, a hostile even. Having witnessed incredible acts of bravery, I was disgusted by a decorated Marine who came home after surviving all that and then let his life, a damn good life it seemed to me, go into the sewer. I didn't know Jeremy Wesson, but I didn't like him, still don't. He looked at her then, but I can relate to him, and that's what really disgusts me. The post-traumatic stress. He raised his shoulders in a small shrug. Since that was the first time he had acknowledged that he suffered it to any degree, suspicion crept in and she angled away from him. Is this an I'll show you mine if you show me yours? Your what and my what? Vulnerability? You've revealed yours, now you expect me to reveal mine. Your vulnerability being your father. When she didn't answer, he asked, do you really think I'm that manipulative? If not, why did you refer to his death as a suicide? The coroner ruled it an unintentional overdose of medication. I'm aware of that. But there were rumors and speculation, which I squelched under threat of suing for libel if they were printed or broadcast. They were never made public, not even by the most jaundiced media. So how did you? She stopped. Oh, Glinda again. She has a ferret in her gene pool. So now I'm trapped into talking to you about it. No, you're not. Sure I am. How can I dispel your misconceptions about my father's death without talking about it? You can leave me with my misconceptions. That wasn't a desirable option, and he knew it. Do I at least have your word that anything I say is off the record? Yes. Perhaps she was swayed by the intimacy of the situation, or his masculine appeal, or the sincerity in his eyes. But for whatever reason, in that moment she accepted him as trustworthy. I'll never believe Daddy did it on purpose, especially knowing that I, the boys and I, would be the ones to find him. Christ, we were expected at his house at 3 o'clock after I had picked him up from preschool. His time of death was placed at somewhere around 2. He wouldn't have done that to me. I know it. The boys rushing in, seeing him slumped at his desk. She shook her head adamantly. Never in a million years would he have deliberately left us with that memory. And that's assuming that he had a reason to take his life when there was no evidence of any. He embraced life and lived it to the fullest. Incurable cancer, financial troubles, woman problems, a political scandal about to come to light. Nothing, I swear to you, Dawson. I would know, would you? Yes, fathers don't tell their daughters everything, especially ugly things. I would have known if something were terribly wrong. Okay. You say okay, but I feel your skepticism. She continued, trying to convince him. It was his housekeeper's afternoon off, which explains how he could have overdosed. She'd been with us for years, even long before Mother died. She adored him, as everyone did. She nagged him about diet, exercise, and taking his various medications. She knew which were to be taken with or without food. She kept track of all that. So it's conceivable to me that he simply made a mistake, and she wasn't there to prevent it. He frowned doubtfully. It was a lot of pills to swallow by mistake. Says one who takes a lot. Exactly, he said with matching curtness. And I know better than to eat a whole damn bottle full. She put her hand to her forehead and rubbed it with her fingertips, noting that they were chilled. He loved me and the boys to distraction. He was devoted to us. I'll go to my own grave believing that his death was a tragic accident, not a suicide. Jeremy, she waved her hand. Everything associated with him was terrible, including the way he died. She glanced at him, thinking he might dispute that point. He didn't. But I would gladly go through the whole Jeremy episode of my life again. I would endure anything if I could have my father back, if only for long enough to ask him if he did it intentionally, and if he did, why. I'd ask him how he could have abandoned me so cruelly. Dawson's eyes seemed to be lit by an internal fire that burned through her. After a long moment, he relaxed his intensity, stood up, and extended his hand to help her up. It's late, and you must be exhausted. He left her only long enough to get a drinking glass from the kitchen, then they climbed the stairs together. How's the knee? I'll have a bruise tomorrow. You need some skid-proof socks. I'll put them on my Christmas list. When they reached the bedroom where the boys slept, she opened the door and peeked inside. I don't think they've moved. You're a good mother, Amelia. His tone had the ring of unmitigated sincerity, and when she came back around to face him, she saw that his expression was just as serious. Thank you. You would never abandon them, would you? Absolutely not. What about him? Would he? Jeremy, his murder would have orphaned Hunter and Grant. Faking his death would be abandonment of another sort entirely, as cruel as a suicide. Gruffly, she said, "I appreciate your hospitality. Good night." Dawson went into his bedroom, closed the door, and leaned back, gently knocking his head against it as though trying to beat some sense into it. If the door had had a lock, he would have locked himself in. Tonight he'd protected Amelia and her family from the storm as well as from any unknown perils. But who or what was going to protect her from him? Her heartbreak over her father's death had almost broken his determination not to touch her again. He didn't trust himself to lay a hand on her, even in a comforting gesture. He moved to the window. The wind still howled. The rainfall was torrential. An occasional lightning revealed the thick cloud cover. The storm hadn't yet blown itself out. He looked toward Amelia's house. No car, no Steph. While Amelia had been preparing the boys for bed, he'd slipped back down to the kitchen and retrieved his pills and a bottle of bourbon. Now he sat down on the side of the bed and self-medicated with 2 tablets and 2 slugs of whiskey. He undressed and got into bed. Lightning flickered across the ceiling. Thunder rumbled. It was a menacing night, but he didn't have to worry about Amelia, Hunter, and Grant. Tonight they were safe, which was probably why he was able to fall asleep faster than usual. The nightmare left him in peace for the better part of the night. But it was merely stalking the perimeter of his subconscious, biding its time as it gathered momentum, because when it pounced, it did so with renewed ferocity. "Dawson, hey man, up here!" He turned toward the direction of the voice. The sun was blinding, silhouetting one of the soldiers against its glare on the crest of the ridge. Dawson raised his hand to shield his eyes and, making out Hawkins, waved, "Dawson, Dawson, get up here! Be right there! I ain't gonna wait forever. You want a story? Haul your ass up here. Let me grab my laptop. Fucking now, man, Dawson." As he made his way up the unforgiving incline, time and again he lost his footing in the loose sand and rock. It seemed an endless climb. Hawkins became increasingly impatient, urging him to hurry. He was out of breath by the time he reached the ridge. Sweat was dripping into his eyes, stinging them. He tried to wipe it away, but the salty film remained, so it was through blurred vision that he saw Hawkins grinning at him. Then no Dawson. As always, the noise ricocheting inside his skull woke him. He sat bolt upright, drenched in sweat, futilely trying to wipe it from his eyes with a hand that was bathed in the brine of his own terror, his mouth still open around the scream that invariably came too late. This was like every other time he was jolted out of the nightmare, except now Amelia was here, her hand resting on his shoulder, and he realized that she'd been here for a while, her voice mingling with that of the smiling young soldier from rural North Dakota. Dawson drew up his knees and placed his elbows on them, holding his head in his hands as he gasped for breath. The terror gradually receded, but not the humiliation, made even worse when Amelia sat down on the edge of the bed. He was as sharply aware of her pity as he was of her nearness. "You were calling out." "Sorry I woke you. Go back to bed." She removed her hand from his shoulder, but stayed, knowing what a frightful and pathetic sight he must be. He shook back his hair and used the hem of the sheet bunched around his waist to wipe the sweat off his face, neck, and chest. She asked, "Is it always the same dream?" "Yes. Do you want to?" "No. It might help if you—" "I'm not going to talk about it. Not with me or not with anyone. Anyone. No one would think less of you if I would. You'll never get rid of it until— I'll work it out. Okay, how? Leave me alone. To do what? Take more pills? Maybe you have a problem, Dawson? Oh yeah? Yes, and drugs and alcohol aren't the solution." He whipped his head toward her and snapped, "What the fuck do you know about it?" She recoiled as though he'd struck her. Realizing what he'd said, he muttered an expletive and reached for her, catching her hand as she shot off the bed. I'm sorry. Applying only light pressure so as not to frighten her, he brought her around to face him. He looked directly into her eyes, silently appealing for forgiveness and, short of that, understanding. She remained unmoving. "Please don't look at me like that." Then he closed his eyes and raised her hand to his mouth. He kissed the inside of her wrist, whispering repeatedly against her pulse, "I'm sorry." Bending his head low over her hand, he kissed the base of her thumb and finally pressed his lips into her palm, hoarsely whispering, "Don't be afraid of me, please." He touched his tongue to the hollow of her hand. She made a small sound that brought his head up. Her expression had turned into one of confusion and indecision. She was breathing lightly and rapidly through her lips. Caution and conscience kept him from dragging her down to him. Caution and conscience be damned. He pulled on her hand gently but inexorably until she was again sitting on the edge of the bed. Wide-eyed, she watched him as his fingertips explored the features of her face: brows, cheekbones, nose, lips, jawline, and chin. He memorized them by touch. Since she allowed that, he brushed her hair aside and nuzzled her neck until he felt the warmth of her skin against his lips. I couldn't ever hurt you. Believe that." He planted a tender kiss on the side of her neck, then another. Her head tipped back. Taking that as encouragement, his kisses on her neck became more fervent. By the time they reached her ear, there was intent behind them, and she responded. Tension escaped her on a sigh. Her body settled, ever so slightly shifting closer to him. Tentatively, she placed her hands on his shoulders. He eased his head back and looked into her eyes. "I'm not him, Amelia. I'm not like him. I swear to you, I'm not. I have it under control. I'm not afraid you'll lose control." Her voice was low and husky, and he wished it was something he could touch, stroke, taste. "I'm afraid I will." With a rasped curse, he cupped her head between his hands and claimed a kiss that was unapologetically deep from the start. There was no build-up to the intimacy, because he'd been thinking about making love to her mouth from the moment he saw her in the courtroom. She didn't shy away, but kissed him back in kind, with heat, her fingers alternately kneading his shoulders and tugging handfuls of his hair. Her unrestraint was as much a surprise as it was a delight. He lowered her back onto the bed, where the kiss grew hungrier. As their mouths feasted on each other, he angled his body above hers. The sheet had become displaced, so there was nothing between the sensitized tip of his erection and her soft pajama bottoms. The contact caused a low groan to vibrate in his throat. Amelia rubbed against him seductively, each movement sweetly feminine and small but breath-stealing. He wasn't as subtle. His hands roved selfishly and impatiently. Greedy for the feel of her skin, he pushed his hand into the loose waistband of her pajama bottoms and caressed the curve of her hip. In response, her thighs shifted, separated. He fit himself into the notch. When the doorbell rang, he was in such a fog of lust that it didn't at first register with him what it was. When it rang a second time, they jerked apart and stared at each other, breathing loudly, sharing incredulity over someone's ill timing. Blistering the walls of the room with a scorching curse, he rolled off her. She scrambled off the bed and yanked her clothing back into place. It must be Steph or Bernie. He snatched his gym shorts from the chair beside the bed and pulled them on. I invited him for breakfast, but Christ, it's barely dawn. He went to the window that overlooked the front of the house, expecting to see a familiar person below. He didn't. When he turned back to Amelia, she must have read the foreboding in his expression, because her hand moved to the base of her throat. "What? It's the police." Chapter 12. Quickly, she checked on the boys, but they had slept through the ringing of the doorbell. By the time she got downstairs, Dawson was admitting a uniformed officer and a man in plainclothes into the house and saying to them, "She's here." They introduced themselves as deputies from the Chatham County Sheriff's Office in Savannah. St. Nelda's Island didn't have a police force of its own. To Amelia's knowledge, there had never been a need for one. The uniformed man was young, so cleanly shaven that his cheeks were abraded. The tops of his ears turned red when he looked beyond Dawson's bare torso and took in her dishevelment. It was clear to her that he was the junior official of the pair, probably serving as a chauffeur to the other man, who introduced himself as Deputy Tucker, a detective for the sheriff's office. He was pot-bellied, ruddy-faced, and all business. Amelia asked him why he was looking for her. He took a small spiral notebook from the pocket of his rain jacket. "Do you own a car with Georgia license plate number?" He flipped open the notebook and read out the characters of her license plate. She confirmed that that was her car. Are you acquainted with a young woman named Stephanie Elaine DeMarco? She's my children's nanny. Has she been involved in an accident? No, ma'am. I'm sorry to have to tell you that Miss DeMarco was found dead this morning. Her knees gave way. Dawson and the uniformed deputy both reached for her, but Dawson got to her first. He supported her as he backed her into the nearest chair where she sank down onto the seat. Dead? She wheezed. Steph is dead? My condolences, ma'am. Madly, she wondered if she was dreaming, or if someone was playing a vicious practical joke, or if a dreadful mistake had been made, a mix-up of identities, perhaps. It happened, not often, but she'd read about such instances. Anything was possible except that vibrant, healthy, funny. Steph was dead. Her mind refused to accept it. There must be some mistake. Tucker said a purse containing her identification was found on the passenger seat of your car. Her body was discovered just a few yards away. Discovered by whom? Dawson asked. Where? In the parking lot behind the cafe. Kid who works the kitchen at Mickey's was taking out trash, noticed the car and wondered what it was doing there that time of morning. Then he saw the body behind the dumpster. When my partner and I got to the island, we were told she worked for you. Your numbers were programmed into the cell phone found inside her purse. We'd been trying to reach you. I haven't checked my phone this morning, but the last time I didn't have service. I've been here since late last evening. I left Steph a note so she'd know where we were when she got home. Her voice cracked with emotion and she stifled a sob. Dawson took over the explanation. Practically the whole island lost power last night. This house has an emergency generator. I invited Ms. Nolan and her 2 young sons to ride out the storm here. You own this house? I rented it for the Labor Day weekend. Are you Dawson Scott? That's right. Mickey mentioned you. Where are you from, Mr. Scott? Alexandria, Virginia. He moved to the table where his laptop sat and took a business card from the pocket of a brown leather messenger bag. He handed it to the deputy, who studied it thoroughly before placing it in his pocket. Did you know the girl? I met her a few days ago. Along with Ms. Nolan's family. At the sound of her name, Amelia raised her head and realized that she'd been following their conversation with only half an ear. Her mind was still trying to process the inconceivable. You said Steph was found dead near the car. Was she struck by lightning? Tucker divided a glance between her and Dawson, but addressed his answer to her. We're in the process of conducting a full investigation, but you know what killed her? So why don't you just tell us? It was clear that Dawson's impertinence was an affront to Tucker, but Dawson stared him down until he relented. She suffered a head wound. She might have been struck from behind by debris carried by the strong winds, but foul play hasn't been ruled out. Amelia couldn't speak at all, leaving Dawson to say the unthinkable out loud. You mean she could have been murdered? The me will make a determination as to the manner of death. For several moments following that, no one said anything. Then Amelia asked, where is she now? Miss DeMarco's body is being transported to the morgue in Savannah. Have her parents been notified? They're on their way from Kansas, but since they have to make a couple of connections, they aren't expected to arrive until mid-afternoon. How did they take the news? Never mind, she said before Tucker could answer. I know how they must have taken it. She exhaled a long, sad sigh at the sound of footsteps on the porch. Dawson moved to the door and looked through a flanking window. It's Bernie. He opened the door just as Bernie, arriving for breakfast, was raising his hand to knock. He was carrying a basket of citrus fruit. His face was creased with worry. What's a sheriff's car doing here? Dawson stood aside and motioned him in. He nodded to the young deputy, looked Tucker up and down, then his gaze moved to Amelia, and seeing her tears, he asked, What's happened? She took a deep breath. It's Steph. She told him as much as she could before emotion made speech impossible. At that point, Dawson finished imparting the terrible news. Bernie's mouth worked to form words, but he achieved none. Finally, he was able to say, She was a sweet young lady. Amelia hugged herself. I feel responsible. You're not, Dawson said brusquely. She was on an errand for me. Don't do that to yourself. She nodded, as though agreeing, but for as long as she lived, she would regret letting Steph go out into the storm on a mission that should have been hers. Bernie asked, "Where are the boys?" "They're still sleeping." Shakily, she stood up. "I'd better go wake them." "I'll go up with you," Dawson said. "Telling them won't be easy." "I'm not going to tell them. Not right now. But I want to leave for Savannah as soon as we can. I want to be there with Steph because of the images it conjured. She couldn't bring herself to say the word morgue. I want to be there when her parents arrive. I'll take you." Dawson closed his hand around her elbow, and together they turned toward the stairs. Actually, Mr. Scott, I'd like you to ride with me back to the village." The three of them looked at Deputy Tucker, who squared his shoulders and took a step toward Dawson. "Besides coming out here to inform Ms. Nolan of her nanny's death, I was coming after you. What for?" The deputy gave Dawson a sly smile. "You're leaving it to me to tell them?" Dawson didn't answer, not even when Amelia turned to him and spoke his name softly with inquiry. "Tell us what?" His jaw remained tightly clenched. Tucker said, "Seems he was the last person seen talking to Miss DeMarco, her mind in turmoil. Amelia switched on to autopilot when she woke the boys. They were grumpy and out of sorts, especially when they learned that Dawson wasn't there. Along with Bernie, they trooped back to her house. The electricity was still out, so she fed the children a breakfast of cold Pop-Tarts and the oranges that Bernie had contributed. She herself couldn't stomach the thought of food. While her neighbor supervised the kids' meal, she went upstairs and gave herself a cold sponge bath in the sink of the semi-dark bathroom. Once she was dressed, she summoned the boys up to change their clothes. Hunter complained about the shirt she chose for him. "Not that one, Mom. You can't wear one of your beach shirts. We're going to Savannah. You'll be visiting Mr. and Mrs. Metcalf today." "Who's that?" "You know, the director of the museum. You like him? Remember? He does duck calls." With cell service restored, she'd been able to contact George after learning of her emergency. He and his wife had agreed to watch the children for as long as she needed them to. "They have grandsons near your age," she added as she wrestled the disliked shirt over Hunter's head. "They'll be there to play with you." "Why can't we stay here and play with Dawson?" "Yeah? How come?" Grant whined. "Because you'll be playing with new friends today." She injected false cheer into her tone. "The Metcalfs have a swimming pool, and there was mention of a cookout and s'mores. I'll bet they're dorks," Hunter mumbled. Grant's only concern was whether or not the other boys liked cars. "I don't know," she replied in exasperation when he asked her for the third time, "Put your shoes on." Then, in response to their crestfallen expressions, she gathered them into a group hug and held them tightly. "I'm sorry I'm so cross. I'm not mad at you, I promise. I just have a lot of grown-up things on my mind today, so please do as I ask without an argument, okay?" Sullenly, they promised to obey, but they persistently asked about Steph and Dawson's absence. She realized that her vague answers would pacify them for only so long, and then she would have to tell them why Steph had left without saying goodbye and explain why she wasn't coming back. She would have to talk to them about death, again. They weren't strangers to it, first their grandfathers, then Jeremy's, now their nannies. It was a lot for their young minds to wrap themselves around. It was almost too much for hers because her car was integral to the investigation. It had been impounded, so Bernie offered to drive them to the ferry dock. She settled the boys in the back seat with a portable DVD player between them and dual headsets. Once underway, Bernie said, "What do you think happened?" "I don't know, Bernie. I really don't want to talk about it." Her mind was still reeling over everything that had transpired since being awakened by Dawson in the throes of a nightmare, his angry rebuke, followed by that tender appeal for forgiveness, then the kiss, his fervency in her oh-so-eager response, the doorbell. His reaction to the deputy's bombshell had been stoicism that bordered on surliness. Before they left, Tucker had allowed him to go upstairs to change clothes, accompanied by the uniformed officer. While Dawson was out of earshot, the deputy asked Amelia about the sequence of events that had taken place the night before. "What time did Mr. Scott arrive at your house?" 8:30, 9 possibly. Bernie chimed in. That's right. They stopped at my place. Woke me up, actually. I automatically checked the time. It was 8:52. Tucker took notes. He asked Amelia if Dawson had been in the house all night. Yes. Can you swear to that? He and I went upstairs around 11. We parted at the bedroom door where my sons and I were supposed to sleep. I didn't see him again until shortly before you arrived. She hoped that neither man detected the heat that rushed to her face. If he left the house during the night, I was unaware of it. Realizing why the timeline was important, she asked, how long had Steph been, inferring the question she was unable to ask. Tucker told them that the time of Steph's death hadn't been firmly established. At that point, Dawson had appeared on the stairs, trailed by the young deputy. As he walked to the front door, Dawson had asked, rather sarcastically, if the deputy wanted to handcuff him. That won't be necessary, Mr. Scott. This isn't an arrest. We just want to talk to you. Right. He then turned to look at Amelia, but she had difficulty holding his gaze. She heard him mutter something she didn't catch. Then he pulled open the front door and went out ahead of the two deputies. Now, as Bernie, his hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, dodged flooded areas of the road, she contradicted herself about not wanting to talk about it. For the past week or so, Steph had been seeing someone, Dirk. She told you about him? Not much. He works on boats. I know little more than that. I urged her to invite him to the house, but she seemed reluctant to introduce us. I wish now that I'd pressed her for more information about him, but she was a grown woman. I didn't feel it was my place to interfere. I know exactly what you mean. His tone suggested an unspoken footnote. So did the discomfiture in his expression. Bernie, do you know something that you're not telling? Whatever it is, you should share it with the authorities. He shifted in his seat, glanced into the rearview mirror to make certain the boys weren't listening, then gave her an uneasy glance. I saw them together, her and Dirk. Looking miserable, he shook his head. Her heart began a dull, hard thudding. Dawson, he nodded. When? He screwed up his face and thought. Thursday, you must have the day wrong. She'd caught Dawson spying on Friday, and Steph hadn't met him until that evening at Mickey's. No, I'm certain it was Thursday, because that was the day I was packing up and my hips started giving me fits. Without interrupting him, she listened carefully as he described to her the encounter he'd seen. When he finished, he paused and added awkwardly, It wasn't anything. Not really. But when I teased her about it later, warning her that he looked too old for her, she just laughed and asked me not to say anything to you about seeing them together. Why did she care if I knew? She didn't. He did. He'd told her not to tell you that they'd met. Amelia was too heartsick to respond. Bernie pulled up to one of the village's few stop signs and looked across at her. I hate now that I told you. I needed to know. It's not my place to butt in. You didn't butt in. I pried it out of you. Who you spend time with is your business. It was only circumstances that brought Dawson and me together. That may be, Bernie said, but I think you like him. She turned her head aside so he couldn't see her face. We'd better hurry or we'll miss the ferry. Chapter 13. Dawson left the interior of the sheriff's administrative offices through a doorway that opened into a small lobby. He was shocked to see Amelia there alone. She was sitting in one of a row of preformed plastic chairs lined up against the wall. She seemed just as surprised to see him. Her eyes widened fractionally, then she looked away. He walked over and sat down in the chair next to hers. Are you all right? She turned her head and gave him a droll look. I can't remember a Labor Day I've enjoyed more. For asking such a stupid question, he figured he deserved the put-down. Hunter and Grant, they're with George Metcalf and his wife. I talked to them on the phone a few minutes ago. They've had fun, but they're ready for me to come get them. She glanced toward the door through which he'd emerged. I don't know when I'll be free to do that, and maybe it would be better if I left them there overnight. I have to be in court early tomorrow morning. I'm sure Lem Jackson would speak to the judge on your behalf. When he heard about Steph on the news, he called and offered to ask for a postponement, but I told him not to. Can you bear up to a cross-examination? I'm tired of dreading it and want to get it over with as soon as possible. He understood her wanting to have the court appearance behind her, but he questioned the wisdom of her decision. She looked completely wrung out. "Have you told Hunter and Grant about Steph? I don't know how to tell them when I can't believe it myself." He waited for a moment. Then, her death wasn't caused by flying debris. She swallowed hard before murmuring yes. While being interviewed by Deputy Tucker and his partner detective, the ME's initial finding had been reported to Dawson. Steph was killed by a blow to the back of her head. It had fractured her skull. The depression indicated that brute force had been applied. "How did you find out?" he asked Amelia. She folded her arms across her midriff and tucked her hands against her sides. "When I got to the morgue, I was asked to positively identify her. The autopsy won't be performed until her parents have seen her, but the medical examiner has examined the wound. He told me what killed her." "Have her parents arrived?" "A short while ago. They were brought straight to the morgue. I talked to them. They're devastated. I left them to grieve." "That's where I would expect you to be," he said. "Somewhere grieving now that homicide has been confirmed." Deputy Tucker called and asked if I would come here and answer some questions. When I arrived, I was told to wait. She nodded toward a uniformed officer who was manning the reception desk from behind a window. "That was half an hour ago." The crime scene on St. Nelda's Island was still cordoned off, but it had been determined by someone in charge that, due to the serious nature of the crime, the investigation be conducted from the main sheriff's office rather than from the precinct that serves St. Nelda's. The headquarters shared a campus with the county jail, a sprawling, industrial-looking complex wrapped in concertina wire. Maybe the decision to center the case here was an intimidation tactic. Dawson had spent the entire day there being questioned off and on by the pair of detectives. It was getting dark outside, and he had only now been released with the stipulation that he keep himself available for further questioning. To bring Amelia up to date, he told her all that. Tucker and his partner, a guy named Wills. Tucker and Wills sounds like a magic act, doesn't it? Anyway, when they weren't questioning me, singly or together, they left me alone in the interrogation room. I guess I'm a person of interest. They did the whole bad cop, good cop routine, which might have been scary if it hadn't been so obvious. Bad cop Tucker told me that they got a search warrant for the beach house. She looked at him with concern. "They're that serious about you? They won't find a murder weapon." "I just hate that the rental company had to notify the homeowner that his house was about to be turned inside out. I doubt they'll provide good references if I ever want to rent again." "How can you joke?" He raked his fingers through his hair. "Because if I don't, I'll get really pissed off for even being considered a suspect. You've got to know that I had nothing to do with it." She searched his eyes, finally saying, "The estimated time of her death coincides with when you were seen talking to her in the village." "True, which sucks. But I've explained to the detectives how that came about. Steph and I bumped into each other in the general store. She had bags. They were heavy because she'd bought extra bottled water. It was raining buckets. I offered to carry her purchases to the car for her, which I did. I left her there and drove over to the dock to fill up my car with gas. Then I headed back to the beach. I expected her to be ahead of me and was surprised when I reached your house and saw that your car wasn't there. I figured she'd ducked into Mickey's, as she'd said she might, to see if he had any carry-out food, the rest. This encounter with Steph slipped your mind, even though we talked at length about the unlikelihood of her returning soon. You forgot to tell me that you'd just seen her." He was about to reply when she stopped him. "Don't bother inventing an explanation. I know why you didn't tell me. You didn't want me to know that you and Steph were friendly." Friendly, spoken in that tone, sounds like a euphemism. Bernie saw the two of you together. Bloody hell. He could kick himself for not telling her before. The omission made him look as guilty as her glare indicated he was. It was innocent. His disclaimer made it sound anything but innocent, and did nothing to assuage her suspicion. He drew in a long breath. Thursday, the day after my arrival, I had gone for a run and was on my way back to the house. Steph was on her bicycle returning from the store. We crossed paths, exchanged names. She asked where I was staying, and when I told her, she remarked that we were neighbors and told me not to be a stranger. She said maybe we'll catch each other on the beach tomorrow. We parted. You helped her with her bicycle basket. That's right. The clamp was loose. She was afraid the basket was going to shake free of the mounting and dump her purchases. So, yeah, I tightened the clamp for her. It took 30 seconds, Max. That was it. If that was it, why did the two of you pretend that you hadn't met? When I caught you spying Friday afternoon, you asked me who she was when you already knew Friday night at Mickey's. When she brought you over from the bar to our table, she didn't say, "This is our neighbor," who was kind enough to help me with my bicycle basket yesterday. I asked you who she was because when we met, she hadn't specifically explained her position in your household. I didn't know that she wasn't a relative at Mickey's. I suppose she was sensitive to the tidal waves of hostility you were radiating. I can only guess, but I guess she didn't want to rile you. You took your cue from her and went along with the pretense of never having met. Something like that. She continued to look at him, making him wonder if she also knew about that other time. Whether or not she did, it would be better to come clean about it now. I was alone with her one other time, when, also on Thursday, the same day you met, late that night. I went over to leave your wristwatch on the porch railing. As I was skirting around the back of your house, Steph drove up in your car and caught me in the headlights. I had no choice except to brazen it out. I told her that I'd heard something and had come to check for an intruder, which wasn't such a stretch of the truth. I'd been keeping an eye on your house, particularly late at night, for reasons you know. You were sneaking around my house in the middle of the night, and she didn't think that was the least bit suspicious. She didn't raise a hue and cry and ask what the hell you were doing. She was in no condition to do anything. She'd been drinking, quite a lot. I had to help her from the car to the back door. She begged me not to tell you, since I didn't want you to know that I was staying in the house next door, spying. I promised that you would never hear it from me, in exchange for her promise never to drive again in that condition. You two formed a pact. He wished he could deny it, but that was more or less the truth of it. It was a non-issue, was it? The authorities might disagree. Do they know about these secret meetings between you two? Yes, I told them. That calmed her a little, but she was still looking at him with anger and suspicion. Did you see her as an excellent source of insider information on me, or as something else entirely? No to the first question. I don't dare guess what something else entirely implies. Come on, Dawson, don't play dumb. She was a friendly, flirty girl who also happened to be a head-turner, especially in a bikini. She was all that. She was also half my age. Near enough, at least that didn't matter to her. She said the guy she was seeing was older. He reacted with a start. Dirk is older? You know about him. The night she came in drunk, she mentioned him by name. Dirk and I killed a bottle of Captain Morgan. The detectives want to question him, but they haven't been able to track him down. That's one reason I was asked to come in, she said. They want to know what I know about him. What do you know about him? Not even his last name. Dawson listened with mounting apprehension as she told him what little she knew about the elusive Dirk. Did Steph tell you why she wasn't keen on you two meeting? I gathered he wasn't keen on it either. He wouldn't fit into the family scene. Did she describe him physically? Older than she, but she didn't say by how much tattoos, a beard. Huh. Your brow is furrowed. What are you thinking? Dirk comes across as excessively secretive. He got up and walked over to a bulletin board that was papered with wanted posters, forming a collage of sinister faces. One poster stood out, however, because the wanted individual had the benign countenance of an angel framed by curly blonde hair. Not yet 30 years old, she was wanted for armed robbery and murder. A $25,000 reward had been offered for information leading to her arrest. She was considered to be armed and dangerous. The criminal bent of one's personality wasn't always obvious. He turned back to Amelia. I didn't use Steph as a source of information on you. But maybe someone else did. Someone who wanted to keep track of you and your sons, who wanted to know where you were and who you were with. Someone having a great deal of personal interest in your activities, your daily routine, your comings and goings. She took a deep, stuttering breath, indicating to Dawson that even though she didn't respond, she understood all too well what he was leading up to. In a quiet voice, he said, "There's the age factor. We don't know how old this Dirk is. For the sake of argument, let's say his age fits." "Let's not," she said, coming to her feet. "The man Steph described to me sounds nothing like Jeremy. Tattoos are easily acquired. The beard might take a week or two. He's been missing for 15 months. You don't think I'd recognize the man I was married to, even with a beard? You would, but the casual observer wouldn't. Furthermore, nobody's looking for Jeremy Wesson. The general consensus is that Willard Strong fed him to a pack of starving pit bulls." She took a reflexive step away from him, but when the back of her knees touched the seat of the chair, she sat back down abruptly. He returned to his seat beside her. He wanted to caress her cheek, at the very least take her hand. He refrained largely because he feared a rebuff. "Something else has been nagging at me." She shook her head as though to stave off whatever it was he was about to say, but he didn't let it deter him. "I haven't shared this with the detectives because I wanted to run it past you first, and Headley. Above anyone else, he would trust Gary Headley's instincts on this. When I ran into Steph in the general store, she was wearing a rain slicker. I teased her about the loud pattern red with bright yellow and white daisies. She told me she'd taken it from the trunk of your car. It's mine. Jeremy and I went to Charleston for a getaway weekend. The weather turned bad and I needed a raincoat in a hurry. That was the first one I found. It's not something I would typically choose, so I kept it at the beach house and never wore it except there on the island. Last I saw her, Steph was standing beside your car wearing your slicker with the hood up. Stop, Amelia. Don't say any more." Just then, the door adjacent to the reception window swung outward, and Tucker and Wills walked through. "Well, Mr. Scott," Tucker drawled. "Glad to see you're still here. You saved us a trip." "I ran into Ms. Nolan." Tucker introduced his partner to her. "Thank you for coming in, Ms. Nolan," Wills said. As tall and thin as Tucker was short and stout, he had the bearing and stooped posture of a tenured professor. He was also the more sensitive of the two, and noticed how shaken Amelia appeared. "Ma'am, are you all right?" "Yes, fine. It's been a terrible day. Of course, we realize what an imposition it is to ask you to come down here this time of night. Not at all. If I can help, I want to." "We'll be with you directly," he told her. "Right now, it's Mr. Scott we want to talk to." Tucker hiked up his belt, or tried, and grinned at Dawson. "We were on our way to come find you. Here I am." Despite his wisecrack, Dawson got a bad feeling about the detective's smirk. "Do you know a guy named Raydale Huffman?" "Never heard of him? Are you sure?" Wills asked in a kinder tone. "Positive." "Who is he?" "Repeat offender," Tucker said. "We've got him in lockup. He heard through the jailhouse grapevine. It's the damnedest thing how that works. Truly. Anyhow, he got wind of us questioning you in connection to Miss DeMarco's murder, and he offered to make a deal." "What kind of deal?" Will said. "We dropped the charge against him in exchange for information about you. Sorry, you've been had. I don't even know the guy." Tucker's grin turned even more smug. Not what he said. "I don't give a shit what he said." "Well, you should." Tucker moved in close and leered up at him. "Because Raydale claims that one night last week down on River Street, he sold you a whole bag full of drugs. They allowed him one phone call. He called Headley. I can't talk now. We've got friends over. The Cabernet is breathing, steaks are on the grill, and Eva's tossing the salad. Amelia Nolan's nanny was murdered last night." Dawson could practically hear the gears grinding inside Headley's head. "Hold on." While he went to notify Eva and their guests that dinner would be delayed, Dawson glanced over his shoulder. The two detectives were out of earshot but observing him closely. Tucker was stroking his jutting belly, which he used as other policemen did a billy club to try and intimidate. Dawson didn't know how long they would give him, so when Headley came back on the line, he said, "I'm in a time crunch, so listen and don't interrupt." According to the oversized wall clock, he talked for 128 seconds, summing up as concisely as possible the events of the past few days, filling in pertinent facts he'd deliberately left out of previous conversations. When he stopped, the first thing out of Headley's mouth was, "Jesus, yeah." The wristwatch thing freaked Amelia out because she'd sensed somebody had been watching her. "You?" Not me. I told you she got the feeling before I ever arrived on the scene. Then there were the photographs. He'd told Headley about them, too, ignoring grunts of disapproval for his having taken them in the first place. We still don't know what happened to them. The beach ball also remains unexplained. You said the girl. Steph was driving Amelia's car and wearing her rain slicker. A distinctive slicker. She had the hood up. It was dark, cats and dogs, rain. From the back, she could easily have been mistaken for Amelia. And Dirk's gone underground. Dawson expelled his breath. That's where we are. What do you make of it? Before asking. Yes, he did. Amelia won't admit it, but she's afraid my hunch is right. We could be wrong, Headley said, musing aloud. Maybe the nanny got crosswise with somebody and he or she whacked her. That's a possibility, of course, but if Steph had an enemy, she didn't show it. We know of none, and we know definitely that Amelia has one. Okay, if Jeremy's alive, what would he gain by killing his ex-wife, his children? Shit, Headley said. I walked right into that one. He once told Amelia that nothing would keep him from his sons. By the way, I called the local newspaper in Wesson's hometown, played the FBI ace, and asked that his parents' obit be emailed to me. I laid it on thick, a matter of national security and so on anyhow. I got it this afternoon. It included a picture of two pleasant-looking individuals on their 25th wedding anniversary. She was wearing a corsage of roses, not Carl and Flora, not even close. So even if Jeremy was their son by birth, he wasn't reared by them. Looks like before they could take that topic further, Tucker nudged Dawson's shoulder and mouth 60 seconds. I gotta go, he said into the phone. No, need to rush now. Eva's already steamed, but she'll get over it. She always does. After a pause, he said, Dirk needs to be found. Yeah, about that. I thought maybe you could come down to Savannah. If Dirk is Jeremy, you'll want to be in on the hunt and the capture, right? Definitely. I'll call Nuts first thing tomorrow morning. Have him start putting together a task force. Any chance you can get here tonight? Tonight? For a couple of urgent reasons. First and foremost, Amelia needs someone watching her back. I thought that was your detail. What's the other urgency? I need you to bail me out. Even before thanking Headley for picking him up as they walked from the jail, Dawson asked him if Amelia was safe. Soon as our call ended last night, I talked to Nuts. He's got people he occasionally uses for surveillance, sort of freelancers. He put somebody on Amelia. A gal, actually, but she's one of the best, he says. Anyway, she followed Amelia when she left the sheriff's office. She went straight to her apartment, spent the night there without incident. She left it this morning at 8 o'clock. He checked his wristwatch about 10 minutes ago, so she's okay. Didn't I indicate that? What about the boys? They weren't with her. She must have left them with the museum guy and his wife. She said she might. It was probably for the best, but somebody should be guarding that house, too. He caught Headley looking at him curiously. What? For a jailbird? You're awfully concerned about the welfare of a widow and her 2 kids. If something happens to them, it'll be on your head for not telling the locals about the possibility of Jeremy's resurrection. Querulously, Headley said, another one of Nuts' freelancers is watching the museum guy's house. Okay? Why didn't you just say so? Well, I've been a little busy lately getting your ass out of jail. Thanks, by the way. Headley merely snorted. Dawson said I wasn't worried about being formally charged. He'd spent an uncomfortable night in jail. Fortunately not in the same cell with Ray Dale Huffman, whom, had he gotten close to, he might have strangled. It was only a matter of time before they had to let me go. Headley motioned him toward the rental car he'd picked up at the Savannah airport. How do you figure? They didn't have any evidence. Headley used the remote key to unlock the car doors. They got in on opposite sides, and Headley started the engine immediately of illegal drug possession or homicide. Certainly no evidence tying me to Steph's murder. Headley just sat there with his hand on the gear shift, looking at him, silently asking about the other possible criminal charge. All right, I'd bought some pills from Ray Dale. Yesterday, a rookie deputy was sent upstairs with me while I changed clothes. He was green, easily distracted with jabber. I snatched the bottle of them off my nightstand, and when he allowed me to go to the John, I flushed them. Clever you. Headley backed out of the parking slot, muttering angrily under his breath. "Will you relax?" Dawson said. "They were. I know what they were. I found your stash in your apartment." "Excuse me? You broke into my apartment? Don't go all righteously indignant on me. I'm not the drug addict. I'm hardly an addict." "No? Then why are your hands shaking?" He'd hoped no one would notice. "Look, I only needed something to take the edge off." "Off what?" Dawson clammed up, then said, "I wasn't taking anything you can't get from a doctor." "Then why aren't you getting them from one instead of buying them off guys on the street with names like Ray Dale? God only knows what they're laced with." Dawson was about to argue that, but truth be told, he couldn't vouch for the pharmaceutical integrity of the pills he'd been taking. His only criterion for quality control had been that they worked. Their numbing effect was swift and short-term, but even a moment away from the nightmare was worth the risk of taking compounds of dubious origin. "I was careful," he mumbled, "buying only from reliable, upstanding illegal drug dealers." Dawson didn't address his godfather's sarcasm. Knowing it was justified, his recklessness was indefensible, so he didn't even attempt to excuse it. "Take the next right, then the hotel is up one block on the left." When he'd relocated to St. Nelda's, he'd taken only what he thought he would need at the beach and hadn't checked out of the hotel, a decision he was glad of now. He left Headley in the lobby while he went upstairs to shower and change clothes. He was back down in 5 minutes. In less than 10 more, they were entering the courthouse. Chapter 14. Court convened shortly after 9 o'clock. The judge said she hoped everyone had enjoyed the holiday weekend, then asked Willard Strong's defense attorney if he was ready to cross-examine the witness. Mike Gleason stood. "Ready, Your Honor?" Amelia was escorted in. As she took her seat in the witness box, she was reminded that she was still under oath. Sitting beside Dawson in the gallery, Headley harumphed, "What did you notice first? Her intelligence, her modesty, or her self-control?" Dawson didn't answer. Mike Gleason had already fired the first volley by asking Amelia if she had formed an opinion of Willard Strong even before meeting him. "I don't understand what you mean. What I mean is this. Ms. Nolan, your husband returns from war. He's obviously suffering from PTSD. What do? Encourage him, nurture him, exercise patient, loving kindness. No, you leave him and rob him of his sons." Jackson was on his feet immediately. Objection, in fact. "Ms. Nolan, isn't it true that your first reaction to anything that diverted your husband's attention away from you, including and especially his friendship with Mr. Strong, was, Your Honor, spiteful jealousy?" The judge banged her gavel several times and sustained Jackson's objection. Many more were to come. Despite them, Gleason tried his hardest to chisel away at Amelia's loyalty and integrity. Merciless and selfish were words he used to describe her efforts to get out of the marriage. He grilled her about the 2 times she'd been with the defendant, at Hunter's birthday party and then the day he had come to the townhouse looking for Jeremy. He tried to discredit her accounts of these incidents, to put a spin on them that would make her out to be a woman prone to either hysterics or malice. It was an ill-chosen strategy. Amelia remained calm. She didn't get flustered, even as she stressed the immediate threat that Willard Strong had posed to her and her children. Eventually, the lawyer must have sensed that her composure was more persuasive than his theatrics and that all he was accomplishing was to irritate the jurors and make them more, not less, sympathetic toward her. After an hour of getting nowhere, he wrapped up rather quickly and told the judge that he had no further questions for her. She stepped down, and the bailiff led her out through the same side exit as before. Dawson whispered, "Let's go," and together he and Headley left through the door at the back of the courtroom. They intercepted Amelia in the corridor, cell phone in hand. She was punching in a number when she noticed them walking toward her. Her hands dropped to her sides. "They let you out of jail? You sound disappointed." Headley stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Ms. Nolan, Gary Headley." She shook his hand, but with a notable lack of warmth. "Are you his lawyer?" "Second-generation family friend, also his godfather, but please don't hold that against me." His friendly smile wasn't returned. Dawson tilted his head toward the courtroom. "You did great in there. It wasn't a talent show. I know that, he shot back, matching her ire. All I meant was that your reason was effective against his ranting. I'm just grateful to have it over and done with. Now, if you'll excuse me. She made to go around them, but Dawson sidestepped and blocked her path. Where are you going? To pick up my children. Are they all right? No, they're not all right. She pushed back her hair, hooking a strand behind her ear, which was a sure signal that the composure she'd exhibited in the courtroom was about to desert her. They keep asking where I am and when I'm coming to get them. They sense that something is wrong, but they don't know what, and not knowing is frightening to them, especially to Hunter, who is remarkably perceptive for his age. At some point, I must tell them that their adored nanny is dead. Her voice cracked, which she tried to cover by clearing her throat. I have to go. This time, Dawson didn't physically try to stop her, but he spoke her name with appeal. She turned back, but her body language remained hostile. If you're still after a good story, why don't you write one about yourself? I'm not interesting. She gave a caustic laugh. Oh, but you are. You're secretive, mercurial, a study in contradictions. Beyond that, you're what? Just so I'm clear, those pills you were taking weren't doctor-prescribed, were they? He wouldn't admit it out loud, not inside the courthouse, but he gave one shake of his head softly, but bitterly, she said, right? As she turned to go, her cell phone, still in her hand, vibrated. She looked at the LED and answered immediately. Deputy Tucker? She listened for a moment, her face going pale. Where did you find him? Dawson was beside her in an instant, whispering, Dirk. She looked up at him and nodded. I see, she said into the phone. Well, please keep me. Excuse me, Miss Nolan. Headley took the phone from her hand and raised it to his ear. As he started walking purposefully toward the elevator bank, Dawson heard him say, Deputy, my name is Gary Headley. I'm a friend of Ms. Nolan's, also an agent with the FBI. We're on our way. Please be there to meet us. Amelia felt disoriented from the shock waves that just kept coming. She had spent a virtually sleepless night alternately pacing the floor and tossing in bed, sometimes sobbing over what had happened to Steph, then trembling in fear that she had been the intended victim. Off and on, she prayed fervently for the safety of her children, bargaining with God to preserve them. And at any given time she was despising Dawson Scott for his multiple deceptions and half-truths and omissions, even as her body betrayed her with stirring recollections of his nakedness, his blatant arousal, the sheer carnality of his kisses, and her responses to them. At dawn she'd had to shelve all the emotional turmoil and pull herself together for her court appearance. Actually, it hadn't been as terrible as she had anticipated. Mike Gleason had raked her over the coals, but she, like everyone in the courtroom, realized that it was desperation, not conviction, that had fueled his fiery attack on her character. She almost felt sorry for Willard Strong, who'd had to sit by and watch his case being damaged rather than strengthened. But it was over, and she didn't have to think about it anymore. She wanted to collect her children and return to the beach house, splash in the surf, feel the sea breeze in her hair, and taste the salt air. She wanted to laugh and romp in the sand with her sons. But even as she visualized such playful abandon, her heart felt anything but carefree. The specter of Steph's murder clouded her happiness over having the trial behind her. She must figure out how to explain the nanny's sudden absence to her sons, how to tell them in a way that was honest, but they wouldn't leave them with an acute fear of death. She hoped that by now they would have forgotten about Dawson altogether, so she wouldn't be required to talk about him. But he had a way of turning up when she least expected him, as he had in the courthouse corridor. His night in lockup had left him looking hollow-eyed and underfed, but still incredibly good. At the sight of him, her body had quickened in spite of her determination to remain aloof. The situation had turned truly bizarre when the older man, who'd introduced himself only moments earlier as Dawson's friend and godfather, seized her cell phone and started throwing his weight around. Now, without being given sufficient time to process this staggering series of events, she was flanked by Dawson and Headley as they entered the building that was becoming uncomfortably familiar. As instructed, Deputy Tucker was waiting for them in the lobby where she and Dawson had talked last night. His first words were for Dawson. "You should feel right at home." Dawson ignored the dig and didn't respond. Tucker acknowledged her with a polite nod, then turned to the older man. "You must be Agent Headley." Headley shook hands with him and proffered his ID. As the deputy handed it back, he said, "The sheriff's office is working the DeMarco case in conjunction with Savannah Metro PD. If we need additional help, we'll go to GBI. Why's the Federal Bureau horning in, not the Bureau, me? And I'm here only as a friend of Ms. Nolan's." "Huh." The deputy regarded Headley skeptically, then addressed her. "Reason I called you? I thought you'd want to know that Dirk's last name is Arneson. We've got him back there now talking to Wills." "Where did you find him?" Dawson asked. "Here in Savannah. One of those temporary apartments that rents by the week, but a nice one." Amelia said, "Steph told me that he works on boats." "Electronic systems," Tucker said. "Fancy. High-tech gizmos. We're running down his current employer to check that out." Sizzling through her mind was the word electronics, which was closely related to Jeremy's field of expertise. She saw that Dawson had picked up on that too. He had planted in her mind the possibility that Jeremy was alive and posing as Dirk. If that was true, just knowing that he was under the same roof was making it hard for her to breathe. Headley asked, did he have identification? Florida driver's license, an insurance card for a 2009 Ford pickup, one credit card, one gas card. All legit and nothing overdue. "Has he been cooperative?" Dawson asked. "More or less. Arresting deputies said he gave them some attitude, probably because there's an outstanding warrant for him in Florida." "For what?" "Parking tickets." "Parking tickets?" The detective gave Dawson a look. "What? You were expecting something else? Weren't you?" Tucker merely shrugged. When the deputies told him that parking violations weren't the issue, he claimed not to know why we wanted to talk to him. He denied knowing Steph. Dawson asked. "No, he admits to hooking up with her a couple of times, but swears that until the deputies told him, he didn't even know that she was dead." "It's been on the news," Dawson said. "We pointed that out to him. Still claims he hadn't heard anything about it. He also provided an alibi for the night she was killed. Says he and a couple other guys have been working on a yacht that's tied up over there on St. Nelda's South Dock, but the day Miss DeMarco was killed, they hadn't gone to the island on account of the storm. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to get back, and they had nowhere to stay out there. He says that, at the estimated time of her death, he was playing poker with his friends in his apartment. He gave us their names. We're trying to track them down, but he tells us they went to New Orleans yesterday for another job, a poker night with suddenly absent friends. For once the deputy agreed with Dawson. "I hear ya. We talked to the captain of the ferry that goes out to St. Nelda's. From the description we gave him, he knew right off who we were talking about. Says he's carried him back and forth many times, but he can't remember if Dirk was a passenger on the ferry on Sunday because of the weather. He had his hands full piloting the thing before they shut down ferry service altogether. He can't swear one way or another whether he hauled Dirk that day or not. And two, the owners of that yacht are in North Carolina. Dirk had access to it, and he knows how to pilot it, even in bad weather, because he installed all the safety gewgaws. You're saying he might not have needed the ferry to get himself to the island and back, righto?" "We're looking at him hard," Tucker said. "He admits to being sort of a drifter, moving from job to job along the East Coast. His permanent address is a post office box in Florida." Amelia, Dawson, and Headley exchanged a look. Dawson came back to Tucker. "Does he have any kind of scar on his head?" "Scar. A patch of hair missing, like he suffered a serious wound." "The hell you talking about?" Before Dawson was forced to explain the reason for his question, Headley intervened. "Miss Nolan doesn't know Dirk by name, but she may recognize him by sight. If so, it could have some bearing on your investigation. Can she take a look?" Tucker motioned them toward the door. "Any help we can get." She said, "I don't want him to see me." "He won't. He's in an interrogation room. There's a one-way window." The four went through the door that opened into a large squad room furnished with workstations partitioned off from one another. A few personnel were about doing various things. They all stopped what they were doing and watched them traverse the room. Tucker led them out of that room and into a sterile corridor. They made a left turn into another seemingly endless corridor identical to the first. Tucker, in step with Amelia, asked, "Did Miss DeMarco seem to welcome his attentions?" "From what I gather, yes," Amelia replied. "She always looked forward to meeting him. Did she ever tell you where their dates took place? Mickey's is the only night spot on St. Nelda's. For that reason, we started there. Neither Mickey nor any of his employees ever remember seeing her there with a guy fitting his description." Amelia shook her head in puzzlement. "I don't know where else they would have spent time. Our guest, the yacht, it's snazzy. He probably wanted to impress her. But when we asked him if he'd ever entertained her on the boat, he denied it. I figure because he doesn't want to lose his job. If his alibi doesn't pan out, we'll get a search warrant." Absorbed in thought, he stroked his cheek. Her purse was left behind with cash and credit cards. She wasn't sexually assaulted. "You're wondering about Dirk's motive," Dawson said. "His or whoever's to have delivered a blow that vicious. The perp wanted her dead, no question, but we haven't determined why." He motioned them through another turn. Almost there, he went ahead of them and stopped in front of a door with a square window in the top half of it. In order to reach it, Amelia had to take what seemed the longest walk of her life. Then, for several moments after coming even with the door, she couldn't bring herself to look. Finally, Tucker prompted her. "Ms. Nolan, do you recognize him?" She took a deep breath and turned her head toward the window. He was sitting at a table, talking to Deputy Wills. Just as Steph had described him, he had a beard. Elaborate tattoos extended from his wrists up into the short sleeves of his shirt. His hair was buzzed so short it showed up as more of a shadow over his scalp. She fell back against the wall and expelled a gust of breath. "It's not him." Dawson and Headley moved up to the window to take a look. Tucker was completely flummoxed. "Not who? Who'd you expect?" Feeling profoundly foolish, she stammered, I thought if I saw him, I might recognize him, but I'm sorry I don't. I've never seen this man before. I apologize for wasting your time, Deputy Tucker, but please, keep me informed on the progress of your investigation. I want you to catch the person who killed Steph. We'll catch him." He hitched his thumb toward the one-way window. "Maybe we already have. We combed Miss DeMarco's clothing in your car for trace evidence, collected some. Everything's been sent to the lab. A lot of people have ridden in my car. I have 2 little boys who track things in." "I'm aware of that. Would you be opposed to supplying us with hair, saliva swabs from the 3 of you?" "Of course not." He looked at Dawson. "You too." Dawson held up his hands in surrender any time. "May not be necessary," Tucker said, somewhat grudgingly. "I'll let you know." Coming back to Amelia, he said, "I hate that you're being put through this. Especially after, well, I know what you went through when your husband and all. You testified at Strong's trial this morning, right?" "Yes, it's over now." She paused a beat. "I don't think I can find my way out." He took the hint, and they retraced their path through the intersecting corridors. Tucker went as far as the lobby door with them. Holding it for her, he thanked her again for coming. With escape in mind, she walked toward the exit. Dawson stayed even with her. Headley followed. Dawson's theory had been debunked. The possibility of Jeremy still being alive was just so much hooey. Dirk Arneson wasn't a reincarnation of Jeremy. Jeremy hadn't seduced and then murdered Steph. He hadn't lifted photos from beneath her doormat or repaired a beach ball. He wasn't monitoring her every move. He wasn't a threat. He was dead. It was preposterous to think otherwise. So why didn't she feel vastly relieved? Because even though the matter should have been settled the instant she laid eyes on Dirk Arneson, it didn't feel settled. Instinctively, she knew there was something she was missing, something vital. She felt it simmering between the 2 men who were talking to each other in a furtive manner that made her pause just as she was about to push open the exit door. She caught Headley asking Dawson, disappointed or glad. "You tell me. They're your obsession." Abruptly, she turned to face them. They drew up short and ceased talking. She gave each of them a hard look. Growing angrier with each loud tick of Dawson's saucer-sized wristwatch, looking him square in the eye. She said, "It's time you explain to me just what the hell is going on."